Mr. Rana Ehsan Afzal Khan, Coordinator to the Prime Minister on Commerce. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us today. You were there yesterday as well. I hope you enjoyed the show. And I hope all the guests who are here with us today had so much fun yesterday because it was definitely, I think, a different thing that was done by the entire community. Thank you so much for being here with us. Along with that, we have another guest of honor, Mr. Adnan Pasha Siddiqui, advisor to the Federal uh, Minister for Finance and Revenue. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. We really appreciate it. He's also one of the keynote speakers, by the way, so looking forward to your keynote as well. As we all know, that nothing is possible without collaboration and teamwork. There's always a community or partners working together that brings something big to in front of you, and there's a vision that they all follow together. We would now like to take a moment to actually appreciate all our partners whose invaluable support, commitment, collaboration have played an important role in bringing this conference to life. I request you all to please take a look at the screen, and they will be presenting each of the supporting partners' name and logos. Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause. Appreciation actually motivates each other to work further. That's why I keep requesting for applauding. All right, so now we begin our inaugural session, Insurance and National Economic Resilience. And for that, I'm really happy to invite someone that I'm really inspired by because I have seen his passion and commitment yesterday also and in bringing this entire conference to life. So I especially have chosen a quote for you, sir. That's how I'm going to begin. Leadership is not only about having a vision. Leadership is not only about having a vision, it is about bringing people together to turn that vision into reality. And that's exactly what our chairman has done. I want to also say that no landmark initiative is possible without collaboration, vision, and commitment. At the forefront of this entire milestone is Mr. Shuaib Javed Hussain, whose leadership has been instrumental in bringing this landmark conference to life. So I want you all to please join me in warmly welcome. Are you guys ready to welcome him? All right. Mr. Shuaib Javed Hussain, the Chairman of Insurance Association of Pakistan and Chief Executive Officer of State Life Insurance Corporation of Pakistan, for his welcome address. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First and foremost, a very warm welcome to our distinguished guest of honors. Thank you so much for being with us here today. Our friends and colleagues who've traveled across the world and from outside of Karachi to be here with us in Karachi, thank you so much. And obviously, the insurance industry and everybody else from the financial industry and other diaspora representing Pakistan's resilience and continued growth. So thank you so much for taking the time and being here with us this morning. This is Pakistan's first ever international insurance conference hosted together by Insurance Association of Pakistan and the Pakistan Society of Actuaries. That together is a milestone in itself. And I say it's a milestone because there's a purpose behind this conference. And I think we are quite happy and lucky to be hosting this in Karachi as well. I say that because Karachi is also the birthplace of the founder of Pakistan, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, a statesman who believed in the rule of law, who believed in principal foundations that would strengthen a nation. And quite honestly, I don't think this is an exaggeration, where that aligns quite well with the purpose of the insurance industry itself, which is to provide quite foundations for a robust and a prosperous economy and a nation. And that's how it all comes together. So I'm very glad that the purpose by which we have envisioned this conference, we get to host it in Karachi as well, We were there last evening at the historic Mohatta Palace. That too is connected to Jinnah Sahib in a way. And here today in his city that we get to speak to you all. So, insurance, starting from there, insurance is fundamentally at a very basic level a simple promise. A promise that should an unfortunate, an unforeseen event occurs, that we are there to support an individual, a family, that we're there to ensure the resilience of a business, and that we're there to ensure the continued progress of an economy. And that's the purpose that brings us all together. And I'm quite glad to also note that over the past 3 years, with that purpose, the insurance industry in Pakistan has been able to achieve certain milestones and progress through these years. Of course, we've had a collaborative and a supportive regulator. Without whom this wouldn't have happened. We have had great support from the federal governments as well as provincial governments to bring this all together. But one of the things that really stick out for me, and like you said, we're currently hosting you all from the platform of Insurance Association of Pakistan. It's a role that I've taken on over the past 2 years. One thing that has really stood out for me is the spirit of collaboration across the insurance industry. I will highlight a few initiatives and a few milestones that we've been able to achieve. But before that, the real thing that I would like to highlight is how the industry has come together, and in my view, quite honestly, for the first time in Pakistan, to work together towards delivering more for the people of Pakistan. And that has not been easy either. It's a diverse group of people with a diverse history and purpose, and bringing all that together for a collaborative joint purpose. Though it has had challenges, but there's also been that spirit which has ensured that we have been able to achieve that. Over the past 3 years, we've seen increased digitalization across the industry. We have seen innovation in products. We have seen greater collaboration between the government and the private industry. We have also seen the regulator taking a lead in ensuring international standards being adopted in Pakistan. And all these elements have been welcomed wholeheartedly by the insurance industry because we see it as positive steps towards a more resilient industry that contributes for the growth and resilience of Pakistan as well. Of course, given our co-hosts, Pakistan Society of Actuaries, it is, it wouldn't be complete to say that the insurance industry cannot survive without the actuarial profession. But the actuarial profession itself goes far beyond just the insurance industry. And we see that across the world. The actuarial profession itself plays a significant role in policy making, in providing the right data analytics and information for the government institutions as well as economic institutions. No regulator, especially an insurance regulator, can be complete without an actuarial team leading regulatory changes and advising them on that. Anecdotally, I'll share one little instance with all of you, just talking about the talent that Pakistan does have. A few years ago, I was in the UAE, and the Swiss ambassador there had hosted a dinner for regional banks and insurance companies. I was lucky enough to be invited to one of those. And while we were at this dinner, everybody kind of knew that I represent a company in Pakistan, the other CEOs that were there, till one of them found out that I'm also an actuary. And truth be told, this is rather verbatim. He was an individual. There were 2 CEOs, one from Jordan, one from Qatar, and another from Oman. And they quite honestly asked me, what is it about Pakistani actuaries? And one of them said that we have it as our HR policy, that if a Pakistani actuary is available in the market, just hire them. Ask questions later. And that, though that filled me with pride, it also explains to me why we struggle so much to keep them here in Pakistan, which we need to do a bit more of. But it just shows the talent that Pakistan does have. And if you all just simply bring it together, how it can, where we are contributing so much to economies around the world, to industries around the world, if we channel that a little bit more homegrown and we're able to retain them here, how much more we can achieve together. Yesterday, one of the key milestones that we touched upon was collaboration and partnership. What I'd really like to, when I'm sat with my team, be it at the IAP or State Life, one of the key examples I try and give or envision is you have the Tower of Babel. It was, in biblical storytelling, it was built to reach the gods, but it collapsed. It was a tower that it collapsed, and as you can always imagine, the way I like to imagine it, a tower is built on individual success. It's a linear structure. The higher it goes, eventually the foundations aren't strong enough and they collapse. Conversely, as we see, one of the greatest wonders of the world are the pyramids themselves. Through centuries, through thousands of years, through millennia, they have survived because of their structure, i.e. the foundation that keeps them upright. And a triangular structure and geometry and all really talks about the interlinking strength of collaborative foundation. And that is the message that we really want to take through in yesterday's evening, where we invited our partners to recognize them, and also the collaboration that we've had within the insurance industry itself. And that's where together we can grow better. And within the insurance, as we were talking to Rana Saab just now, insurance is critical as a quiet foundation for any economy to prosper. And that is where not only the insurance industry itself needs to step up a bit more, contribute a bit more, but that is a key message that we would also like to share with our government colleagues and our regulators, that there's a lot more for this industry to do. We recognize that as an industry, but there's a lot more that the potential of this industry can contribute to the wider country, and we need to recognize that together so that our purposes and our aims are aligned towards achieving those goals. And this is highlighted by some key statistics. Pakistan's penetration rate is 0.9%. For those of you who don't know, penetration is premiums divided by gross domestic product. It is one of the lowest in the regions. The regional average would be around 4%. The global average would be around 6%. And then you see the similar sort of reflection in the density, insurance density. Our insurance density is about $14 per capita. India is about $80 per capita. And of course, as you go towards the Far East, you see that increase a lot more. I do not see that as a negative. I see that as a clear sign of the potential of this industry, of how much it can grow, of what it can contribute towards the GDP, towards the economic prosperity of this country. And these opportunities are clearly out there. A lot has happened over the past 3 years. One of the key things that I'd like to highlight is the collaboration within the industry itself. We've had in the past let's call it a divide between public entities, state-owned entities, and private entities. I think I represent a state-owned entity on my day job. However, I think we've made significant progress in coming onto the same page and recognizing that competitive neutrality is essential. All entities should compete in a fair and transparent manner without any guaranteed business from any government institutions or anything whatsoever. And that fair competition is really what's going to ensure that we grow the industry as a whole. When we say penetration rate is at 0.9%, our challenge today then is not stealing or convincing people to shift from one insurer to another insurer. That is not our challenge here today. Our challenge is to increase the awareness and the value of insurance across the country. So millions of Pakistanis who are currently not insured come under this protection net, and that is needed. So I really genuinely believe that there is no concept, there should be no concept in Pakistan right now of competition, be it life insurance or be it general insurance. There should be no division between the concept of a public company or a private company. Equally, I will also say there should be no guaranteed business that a government entity should be getting. It should all be on a fair and a transparent basis to compete so that the best solution at the best price is given to the individual who needs that protection. Of course, we all know that Pakistan is a growing country. Its population is one of the youngest mean average age population in the world, which means not only are we getting young talent coming throughout, but it also means that there are increasing opportunities for the industry to innovate on, to work on with our provincial and federal governments, to work with the regulator, to provide opportunities and suggestions and recommendations for right legislative changes that help bring this about. Now, there have been, when I talk about legislative changes and initiatives, there have been some brilliant initiatives taken by the government, by the federal government and the provincial governments, and I think I would like to highlight a few of them here. I think we all understand and we all recognize crop being an agri country mostly, crop insurance is exceptionally important. A lot of work has been done on it. Yes, we're not quite there in where our area yield crop insurance would be, but I would give credit to Adnan Pasha Saab over here, the Finance Ministry, the State Bank of Pakistan, of what they've done in enhancing the crop loan insurance scheme that Pakistan has had previously, which brings us a step closer to implementing genuine crop insurance in Pakistan, and I'm sure working together with the Finance Ministry, we'll be able to achieve that soon. Similarly, at the provincial level, a great initiative has been taken, recognizing the work by the Sindh government, especially, and he'll be joining us later today as well, Chief Minister Saab of Sindh, in ensuring third-party motor vehicle. It's mandatory for every motor vehicle that's registered in the province of Sindh to have third-party motor vehicle, which of course, in the case of an accident, provides protection and cover for the families of the individual or the victim of that accident. And that's the first in Pakistan, and I'm certain that other provinces will also follow suit in that. Similarly, I think we have to recognize the support we got from the Federal Finance Ministry during the current budget season. For those of you who are not here from Pakistan, our revenue year runs from July to June. So, by Q2, by end of Q1, everybody is heavily involved in lobbying and consulting around taxes especially. And I think for the past 2 years, we've been very grateful that the Finance Ministry has given us a hearing and has spoken to us. And I think for the very first time this year, we were actually able to convince them to alter some of those tax rules that were coming in so that it is fair for the industry. And also, when we say fair for the industry, that means the highest return is able to be paid out to the policyholders themselves. And we're very glad that the FBR, our Tax Revenue Authority, and the Finance Ministry heard us, listened to us, and then did reflect that in the tax rules as well. Similarly, some of my life insurance colleagues, I think, I would say Javed Saab from Jubilee and a few others, we played a significant role in sitting down with the Revenue Authority in Sindh. It was an existential crisis that the industry was facing with provincial sales tax regime. And Sindh has taken a lead in that, and the Chief Minister himself was also involved in those discussions to resolve those issues for the industry and come up with a forward-looking mechanism and reforms on the taxation policy. And that has been, I think, one of the greatest successes we've been able to achieve with the help of the provincial government. So we'd really like to recognize that too. Together with that, the regulator, I think the past few years, we've had the most collaborative engagement with the regulator itself. We have an apex regulator who functions out of at the federal level. I think we have had some, great wins in terms of policy locators, digital claims payments, enhancing digital policies, getting all of that together. I think the regulator has been of a great support. We as State Life keep pushing them every single time with coming up with new products, and their support in approving and releasing those products and launching them is also greatly appreciated. And with this collaboration, I'm certain, with the vision that the regulator also has, in ensuring that the regulations in Pakistan meet international standards, and the industry is there to support that, to ensure that we have a transparent and a growing industry that is recognized globally. And as some of the participants here are, I hope by the end of this conference as well, you'll see that Pakistan is not a case where insurance is not taking root, but that insurance has taken root as an industry. And with the next coming years, the reforms that we are seeing will ensure a growing and a vibrant industry that is not only ready to serve the people and the economy of Pakistan, but an ideal position for future investments as well. Now, as we spoke about the future of the industry and what we see that can all come together. At the end of it, without taking too much of your time, because I know it's going to be a long day, I really do hope that you see today as an opportunity for conversations and an exchange of ideas. Our success out of this conference will be if more and more people walk out of today talking with a simple phrase, that's a good idea, let's work on it together. And that's all we want to achieve. We want to achieve a foundational stone today. It is the first such conference that has been held in Pakistan. And what we look forward to is that such platforms continue. The insurance industry is recognized as a partner to the government, as a partner to our revenue authorities for the sustained growth of Pakistan. I think we hope that the insurance industry is also recognized as one of the key pillars that can sustain the economy, not only through what it brings as a contribution to the GDP, but also as a vehicle. Insurers are unique in the sense of what they can contribute as a savings mechanism. Insurance is one of the only industries that can afford a long-term view on savings and projects, which means it can become a key pillar stone, a key cornerstone for government policies, especially where it considers infrastructure development and technological development, that insurers are seen as key partners into that investment for the government. That insurance is not seen as a product where we just collect premiums. That is not, obviously we all know that's not correct, but as a key element of ensuring savings across the country, which then ensure that liquidity management is held and seen. Liquidity management is seen across what it can deliver, but also as we have a young population, it can provide solutions to ensure their growth in their specific areas, and also areas such as pension reforms. Pakistan is uniquely plagued with our pension burden. Some of you might be surprised to hear that at the government level, till today, we operate a defined benefit scheme, which, as you know, is heavily burdensome. And that can only be changed with the help of the insurance industry. Longevity risk cannot be adopted by any other industry other than the insurance industry. And we need to be partners with the government to propose those solutions out, to lower the burden of the government and shift that balance of payments into a positive cash flow for the government as well. With that, I'll try and bring it to a close. And what I would like to once again say is that I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. I hope that all the conversations and the discussions that we put together are of value. I personally am really looking forward to each and every single one of them. And I look forward to engaging with you throughout the day. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much, Shoaib Saab. I think that was a very, just exactly the way the tone should be set for this landmark conference. I think let's give him a huge round of applause. Each word that Shoaib Saab has shared, I'll just take a minute because I was writing down while you were, sharing all your inspiring remarks. Each word, I think, connects right with the theme that we're all here for today, which is right there in front of you, reimagining Pakistan's resilience, building a sustainable future through insurance. If you must have noticed, there's one word that he kept sharing again and again because that is the key word that brings progress, and that is collaboration. Because I saw myself the entire show of collaboration last night, and I want to take another moment to appreciate how IAP actually recognized all the partners and presented IAP Partner Awards to all the industries across Pakistan. This was not just one industry. Here we're talking about 21 categories and 21 different organizations, and this varied from healthcare to digital to e-commerce and so much more. So I want again to give them a huge round of applause for recognizing the industry across, and that is how by collaboration, definitely insurance can come forward and help build resilient Pakistan. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Moving on, policy plays a defining role in shaping economic resilience and creating an enabling environment for sustainable growth. We all agree with that. As the saying goes, a resilient economy is one that prepares for uncertainty, not the one that merely reacts to it. And so the continued development of Pakistan insurance sector requires collaboration, as rightly mentioned by Shoaib Saab, not only with the private organizations and institutions, but also the government and the regulators and the policymakers as well. Because these are the stakeholders who are going to help what we'll be talking about the entire day, a resilient Pakistan. To share the policy perspective, I'm really honored to invite who will be talking about from stability to resilience, a policy agenda for deploying Pakistan's insurance frontier and into the broader economic vision, along with priorities shaping Pakistan's financial landscape. All we talk about is financial Pakistan landscape and a prosperous Pakistan as well. Please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Adnan Pasha Siddiqui, advisor to the Federal Minister for Finance and Revenue, to share his perspectives on this topic. Thank you so very much.
So Shoaib, I'm going to build on where you left off. So assalamu alaikum everyone. Welcome to Pakistan if you travel from abroad, long distances. Thank you for coming for the first association meeting like this. This is a landmark for Pakistan. Saeem Saab, always good to see you. Dignitaries visiting. President PSOA, Shoaib Saab, Excellency, thank you for inviting me, Shoaib. I'm going to make some requests here, and I had this discussion late in the evening with the finance minister. He's in Washington right now. Hopefully next time you invite him with the commerce minister. I know Jam Saab is also busy, but you have, the next best thing of both of them there. So I'll be, as you know, Shoaib, very direct and directional, because it's important that people understand why this sector is so important to us. So it's long overdue what you're doing here, and this collaborative effort should continue. It shouldn't be the first. It should be a series of this, and this is what our request and expectation as well is. So we're, for us, we assembled here this is a defining moment for Pakistan. So first, here our economy is stabilized. Inflation is in single digits, even with the wake of the what's happening in the region. And we all pray that it comes to an immediate end. Our current account is in surplus. We're back in conversation with the multilaterals and with bilateral partners on terms that were unthinkable just 18 months ago. And I've been on that journey for just over 2 years with the finance minister and the national leadership. And the effort that's gone in as a whole of system approach, as we say, is actually working. Expectations are very high. We just need to remain calm, tempered, and there's a storm going around the world. So we just need to stay abreast of that, remain nimble, but recognize how we can manage risk better. Now, for us, Pakistan, there are two existential risks. We talk about it, we write about it, we're doing something about it. One is the population, and the other is climate. And I'm not going to dwell too much on that, but I've built it into, with this long speech of mine, because you will understand this as an opportunity. People here, they're all commercial people. I'm here, and Rana Sahib is here to look after the public good. But we need you to look at this from a commercial angle. And when you monetize it, you build into your pricing, and you build it as a solution. And then you test it, and then you scale it. So what have we done? The finance minister and I, we were in DC just in April at the spring meetings, and he was part of this coalition of finance ministers for climate action. And we're done talking, and he also said this, we're implementing now. And I'll give you some examples of that. We've secured $1.3 billion of the IMF's Resilience and Sustainability Facility, $500 million from the ADB. We have $20 billion of the Country Partnership Framework. It's a first for the World Bank Group. There's another matching $20 billion from the IFC side for projects to come in. And there's a whole vertical on climate action. And we will talk about it because that's something that we all need to think about, how to mobilize that tactically on the ground. And then we have, multilateral windows where we can tap them for the annual climate financing of up to $600 to $700 million every year. I'm sorry, I'm not flashing any slides here or anything, so just hear me out. Bear with me because it's going to be, I don't want it to sound like a lecture, but some certain things need to be said and with direction. So please accept that, because this is an opportunity for this community of insurers, reinsurers, brokers, and actuaries to actually make Pakistan significant from an international perspective as well. But here's what nobody in this room can afford to forget. So stability, we've provided a platform. It is not our destination. The growth trajectory we have fought so hard to restore will be and can be very quickly derailed if it's not built on strong foundations of risk management and resilience. And those two parts, they're interlinked, and we need to try and figure out the best way of testing it in our localized environment. So, and which is precisely why what this conference does in the next, 6 to 8 hours will matter enormously. And so, again, being direct, because numbers have a clarity that rhetoric cannot match. And Pakistan, again, top 10 in most climate vulnerable economies on Earth. We emit less than 1% of the global greenhouse gases, yet we absorb a disproportionate share of the consequences. And it's actually, you can see it on TV this morning as well, what's happening in the north of the country. We've seen it in 2022 in Sindh, and that cost us 33 million people who got affected, or almost 1,700 people officially died in that, a lot of livestock lost, $15.2 billion in economic losses, and that pushed 9 million people more into poverty in this country, right? We don't talk about it, but we should, because that is what the fabric of society is. If we destroy the fabric of society, and displacement does that, it has profound socioeconomic and national security implications. So, and I think you all understand what that means. Now, what happened in 22 was in a single monsoon season. And we have monsoons every year. It's going to be different this year. It's coming down hard. I will touch on the El Nino. I recently wrote a piece on that because it's going to hit us hard. So as we go into this El Nino cycle as well, it's going to elevate. And now please look at it from your intellectual prism of actuaries and reinsurers and brokers as opportunities. So these threats you can convert to opportunities, solve them, and then see how you can build that into an institutional infrastructure that we already have, but you build the insurance layer on top. Now, when you have these monsoon patterns, you intensify the precipitation events, and then you also have this impact on our energy infrastructure and naturally agriculture. Both are going to get hit, not just from the monsoon, but in the dry season that's going to follow. And this is going to be a global phenomenon, but we will be hit. We're already seeing that because we talk to our neighbors as well on what they're going to experience on the eastern side. Here it may be even more severe, especially on the agriculture. I don't want to put a number to it. We can quantify it to some extent. Mia Saab sitting here from the ADB, he knows we have this NatCat model at the National Disaster Management Risk Management Fund. And they can quantify it, but how do you deal with it after that? How much insurance do we have in place? Where do we go from here? So these are questions to be answered. You mentioned, Shoaib Saab, 0.9%. The figure given to me was 0.87% of GDP. Again, the global average is 6.7%, and our peer, India, it's at around 4%, just north of 4%. That's only 7.8 million life policies covering a nation of 258 million. Forget about that 240 figure. We're close to 260 million, right? And we're growing. So we are dealing with that in a very institutionalized manner. We have a National Population Council because that's required now. PM Saab is going to chair it himself. The CDF is going to be involved. My boss is there. Jam Saab is there. Because we have to now address these and the climate part and then get your support and help to mitigate the risks. And again, I always bring this up. We are here to do public good. You are here to look at it from a commercial angle, but do it in a fairly priced manner that the common man can afford. Now, again, I've just quoted these numbers because, they should be known, and there are a lot of people here who are not from the community, so it's for them as well to absorb. So it's not to embarrass anyone here. And I say this because this gap is not a compliance problem. It's a design problem, the way I see it. Again, I'm not an insurer. I was in banking mainly abroad for about 30 years, and I've been working here for the last few years, so I understand the complexity in emerging markets and the human capital gap that exists here in Pakistan. Shoaib Saab, you mentioned that on the actuary side, and it happens in banking, it happens in every sector. And we're trying to reverse to an extent, but let's see how we. And then there's also a pricing problem, as I mentioned, and then there's a distribution problem. And most critically, I always say this is a business opportunity of enormous proportions for every player assembled here today. So please look at it that way. So you solve it for us rather than, we can enjoy this day and we can have a good chat and we do nothing about it, till we meet next year. And that's something which is a request from the finance minister that he's asked for me to mention a couple of things here. And he would like to know what gets done after this. So again, we don't want to be talking about we should be doing this. We commit to a framework today. I want us to focus on the how part from today and use this opportunity as we all assembled here, because the what is settled. The question I'm putting to this room is the actuaries here, insurers, brokers, development finance partners, is what is your how and what is your timeline, right? So I am going to come toward that at the end because that is going to be the ask from the Ministry of Finance, and hopefully the Ministry of Commerce will support it. The architecture now, so you should know, is more advanced than many in this room may be aware. Shoaib Saab, you were kind enough to help us along earlier in the year and toward the tail end of last year when we looked at designing insurance solutions on agriculture, and Mia Saab was there as well from the ADB. So I will mention a couple of schemes which are important these are Prime Minister's schemes, and they're very important, and this should go beyond any administration. This is for Pakistan, and you should look at it as in democratizing. You can call whatever you can write here that, Adnan said this or policy. This is about democratizing insurance. Like we've democratized banking, this should be, if not the same size, much larger, right? So please, think about it carefully and then design your KPIs. And I would also reach out to the sponsors as well of your companies so they understand this as an opportunity. So last year, when we launched, late last year, Zarkhezi, which is agriculture financing for smallholder farmers, uncollateralized lending. And so we worked, again, collaboratively with the State Bank of Pakistan, the Pakistan Banks Association. We have agri-tech people in there. We led the task force from the Ministry of Finance. And this is a fully digital, collateral-free agriculture financing solutions. The conventional wisdom was that, you can't lend to farmers with no collateral because banks typically lend against passbooks, as you know. They have no credit history, it's fragmented land records, except in Punjab where it's registered, and on holdings that are really small, it's 12.5 acres. And then you want to give money to tenant farmers? And I heard terms like, you're crazy, right? So we're already billions of rupees out of the door from 21 banks at the moment, all digital, to smallholder farmers. Most of that is in kind. So that's going out 75 to 80% is in kind. So you give it to, you create a loan structure, it goes out to farmers who buy inputs from it. So we're actually getting the FBR and the ecosystem aligned as well. So we know exactly what's going to be planted, because at the moment, no one really knows in any bank where this money is going. It's not going into agriculture, for sure. So now we have visibility on what is being planted, because we had Soparco in the room who actually helped us redesign the credit scoring model, right? 60% of the financing credit scorecard is agronomy driven. It's real-time data from Soparco and LIMS, and I think you all know what those institutions do. But we never fused them previously. And by the way, they're not doing it for free. They're charging a small price from the banks for the data, because we said charge them, right? Because if you don't charge, you will not get respect for what you're sharing with them. So it's working really well. It will be scaled up. And with your help, it can be accelerated. What did we do? We didn't rewrite the rules. We just redesigned the question. Now, this is what becomes possible as when you collaborate. When do you get to work with technology partners and a space agency in a country? Rarely. Here we created that opportunity, and I extend that to you, to all your community, to start working in the same manner, because it's been tested. There's no proof of concept required now. It's already done. Banks are already building in even life insurance, and it's a requirement from the State Bank. And they're also building in crop loan insurance into it. And I'll be talking more about that as well. So that's the extraordinary entry point for insurance here. What Zarkhezi didn't solve, CLIS will. Ek, do kafi nahi the. Shukriya. So sorry about that. The mandatory crop loan insurance scheme, it's a good scheme, but it's indemnity based, and it waits for field adjusters. So I'm going to talk your lingo, because I'm not from insurance, but hopefully I can appeal to you with this. You have loan assessments happening. There's a lot of paperwork, and in a country where 450% of the normal monsoon rainfall can arrive in the province in a single season, or where a GLOF event, it's happening right now, can devastate upper riparians in Upper Chitral, in Gilgit, overnight. By the time the indemnity process concludes, the farmer has already taken a distress loan at 70% APR in Pakistan. They sold their assets. They've probably lost some of the assets, because their assets are the cattle, their goat. The goat gives milk, nutrition to their child. his daughter was holding that goat with her dear life when they both got washed away in the floods. Just happened in the last 2 days. It doesn't happen to people here, but it happens to my countrymen, and that's what we're here to solve for. Let alone what happens when roads get washed and that girl, if she did survive, can't go to school. And then you tell me, we have an education problem. So I'm asking the actuaries here and the reinsurers to upgrade CLIS to a parametric area-based yield insurance product. That's my specific ask from the Ministry of Finance. One that triggers on Suparco's crop index or crop health index, Pakistan Meteorological Department's rainfall baselines, or temperature deviations. These are all known knowns to you. They were unknown to me. Now, payouts that arrive before the next planting cycle, which is the Rabi, and paying fairly priced premiums because we are finally using the right data. The problem we had was, and I'm just doing a little flashback, 2 banks tested area yield insurance, there were payouts, but the data that was used by those 2 banks, well, by the reinsurer as well, was provincial data. I'm sorry, it's garbage. So you use garbage, it is going to give you wrong results. Here you have access to satellite technology, which is slightly better, I presume, and you can true up using what you have on the ground, because the data on the ground is not very accurate. And you can take that from me and you can quote me on it. Because if the data was right, we will not be taking so long to address a lot of our problems. So let's look at things more intelligently, the way it's done in other parts of the world and in our neighbors as well. So we have the infrastructure, it's there. Suparco is feeding satellite intelligence to commercial lenders already, I've mentioned that. PMD has the meteorological trigger data. The National Disaster Management Agency, they have these hazard mappings. They issued one, the first one I remember was the 22nd of June this year. And that was true because it got a lot of people alerted early, and they did react in the Gilgit agency area. So they do the hazard mapping. The NDRMF, they hold the financial architecture within the CAT model, which is good. Can always be refined with your help and support. What is missing is this, again, this insurance product layer. So the pricing model, the reinsurance structure, and the payout mechanism that converts all of that data into timely financial transfer to a small business owner in Chitral or Peshawar or Faisalabad, or a sharecropper in Multan or in Rahim Yar Khan or in Dadu, right? Now, those are real people there. That's an opportunity all of us are missing. And when we miss it, there's a monetary angle, but then there's a social angle. So the global evidence is not theoretical. I will give you a few examples. People may not know about it. I did some basic research on what was done. It's not rocket science, but it's about building bench strength. Shoaib Saab, you mentioned that, which is very important, but also testing it. So what was tested was in the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, the CCRIF. They made 78 payouts on a total coverage of $1.5 billion. The payouts were around $390 billion, and this was disbursed in 14 days on a trigger event. Not 3 months, 14 days. And that speed of liquidity is the difference between a government managing disaster or that disaster managing the government, right? We don't want to be in a situation where, we get whiplashed. It's very painful. Every government is suffering right now internationally because of what's happening in our neighborhood. And that's the reason, that's my prayer that ends soon. Similarly, what happens every year, the climate change events, but also the natural events, the El Nino, these are real. You can't ignore them because they impact every member of society in Pakistan. In Mexico, they had this government-backed Cadena program, which provided parametric catastrophe insurance, protecting smallholder farmers against drought. And a lot of them were maize farmers. And maize is like we have wheat and rice. For them, we have maize as well, but for them, that's their main crop. and they use it for sustenance. So the payouts were triggered on rainfall indices, not field assessments, and the household incomes were stabilized. And it didn't take that long for them to come up with these solutions. Rural poverty also reduced, and the farmers are showing greater willingness to invest in sustainable agricultural practices because the downside now is bounded. So you have to give them the comfort that, look, I'm going to give you a solution. There's immediate payout. Immediate, yeah, 2 weeks is fine. But 2 months, 3 months, they're gone. Their livelihoods are gone. In the Philippines, the parametric insurance tied to wind speed and rainfall measurements has enabled rice farming cooperatives to forgive distress loans and extended new credit within days of a typhoon. Preventing these cycle of distressed asset sales that trap rural households in poverty for years after a disaster, that's something we should focus on. Preventative measures, but then having the insurance or risk management solutions in it. The question is not whether parametric insurance works. It does. The question is, why does Pakistan not yet have it at any scale? So there is one more dimension that changes the economics of everything I've described here. Artificial intelligence is fundamentally restructuring how insurance works. I presume you all know that much better than I do. And it's going to be very disruptive. But let's look at it from a positive angle, right? Cross-referencing satellite data, radar, ground data to calibrate parametric products that are faster to settle, more accurate, and less basis risk prone. I actually just know about something similar to insurance because I traded derivatives in my previous life for about 18 years, and they were mainly credit and weather derivatives and interest rates derivatives. Yeah. We don't have any of this in Pakistan, but what you need in Pakistan is insurance, which is going beyond what the vanilla products we have right now. Because the pie is very small in Pakistan. 1%, anything less than that, 2%. 2% would mean about, when we quantify it, maybe about $8 billion in the ecosystem. That's very good as a number, right? And that's real. So you have to think about growing this pie and bringing forth and using the government schemes to also design things that you can layer. And those are that's something that you put like plumbing. And I'm offering you that. Sarkhezi, Apna Ghar, which is in housing, and in new energy. And I will talk about it because these are 3 things you can potentially focus on. And what AI will do is incentivize structures which are tied to these preventative actions. So consider designing these parametric flood solutions. You can do it in the riverines in Sindh, and the premium is high today because mitigants are weak. Now add this layer. And the provincial government, I don't know if we have provincial government now, but they will, and I'm sure Murad Shah Saab is going to take notice of this because he is very concerned about these things, and this government here in this province really cares about these things. So they can implement these NDMA recommended early warning drills. They can reinforce designed embankments and install flood sensors within agreed timelines. They are being funded. The MDBs are there. But the premium can perhaps drop. If you do this properly, it'll help Sindh and Pakistan. The premiums can drop maybe up to 20%. That means a lot. And by the way, that 20% is not from me. So I spoke to some people I knew abroad who are actuaries, and they said, look, this is a number. You can throw it out there, but you can do it as you fine-tune. And this is a journey. It's not a destination. So the reinsurers, they can monitor the compliance through satellite data. Now, this I'll call as the, what I call the outcomes-linked insurance architecture, converting the insurance premium from a cost of risk into a driver of behavioral change at the government level. The MOF is ready to co-design that with you. Rana Saab, you've made that fantastic offer to chair a committee to do that. Please involve the insurance sector in that. And the MDBs as well, because they're already operating at the provincial level, and they're your natural partners. The finance minister has been explicit. We need bankable, investable climate projects. And this is what that looks like in the insurance domain. So to me, agriculture is the anchor in this country. It's 24% of our GDP, employs 37 roughly of our labor force. And the Zarkhezi integration point is ready for insurance sector to innovate and implement these solutions. But the other verticals I'd mentioned is in housing. There's a deficit of 10 million units. The mortgage insurance, catastrophe endorsements on housing stock are missing layers that make housing finance structurally unviable in certain areas, especially in the north where it's, there's seismic plates. Every bank needs these solutions and they can layer that. We can also help you from a policy perspective because policy is that changes. If it's not written, please come up with your recommendations through the Ministry of Commerce, and we'll work together to redefine this from a legislation perspective where required or regulatory perspective. In the new energy, we are looking to transition. So just actually on housing, we have almost 160 billion rupees of loans, affordable loans approved, 20-year loans. They're approved and they're now being disbursed. This is under the Prime Minister's Apna Ghar program. It's the first of its kind. MOF is underwriting that, first loss of 10%. We're also underwriting the markup as a support for the first 10 years at 5%. That gets people onto their housing track, and that's creating wealth for people at the bottom of the pyramid, and they can then start graduating. Similarly, the Prime Minister's launched PAVE, which is the Pakistan's accelerated vehicle electrification. So as figures, because you're all into figures, we have 20 million two-wheelers. 30 million two-wheelers. Beginning of last year, when we started working on the new energy policy, that the cost of that to Pakistan is $8.1 billion of fuel imports, just for those 30 million registered bikes. So under the NEV policy, in the next 5 years, we want to transition 2 million because we have a capacity constraint. That's an opportunity for people here, right? So look at these opportunities as new opportunities. It's not ICE versus EV. It's an and situation. But we are going to transition this economy, and we're starting with the masses because there's a cost saving for them. The Ministry of Finance is providing risk share at 20%. We're also giving a markup subsidy, so zero markup, so people can transition. We're also providing, if you take a bank loan, 50,000 rupees as a contribution from the government. And if you do this as self-financing, and this is for a lot of your team members as well, to think about for your own institutions. If they do a self-finance, we give you 80,000 rupees. And that means a lot to a person who has to sell a bike that they bought for 170,000 rupees and they have to graduate to 250,000 rupees or 300,000 rupees. That's what the government is directioning you to do. Please look at it from a commercial angle as to how you can offer to your own customers and to your own staff, and then promote these things because they will go beyond any government. This is for Pakistan. When we come to a new energy, there are many more projects that we will be bringing in on the infrastructure side as well, because you may have bikes and you may have cars coming in, but who's going to finance them and what sort of risk mitigation is being offered? So please look at insurance beyond the scope of the product suite you have and what you can do to underwrite some of that. You can look at it as a first loss or a second loss. We can work with you on that. If you want to be ahead of us or behind us, we can do a public-private partnership on that. So please consider that. I hope you're writing these down as work streams because we're very keen to know what you've done in the next 6 months and in a year. The second point, there are 3 asks. I've already mentioned what we need from a parametric area yield insurance for Zarkhezi. Then there's a sovereign parametric facility that we need. Then third is also engage with the SECP. I'm sure there's representation here. From a regulatory, legislative perspective, tell us where the current framework is a barrier to you. Write it down. Share it with Rana Saab. We'll work with you on that. SECP is a willing partner. They have a new leadership there. They are going to build brand strength. What you can't explain to them, we'll do it in a task force forum. Rana Saab You'll be leading that, so very kind of you, because these things matter a lot. Now, the fourth thing is, when you step up into these bigger government programs, the co-investment architecture, even though it exists, we need the government to step in. And if you have anything else that you think can be more inclusive, yes, we are going to be 370 million people in a generation, in 20, 24 years, right? This is an opportunity in Pakistan, but you need to uplift them. You need to give people the comfort that they have insurance. We are also looking to do the right sort of communication through the National Population Stabilization Program, where we start mass communication on how life matters and how life should be insured. So these are very important themes. Now, the price of inaction is not abstract. It cost us $30 billion in 2022, 9 million more people into poverty. But with no insurance payout, where are we today? The rewards for action are equally concrete. The market moving from 0.87% to just 2%. Let's just aim for that, perhaps, in the next 5 years. And you will have to set some milestones to move forward in that. The country with a parametric trigger embedded in its disaster risk management framework becomes a more attractive destination for FDI and for sovereign credit ratings. We are concerned about both. You make a more conducive environment. You also help upgrade our ranking in the world when it comes to countries or investors investing in Pakistan. And this has a multiplier effect. I mean, it'll be real, it'll be large, it'll be good for everyone in the value chain who can all gravitate towards this insurance sector. So what I'm asking this conference, so I'm sorry I've taken so long, but our asks are very simple. Let's end this conference when you do this evening, Shoaib Saab, with working groups emanating from these panels that you have today, 4 or 5 of them, to follow with assigned leads, a 1-year accountability horizon. And please do not let it disperse without these specific time-bound commitments. We may not achieve 100%, but we'll be on a journey. And this entire sector will move the needle above 1% to 2% or 3%. So we should look at it from an opportunity perspective. The brain power in this room is phenomenal. You have actuaries, who understand stochastic risk modeling. You have reinsurers who have priced catastrophe risk pools, perhaps across continents, 4 or 5 maybe. And you have policymakers here, who understand the sovereign fiscal architecture. Business leaders, I'm sure, are here who understand this opportunity as a profitable product design. So let's combine that today. This is Pakistan's moment. Stabilization is done. We're going towards measured growth, and the data infrastructure is ready. The regulatory appetite is there. Where you need to guide us, you please do in a formal manner. But the climate risk is not going anywhere. So let's look to address that. What the state can do for you is provide the ecosystem. And we will step back. We want you to lead this. The how part is for you to design. So thank you very much for listening to a very long speech here. But ab kar dalo. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause for Adnan Pasha Siddiqui Saab. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing the entire, I think he shared a whole roadmap towards how we can build resilience and how, like we mentioned earlier, collaboration between the government and the private institutions should be working together. Insurance plays an important role in supporting trade, investment, economic confidence, and sustainable growth. To share the government's perspective on the broader economic landscape and the role of commerce in strengthening Pakistan's future, it is my privilege and honor to invite our esteemed guest of honor to please join me in warmly welcome him on the stage to share his address, Mr. Rana Ehsan Afzal Khan, coordinator to the Prime Minister on Commerce, to address the conference. Thank you so much.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. So after Adnan's address, I think it was very detailed and comprehensive. So I'll try to build up on that. Firstly, I'd like to thank IAP and PSOA for organizing this international conference. I think it is very important. It is the first one, and this should continue. It gives you a good perspective on where we stand today. What are the gaps? What are the challenges? Great opportunity to network with all the stakeholders, set targets, goals, and then, if it happens next year, to review what has been achieved. So congratulations to the organizers for hosting this event. On behalf of the Ministry of Commerce, we recognize that the insurance sector, especially amid the economic, climate, and geopolitical challenges today, is playing a vital role in the federal government's vision of reviving the economy. With increased industrial activity and the growth of the service sector, the ability of the insurance products to match market demand is deeply important. The industry has consistently proved its readiness and determination to help build the nation. So as already discussed, in the last 4 or 5 years, we've had great macroeconomic challenges. But alhamdulillah, in the last 3 or 4 years, we've seen the credit ratings of the country continuously improve. The state-backed reserves have built up. We have a stable exchange rate, which is market-based. And we've seen inflation and interest rates calm down. And this is the platform and stability which is required for a predictable risk assessment and to continue on a journey of growth for your sector as well. The challenge is still there, as we've seen that we've achieved a growth rate of 3.7% compared to last year's 3.2%. And just with an increase of 0.5% growth, we've seen that the trade deficit increased by 8 billion. So we are maneuvering this macroeconomic challenge in a very cautious way, where we feel that we cannot go back into the boom-bust cycle which the country has been in. And I feel that this is the right approach. We cannot be frustrated on the low growth level. It is a challenge, but the country requires a higher growth to reduce poverty, to create jobs. But we cannot expedite this journey and do the same mistakes again. To reimagine Pakistan's resilience, the federal government recognizes that the modern economy requires digitized infrastructure. We cannot expect a 21st century insurance sector to thrive on a top-heavy, cash-heavy, undocumented economic base. And this is one of the main pillars of our government and national transformation policy of the Prime Minister. It is documentation of the economy. And you've seen that the Prime Minister holds a FBR review meeting every week. It is a weekly event. And we've seen that in the last 2.5, 3 years, the tax to GDP has crossed 10%. And by the end of this tenure, the target is 13.5%. And inshallah, we are on that way. We are moving away from fragmented manual processes towards end-to-end digital workflows through initiatives like the mandatory digital invoicing, point of sale integration, and the introduction of the National Faceless Center for Assessments. We've expanded the track and trace to multiple sectors. We have invested in FBR, and all this will lead to increase in the documentation in the economy, which brings a great opportunity for your sector as well. Another major target for this government is the SME sector. As already mentioned by Adnan Saab, he went into the micros, the agriculture side, the service, the industries. So SME is the key to include them into documentation and to give them access to financing. We've activated SMEDA, State Bank. We are working continuously with State Bank. We review the liquidity and the financing by the commercial side to the SME side. So this is key. We feel that this is where we will turn around the economy. So this is an important area which the Prime Minister reviews these data, what is happening on a monthly, weekly basis. As banks extend credit to these newly documented SMEs, The demand to safeguard these financial exposure multipliers. Lenders required credit protection, asset insurance, and business interruption policies. This targeted integration between SME financing and the banking sector is a massive catalyst that will exponentially drive the growth of the insurance sector. Parallel to this, the Prime Minister's drive to the cashless Pakistan is revolutionizing the landscape. With over almost 137 million mobile banking users, 12 billion digital transactions last year, we are eliminating the friction of premium collection. This paves the way for micro-insurance products, enables parametric models where claims can be settled instantly to the smartphones of those affected. As we build this digital architecture and help you increase your float, the capital you hold before settling claims, we must ensure that the insurance industry operates with absolute integrity. Trust is the ultimate currency of your business. The public must have confidence that the consumer rights are protected and the payouts are settled in a timely, transparent manner. My commitment, as already mentioned by Adnan Saab, it is a two-way street. The government expects the industry to prioritize rapid, customer-centric payouts. In return, we will provide the digital shield you need by integrating the insurance sector with robust digital public infrastructure, such as NADRA's biometric verification, digitized national health registries, and digital police records. We will help you drastically reduce fraud. We will eliminate the shichandri so that you can settle legitimate claims instantly while fearlessly protecting the rights of the honest Pakistan citizen. So to achieve this, as already recommended by Adnan Saab, and we were discussing with Chairman Saab as well, that we will form a joint working group, and we will form the TORs by discussing with you, so we can engage on a continuous way to see the legislative, regulatory frameworks, what are the gaps, and there are many gaps. There are many stories. I was just, mentioning that a personal friend, he had fire in the industry, and then it took him 8-9 years in the judicial system. And then SCCP does not have any enforcement, and the payout is still pending. So these are the areas where we need to work on, where we need to improve, and we need to, bring in the provinces as well and collaborate with each other. So we will ensure that there is such a working group and it is active, because, you make a working group and then the meetings never happen. So we need to push each other and be in touch. So hopefully this will happen very soon. As soon as I go back, we will make sure that this happens. So when we talk about the federal government, we have the Prime Minister's National Health Program. It is operating under the Federal Sehat Sahulat framework. It remains a cornerstone of our commitment to accessible healthcare. It is providing free cashless inpatient care to eligible families across Islamabad, Azad Jammu Kashmir, Gilgit-Baltistan. We are directly reducing the burden of out-of-pocket medical expenses through our digital verification systems integrated with NADRA. We have modernized the delivery of these services, ensuring that aid reaches those who need them most with the transparency and efficiency that a technology-enabled system provides. The State Bank of Pakistan, as already mentioned, has upgraded its crop loan insurance scheme, CLIS Plus, integrating technology-driven risk assessment to protect eligible farmers. So the groundwork for exponential growth is being laid. The expansion of digital public infrastructure, the formalization of our markets, and the integration of SMEs into the banking system are an open invitation for the insurance sector. By committing to macroeconomic stability, protecting consumer rights, combating fraud together, and collaborating on modern legislation, we can unlock the true potential of this industry. We are providing the canvas. We look to your innovative solutions that will safeguard our citizens and businesses. Thank you. I look forward to interacting with you during the evening and hopefully look at the stalls and see what sort of innovation this sector is bringing. Thank you so much. Very kind.
Thank you very much, Rana S. N. Afzal Khan Saab, for sharing valuable perspective and insights on the role of commerce and economic priorities. Moving on, we have another wonderful international speaker, and I'd like to invite her on stage, Ms. Amy Barnes, Head of Energy and Power, Head of Climate and Sustainability Strategy, Marsh. She's all the way here from London. So please join me in warmly welcoming Ms. Amy Barnes. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, salam alaikum, and thank you very much for allowing me to address you today. Apart from I don't actually know what I'm going to say. I have a lot of words here, but so many of them have been said by our prior speakers about the urgency for climate action, some of the things that our industry needs to do. So I'm torn between saying something that's well scripted and well thought out, but maybe repetitive, and doing something off script, and I think I'm going to go off script, so please bear with me. We've spoken a lot about the impacts of climate change. I speak about climate change all over the world. And I normally need to give data points, but in this room, that just isn't necessary. As the representative said, we are in one of the top 10 most impacted countries in the world. Thank you very much. And the impact is only going to get bigger. The impact on GDP, if we do nothing, is going to be contraction of 18 to 20% by 2060, or what some of the forecasts say. So doing nothing is not an option. So let's talk about some of the things that we can do. Now, when we think about the losses from extreme weather, we normally do focus on the costs of damages to individual assets. But we think that, but we developed a framework to help people think about the impacts more holistically. At the center of this wheel, you'll see the framing of the damage to individual assets. And we need to think about this in a number of ways. Not just the impact of flooding or of wind on the asset itself, but also how do operations and systems need to change in the context of climate change? Because workers may not be able to work in the same way. We may find that systems need more maintenance. Thank you very much. That systems need more maintenance and protection. But we may also find that our emergency response doesn't work in the way that we'd anticipated. I'm going to use as few US examples as I possibly can as I speak today. But in the US, in the wildfires, the devastating wildfires that they had last year, they ran out of firewater. Same in Hawaii, they ran out of firewater. They had none of the resources that they had planned for to deal with an emergency. Now, in the future, and you talked about El Nino that we're in, where we're going to see more drought and more flood. We'll see more extremes of both types in the next 18 months or so. It doesn't just need to be a climate-related event where we don't have access to water. It could be a regular factory fire. So as the climate changes, will we be able to respond to emergencies in the way that we expect to? And that does impact everyone sitting here in the insurance industry, as many of you will take a very risk-engineered approach to thinking about the exposures. How is that going to change? If I talk a little bit about worker health, I think this is one of the things we find hardest, and I have a very strong P&C background, one of the hardest things to price. But I know, again, from my work in the US, that when we're in periods of extreme heat and people don't have access to home cooling, they turn up to work often underslept and dehydrated. And that means they have weaker cognitive abilities. That means they crash their forklift truck more often. We're not just talking about the real heat-related illnesses. We're talking about routine losses that we already have that linkage to that we're seeing in other economies that I'm sure if we had the data that we'd see here as well. So what can we do? Well, really interestingly, a construction company that we work with did a really small pilot on one project. Just as people arrived at work, they implemented a hydration station and encouraged their workers to drink more. And there was a measurable reduction in those small accidents that can escalate. So there are some things that we can do. But I want to talk outside of the asset and think about the wider system in which we operate. I'm not going to talk about all of these issues, as I know we're already horribly over time, so I'm going to try and be as concise as possible. But I do want to talk about infrastructure. Now, for Pakistan, arguably the single largest transmission vector of climate change is the infrastructure. And there are, I think, three hotspots. Power. A quarter of your generation comes from hydro, which is dependent on the flows from the Indus fed by the Himalayan glaciers. And that is only going to give us increased volatility in access and availability of power. But we're also going to see changes because of the rapid increase in solar energy that's come in the past few years, and the exposure to the typhoon storms that we're going to see. And so how could we see disruption to power there? We also have the impact in transportation. Now, in 2022, thousands of kilometers of roads and dozens of bridges were destroyed. In Sindh and Balochistan, they were physically severed from ports. And so export of goods that weren't damaged by virtue of the floods couldn't actually reach Karachi. And so an economy's logistics network is only as strong as its weakest links. And then if we think about the ports themselves, in Karachi and Port Qasim handled the overwhelming majority of Pakistan's trade, and both are exposed to sea level rise, cyclone intensification from the Arabian Sea, and urban flooding. And so where is the redundancy to support that? And I think it's really important to say that infrastructure losses compound in ways that asset losses don't, because of the fiscal constraints that slow reconstruction. A damaged bridge that stays damaged for the next 2 years is not a one-off loss. It's a 2-year tax on every single business that's dependent on it, which is why the question for the room is not simply how we rebuild after the next event, but how we finance the rebuilding before it using pre-event policies. The next one I want to talk about is supply chain. Now, in the garment sector, much of Pakistan's economy, your customers are already thinking very significantly about how climate will show up in their risk. So the clothing brands that this company supplies in Europe and North America are embedding climate and sustainability criteria into their supplier selection. And resilience is becoming a procurement requirement, because a manufacturer who cannot demonstrate that their facility will still be operating after the flood are at risk of losing orders to Vietnam and Bangladesh without any damage even occurring, just because of the lack of resilience. And we actually saw a version of this in 2022, when some of the buyers who moved their supply chains away from Pakistan during this disruption have not returned. So what are we doing about that? We do a survey every year on adaptation. And as you can see from the slide behind us, every part of the world is feeling the impacts of climate change. So to help companies, we've built a tool called Centrisk that maps supply chain risk. It maps not just your tier 1 suppliers, but also your tier 2 and your tier 3, the companies that sit above you in the supply chain. And so from a Pakistan perspective, that means that a company sitting in Belgium can understand where Pakistan sits in its supply chain, and it can start to see if they have an overexposure to Pakistan climate change. And that is a very real issue. If I take the automotive industry, we have clients who are relocating their supply chain away from parts of Southeast Asia that cannot demonstrate that they have the resilience to supply them through the next crisis. So there's an opportunity to use tools like Centrisk to understand where there are bottlenecks and concentrations, and increasingly understanding how you can provide evidence to your customers about your resilience, which will enable them to buy contingent business interruption insurance against any downtime you have. Let me ping back to that one. So let me then talk finally a bit more about people in the workforce. And this is where heat stress is the dominant mechanism. Now, the International Labour Organization projects that managing that there will be material working hour losses across Southeast Asia by 2030. And the wet bulb readings, do wet bulb readings mean anything here? It's a measure of humidity, and the higher the wet bulb reading, the harder it is to work. But already we're seeing in Jacobabad? Okay, thank you. And in Sindhi, already those wet bulb readings are approaching physiological limits. Now that's going to fall hardest on agriculture, construction, and non-cooled factory floors, which again is going to be much of the textile centre. However, workforce productivity, as I've already said, is one of the hardest things for us as an insurance industry to underwrite. And there is no clean parametric trigger for that, for the lost labour productivity hours, in the way that there is for rainfall or wind speed. And so I think here, our role is to, with our actuarial colleagues, understand the exposure so we can direct capital, ours and our clients, towards adaptation and investments to reduce the underlying risk. Now, the reason I've taken you through these 4 criteria and these channels is because they compound, they do not add. A single flood may destroy a crop, a mill, or the road between them, and it displaces workers all simultaneously, which is what turned the 2022 Pakistan from 5% GDP growth to a sub 1% GDP growth year. And it's why credible modelling puts the cumulative cost of climate change, as I've already said, at 18 to 20% of GDP by 2050, based on current trajectory. But really, fortunately, Pakistan does not lack the knowledge of what to do. It lacks the financing capacity and risk transfer. So what do I think we should do? And I will talk about some things that we are doing. This isn't all just wishes. Firstly, incentivize resilience. We in this room know better than anyone how to price risk. But what we're really bad at doing is communicating how we do that. So in the UK, when I buy my home insurance, I'll do it on a website. I won't talk to a human. And I know that if I have a burglar alarm or locks on my windows, then I can impact the premium I'm charged. How are we giving information to our clients so they understand the impact of the resilience on their cost of risk? So we've developed a very simple framework that we published 2 weeks ago that we're hoping the whole industry will adopt, a 4-step process. First of all, encouraging clients to have a forward-looking view of risk, to ensure that we have good data, and I know that's a challenge in some of the provinces in Pakistan, but that use forward-looking natural catastrophe models, which are aligned with scientific protocols, rather than solely using historical data, to develop probabilistic predictions of flood, wind, wildfire, and other specific exposures over the next 20, 30 years. The next step is to undertake a gap assessment, a gap analysis of the existing resilience measures. And the reason I say that is when we go out and survey clients, we often find that they have resilience measures that aren't being effectively communicated to insurers. And so we have many instances where we've helped clients reduce their premiums by doing a better job of explaining what they're already doing rather than doing anything new. Now, we all know that clients and the insureds need to do more things to build their resilience, but we need to understand that gap analysis so we understand the current state, and we can then, as step 3, give advice as to the resilience interventions that they need to make, that may be a mix of capital projects that need to be undertaking, but some of it is going to be about emergency response and rebuilding. With that information well documented, we can then, as step 4, go to the insurers and get that translated into changes in premium outcomes. Now, it doesn't always need premium outcomes. It may be lower deductibles. It may be faster deductibles, because we need to see insurance as emergency liquidity for to ensure that a lot of businesses get back on their feet. So we're doing work along these lines to support clients in the US, in Europe, in Southeast Asia already. I will not say it's mainstream, because one of the challenges I'd say to our government colleagues is, as the insurance industry, we aren't seeing a consistent demand signal from our corporate clients that this is important to them. And without that demand signal from corporate clients, it's really hard for us as an industry to deploy significant resources to address these issues. But we are definitely seeing the start of a demand signal, and I would say it's coming most frequently from banks and from asset managers. And the asset managers, critically, are really concerned about the value of an asset at the end of a hold period, because if the new buyer cannot buy insurance or cannot buy affordable insurance, then the value of that asset is below expectations. So that's the first thing we need to do. As an industry, we need to do a better job of communicating to our clients how resilience pays. Secondly, we need to build parametric solutions at scale. It's not just that the indemnity policies can be slow, it's that they don't provide emergency liquidity that is often needed. And there are some really frightening statistics from the US about the number of businesses that actually manage to recover after a climate event because of that lack of liquidity in those critical few months following. Now, these policies we know pay out in days versus years. I think you gave an example of 14 days. I've seen 4 days. And I'm going to use an example of work that we're already doing to create some of these policies. 10 years ago, we founded a microinsurance entity to close the protection gap, to go out to the most vulnerable communities to provide them with insurance support. You may be familiar with one of the schemes that we do in India, where women in the informal economy have access to microinsurance. So if the temperature is more than, I think, 43 degrees, but please don't quote me, for 3 days, then they get microinsurance payments. Those payments are $1 to $1.50, and they allow people to feed their families. And when you speak to the women that have benefited from these insurance payouts, they don't talk about the impact of money as much as they talk about the impact on their dignity of being able to feed their families. But one of the best known examples comes to the agricultural supply chain. We work with Nespresso, the coffee company, in a number of countries where the farmers buy microinsurance, parametric policies that will pay out if the rains don't come in planting season or the sun doesn't shine during the harvest season. Now, the premium is paid for by the farmers. It's not paid for by Nespresso, but the work that Nespresso did up front, and it's on their website so anybody can read about it, was to fund the education campaign so there was a good understanding of insurance as a tool. And so these farmers, critically, in the event that the coffee crops don't come, are able to repay their debt. As when we did work, we found that it was the debt that they'd taken out to buy seed or fertilizer that was crippling and ultimately led them relocating to cities and stop working in agriculture in future. So I think there's a massive opportunity to improve the availability of parametric policies to corporate clients so they have the liquidity to keep working, but also micro policies in the agricultural sector. But we do need help from government and from corporate sponsors for education, so people understand and trust in this mechanism where they may not even have banking agreements. So to pay premium that they can ill afford for an event that may not happen is a really big psychological shift that we do need government's support with. And then 3, I will carry on the government theme, partnering with governments for catastrophe risk pool. Now, no one insurer can close the protection gap, but pool structures backed by international reinsurance with government participations and sometimes premium support have worked elsewhere. And we've seen versions of these in the Caribbean, we've seen them in Africa, we see them in Southeast Asia. They're also being used in North America. In North Carolina, the government is working on schemes where they have pooled risk, and in an innovative first of a kind that we did with Guy Carpenter in North Carolina, if there are no claims payments in any one year, we are giving resilience credits, not no claims bonuses, resilience credits, where the pool itself is mandated to invest that credit back into resilience measures to improve the roof quality, to improve all of the vulnerabilities that the building stock has. So we know they're already working, and we have the capacity, we have the structuring expertise, we also have the modeling ability, but we need collaboration to develop them. So what else we need from government? We know that government is working to support these aims with the introduction of the Pakistan Insurance Bill in 2026, which does allow for index-linked parametric insurance. But other interventions that are encouraged would be to incentivize catastrophe cover for critical industry and infrastructure assets, to invest in public hazard data, as the quality of the hazard data in parts of Pakistan are not good enough for us to reliably and consistently price. To think about premium support targeted at smallholders and low-income householders where affordability is a genuine barrier. But above all, to focus on adaptation that reduces the underlying risk, because insurance can spread the risk, but it cannot make an uninsurable risk insurable. Only adaptation does that. So let me close where the session this morning began, which is that the $30 billion 2022 flood loss was almost entirely uninsured. And the next event is not a question of if, but when. So the choice for this room is not whether Pakistan pays for climate risk, because you're already paying. It's that you're paying in destroyed assets, in severed infrastructure, in disrupted trade, and in lost working hours. So the choice is whether we pay retrospectively and chaotically, or whether it prices the risk in advance, transfers it, a meaningful share of it, into the global markets, and channels savings into resilience. These are the types of problems that we solve, and this is why I feel so proud to work in this industry. We price risk honestly, we reward those who reduce it, and we put capital behind recovery at the moment that it's needed most. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Amy, for your wonderful, insightful presentation and all the key climate framework. I want to actually appreciate all the speakers. We'll be presenting mementos to all our speakers. So may I please have Mr. Osama and Dangra, the president of PSOA, on the stage to present the memento, and also Mr. Mohammad Hisham, the vice chairman of IAP, to present the memento to our esteemed speakers. First, I'd like to invite Amy Barnes to please kindly join us on stage to present. We'll be presenting a memento to you, and this memento, let me tell you everyone, is actually a handcrafted painting specially commissioned for our delegates who are our speakers today. And this particular painting is by Karachi Vocational Training Center students. All right. I'll also like to invite Mr. Adnan Pasha Siddiqui to kindly join us on the stage, please. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much, Amy. She's actually here from London for all of us. I think that deserves another round of applause. Thank you. Adnan sir, please stay with us on the stage. Thank you so much. All right, now we're going to present a memento to Mr. Adnan Pasha Siddiqui, advisor to the Federal Minister for Finance and Revenue, for his wonderful contribution today. And it was actually a great roadmap. A huge round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Oh, please be seated. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, next is a very interesting film that you're going to actually see now. It's a conference film, and it has a wonderful title, and the title is If Tomorrow Arrives Differently. I'm not going to, open the surprise for you guys, so you can see it for yourself. Please turn your attention to the screen. Thank you so much. We're very happy and honored to have our honorable chief guest with us here today, which is Syed Murad Ali Shah Saab, the Honorable Chief Minister Sindh. Let's give him a huge round of applause. Thank you so very much. All right. We'll be having the honorable chief guest with us on the stage, please. Thank you so much. And we'll also be having Mr. Shoaib Javed Hussain on the stage with us to be seated along with Mohammad Hisham, Osama Dangra, and Rana Saab, and Adnan Pasha Siddiqui Saab. Can you please have me on the stage? Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. We're very honored to have you. And so we'll begin with the welcome address to the chief guest by our very own Mr. Shoaib Javed Hussain, the chairman of Insurance Association of Pakistan and the CEO of State Life Insurance Corporation of Pakistan. Can we please have you at the podium, sir? A round of applause. Thank you.
Jay, good morning once again to everyone, and a special thank you for the Honorable Chief Minister Saab, our Sayyid Murad Ali Shah Saab. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here. We know how busy your schedule is, and you still took time to be here with us at this conference. Of course, once again, a warm welcome to Minister Saab, exercising duty, our coordinator from the Prime Minister's Coordinator Office for Ministry of Commerce, and of course, our Special Assistant to the Finance Minister, for all being here. You've all heard me speak earlier today, so I'll be very brief, also being very conscious of the busy schedule of the Chief Minister. CM Saab, we've had a very robust morning so far. Not only did our representatives from the federal government share their thoughts and policy frameworks, but they also highlighted the importance of the insurance industry, ensuring resilience of Pakistan in its economic growth, but also towards the challenges that we face. We had Amy Barnes, who's joined us all the way from the UK. She's flown in especially for this event, and she spoke about the importance of climate resilience and what we have to do there. We as an industry recognize the role that we have to play, not only to strengthen the hand of the government, provincial and federal, but also to ensure a fair and the best possible solutions available for every Pakistani, be it at an individual level or an industry level, to ensure that they can move forward in this world or look forward to their future with confidence. Sir, we also highlighted the key role the Sindh government has played. We want to highlight, especially thank you and Minister Saab here for implementing third-party motor vehicle. It is a first of its kind implementation in Pakistan. It has been led directly from CM Saab's office as well, and a vision and initiative by the Minister Saab. It is critical because, just to highlight a little bit to our participants over here, we have seen in Pakistan the dire need for protection, especially for the not-haves. There are many cases, unfortunate cases and incidents of accidents which take place, and the victims are left unattended or unserved. This initiative ensures mandatory third-party motor vehicle insurance, which means any such instance is paid out immediately. And the best thing about this is it's all digitally implemented to ensure transparency and swift delivery of services. Equally, Chief Minister Saab, we would really like to thank your leadership in resolving a critical issue for the life insurance industry, which was the sales tax. Under your leadership and your guidance, together with Sindh Revenue Board, for the first time, we've been able to come together with a progressive, forward-looking policy reform change, which will only enhance the ability of the insurance industry to deliver to the people of Pakistan. And it's a lead that Sindh has taken, and we thank you for your leadership over there too. So we also recognize the importance you yourself on a personal level put to social protection and the health industry. We see different models being adopted everywhere, but we also like to highlight the social protection reforms that have been brought in Sindh, the special ministry that you have set up and you're looking after yourself. And as an industry, as an insurance industry, we believe our work is social welfare, and we look forward to collaborating with the provincial government to ensure better services across diaspora in Sindh. And together with that, sir, I would thank you once again for taking your time and being here with us. We thank you for your leadership and your vision, and we want to assure you that we as an industry will stand steadfast in ensuring the best services for the people of Sindh and for the people of Pakistan, and do whatever we can to ensure transparent and quick delivery across the province. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shoaib Javed Hussain, for your insightful remarks and a wonderful welcome address to our chief guest, Honorable Chief Guest, Syed Murad Ali Shah Saab. Honorable Chief Guest and Mr. Mukesh Kumar Chawla Saab, the Honorable Minister, Excise Taxation and Narcotics Control, Sindh, we now have the privilege to present a specially curated video showcasing the vision, the collaborative efforts, and the progress of the Sindh Mandatory Third Party Motor Insurance Program. This pioneering initiative by the Government of Sindh represents a significant step towards enhancing road safety, protecting accident victims, and strengthening financial security across the province. The video has been very thoughtfully curated and presented to all of you. May I please have the video?
Every journey begins with hope. Every day, millions of people travel across the roads of Sindh to work, to school, and to build a better future. But every journey also carries risk. When road accidents occur, the consequences can be devastating for families. That is why Motor Third Party Insurance, MTPI, is so important. It provides financial protection to innocent victims when they need it most. Government of Sindh has taken a historic step by making motor third-party insurance mandatory for registered vehicles across the province. This reflects government's commitment to protecting lives, promoting responsible vehicle ownership, and creating safer roads for every citizen. To make insurance affordable for everyone, Government of Sindh introduced major relief by reducing stamp duty from Rs 500 to Rs 50 and sales tax from 15% to just 5%, ensuring financial protection is now within reach for millions. The Insurance Association of Pakistan played a pivotal role in bringing together insurance companies onto a single digital platform, enabling industry-wide collaboration and seamless service delivery. At the heart of this ecosystem is Central Depository Company, CDC, serving as the motor insurance repository. Through its integration with the Excise, Taxation, and Narcotics Department, CDC enables secure, real-time verification and management of motor third-party insurance policies across Sindh. Supporting this digital ecosystem is MTPI.PK, designed, developed, and managed by Neoteric Technologies. Integrated with CDC's motor insurance repository, the platform enables paperless, secure, and real-time issuance of MTPI policies by 26 insurance companies, delivering a seamless digital experience for citizens. A dedicated MTPI helpline provides daily customer support for policy inquiries, complaints, end-to-end claims management, and general information, ensuring timely and efficient service. The reform has also transformed citizen protection. Compensation for loss of life has increased from Rs 20,000 to up to Rs 700,000, providing meaningful financial support to affected families. Claims are now processed on a no-fault basis through a simplified claims process, enabling eligible claims to be settled within 45 days of completion of the required documentation. This ensures quicker financial relief for accident victims and their families when they need it most. The impact speaks for itself. From only 11,000 policies issued previously, Sindh has now crossed nearly 200,000 paperless MTPI policies, a remarkable achievement made possible through the regulatory leadership of SECP. The vision of Government of Sindh, the collaboration of the Insurance Association of Pakistan and the insurance industry, the Motor Insurance Repository managed by CDC, regulatory framework provided by SECP, and the digital innovation delivered by Neoteric Technologies. This is more than an insurance initiative. It is a landmark public sector reform, a model for digital governance, a commitment to protecting lives, and a stronger, safer future for the people of Sindh.
Thank you so much for your kind attention. We hope this video presentation definitely provided a meaningful into the vision of collaboration and collective efforts behind the Sindh mandatory third-party motor insurance programs. Kudos to all the teams behind it, and especially the Government of Sindh. A huge round of applause, please. It is now our privilege and honor to have with us today, like I mentioned earlier, our Honorable Chief Guest, Syed Murad Ali Shah Sahab, Honorable Chief Minister Sindh. Please join me in welcoming, with a huge round of applause, our Honorable Chief Guest to welcome the Address Conference. Thank you so much, sir.
Bismillah ar-Rahman Rahim. Respected guests on the podium, members of the Insurance Association of Pakistan and the Pakistan Society of Actuaries, respective guests who've come from all around the world, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. It's a great pleasure for me to join you at the first Insurance Association of Pakistan and Pakistan Society of Actuaries International Insurance Conference. I'm grateful to Chairman IAP, Mr. Shoaib Javed Hussain, the Executive Committee of the IAP, the PSOA Council for inviting me, and I congratulate them on organizing a successful event. I also extend a warm welcome to our international delegates who've traveled to Karachi to participate in this conference. From what I've learned, today's proceedings so far have been rich in insight. The discussions have been excellent and have brought together a wide range of international and local perspective. I'm sure that the discussions today will be beneficial to all stakeholders who are present here. All industries rely on strong human capital to grow. I am encouraged to see an increasing number of students pursuing actuarial studies and a large contingent of young professionals present here today. The Government of Sindh is keen to provide any capacity building support needed by the industry, and I would welcome the opportunity to explore such initiatives with the IAP and the PSOA. The Government of Sindh recognizes the important contribution of the insurance industry and the pivotal role that it plays in supporting economic activity. Beyond providing risk mitigation tools for businesses and individuals, the industry generates significant employment and is among the top contributors to sales tax collection in this province. The Government of Sindh has always strived to ensure the safety, social welfare, and protection of our people. I am happy to share that Sindh is the first province to legislate and enforce mandatory motor third-party insurance for all vehicles registered in the province. The Motor Vehicle Act was amended in 2026, has introduced important changes in the Provincial Motor Vehicle Ordinance 1965, including mandatory MTPI cover of Rs 700,000 and in the event of death, and up to Rs 500,000 for disability caused to a third party by an insured vehicle to be paid by the insurer within 45 days. I'm sure that the Insurance Association of Pakistan will endeavor to make sure that these payments are made timely so that the people who lose their life or are disabled are compensated as soon as possible. With the collected efforts of the Excise and Taxation Department, insurance companies, IAP, Central Depository Company, the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, and Neotrek Technologies, all vehicles are being provided digital motor third-party insurance policies since March 2026. And as was explained in the video, we have covered almost 200,000 vehicles so far, and we expect the compliance to increase significantly over the year. I am confident that these efforts will lead to a meaningful change. Combined with improved road safety awareness and stronger enforcement of traffic regulations, we will be able to create safer roads and better protection for commuters. To protect our farmers from losses due to natural catastrophes, the Government of Sindh has kept crop insurance exempt from sales tax. We are fully aware of the risks posed by climate change and the growing threat faced by our agriculture sector, as highlighted in this conference. and we stand ready to help minimize the protection gap. The government of Sindh is also committed to expanding social protection for our people through programs managed by the Sindh Social Protection Authority. Sindh delivers targeted insurance, welfare, and medical benefits through several key initiatives. Among them is a free universal accidental insurance policy scheme that provides rupees 100,000 to the legal heirs of any citizen aged 18 and above who dies in an accident. This scheme is fully funded by the provincial government. To further facilitate industry and business activity in the province, the government of Sindh continues to focus on improving the ease of doing business and attracting investments. I met with representatives of the Insurance Association of Pakistan and the insurance industry in May 2026, and I'm pleased to announce that the long outstanding sales tax issue affecting the industry have been positively reviewed by the Provincial Assembly. The necessary amendments to the Sindh Sales Tax Act have now been introduced through the Finance Bill 2026. We in the Government of Sindh value our professionals and remain committed to working with industry to continuously improve our policies and governance so that Sindh offers a conducive, high growth, and sustainable business environment. Once again, I congratulate the organizers for convening this important event. I also thank all the speakers, panelists, and the delegates for the valuable contribution and for choosing Karachi as your host city. Once again, I thank the organizers for inviting me here today and enabling me to interact with the insurance industry people. Thank you very much. Pakistan Zindabad.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Guest, Syed Murad Ali Shah Sahab, Honorable Chief Minister Sindh, for such an inspiring address and for sharing your vision and support for strengthening insurance and financial resilience in Pakistan and Sindh as well. Thank you once again. A huge round of applause, please. And now we move to our presentation of certificate appreciation, which we would like to request our Honorable Chief Guest to all of the signatories actually on the stage to kindly step forward, as I'll be inviting our recipients of the awards on the stage. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the first certificate of appreciation of this ceremony actually goes to our very own Insurance Association of Pakistan Motor Third Party Implementation Committee. And in recognition of its invaluable contribution, leadership, and dedicated efforts. And for this award, may I please request Mr. Mohammad Hisham, the Vice Chairman, IAP, to step forward and receive the award, please. Thank you. He also has been very key, in the organizing the entire committee for this conference, along with Usama Nangra Saab. So a round of applause. With this, we move to our next certificate. And the next certificate of appreciation is presented to the Central Depository Company of Pakistan Limited, CDC, as we call it. And now I'd like to request our Honorable Chief Guest to kindly present a memento, which is a specially commissioned handcrafted painting to our guest of honor, Rana Ehsan Afzal Khan, the coordinator to PM on Commerce. Thank you so very much, sir, for being with us yesterday and today as well. We really appreciate your support and contribution. A huge round of applause, please. These paintings are by Karachi Vocational Training Center students, diverse abilities, and they definitely show a lot of celebration, resilience, and commitment as well. And next we have Mr. Shoaib Javed Hussain to present a memento to the Honorable Chief Guest himself. Thank you so much, sir. Yes, you're presenting to the minister. All right, now I'd like to request Mr. Shoaib Javed Hussain to kindly present the memento to Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Murad Ali Shah, the Honorable Chief Minister, Sindh. I'd like to request Mr. Shoaib Javed Hussain to please present a memento to Mr. Mukesh Kumar Chawla, Honorable Minister, Excise Taxation and Narcotics Control, Sindh. And now I'd like to request to have the commemorative photograph. Can we all please step a little forward? And I'd like to request to please join us on stage, the CEOs of general insurance companies. Can we please have you quickly on the stage, along with CDC and Neoteric Technologies. Can we please quickly have you on the stage for the first photograph? Thank you. All right, I think now this photo can be definitely captured. Yes, please join us, sir. Thank you. Please, sir. All right, for the next photograph, may I please request CDC and Neotrek to please be seated. Remaining, please stay on the stage. And I also want to request the member IAP companies to please join us on the stage, whoever we have in the hall right now, for another photograph, please. Thank you so much. The member of IAP companies, can we please have you on the stage? Only CEOs, please. Only the CEOs of IAP member companies on the stage. Thank you so much. Can we have our dignitaries on the stage to remain on the stage, please? Yeah, thank you. And remaining, please be seated. We really appreciate your support. Thank you. Now I'd like to request Mr. Mohammad Hisham, the Vice Chairman IAP, to kindly share the vote of thanks. Thank you. A huge round of applause, please.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable Chief Minister of Sindh, Sayyid Murad Ali Shah. Honorable Minister for Excise, Taxation and Narcotics Control, Mr. Mukesh Kumar Chawla. Chairman of the Insurance Association of Pakistan, Mr. Shoaib Javed Hussain. Distinguished members of the Pakistan Society of Actuaries, industry leaders, our valued sponsors, esteemed partners from the Asian Development Bank and UNDP, respected speakers, panelists, distinguished international delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. As we conclude the inaugural segment of the IAP PSOA International Insurance Conference 2026, it is my privilege on behalf of IAP and PSOA to express our sincere gratitude to everyone who has contributed to the success of today's proceedings. We are deeply honored by the gracious presence of the Honorable Chief Minister and the Honorable Minister of Excise and Taxation. Your participation demonstrates the government's continued commitment to strengthening Pakistan's insurance sector and promoting financial resilience. Our sincere appreciation goes to the Chairman of IAP, Mr. Shoaib Javed Hussain, whose visionary leadership has helped elevate the role of association. We also acknowledge the dedicated efforts of the leadership of IAP and PSOA, the organizing committee, and our event partner, TerraBiz, whose professionalism and commitment have made this conference possible. We extend our heartfelt thanks to our valued sponsor, and partners for their generous support and confidence in this important initiative. Your contribution is instrumental in bringing together the insurance community on such a prestigious platform. A special welcome and appreciation goes to our distinguished international delegates, speakers, and panelists who have traveled from around the world to share their knowledge and experience. Your insights have added immense value to our discussions and strengthened global collaboration. We also thank all delegates, regulators, insurers, reinsurers, academics, development partners, students, and industry professionals for your enthusiastic participation and meaningful engagement throughout today's session. As we now move into our technical sessions after the break, I encourage everyone to continue these valuable discussions, exchange ideas, and explore opportunities that will help shape the future of Pakistan's insurance industry. Once again, thank you all for your presence, your support, and your commitment. We wish you a productive and engaging conference ahead. Thank you, and Pakistan Zindabad.
Thank you so much, Isham, for such a well-spirited vote of thanks. We really appreciate your words and inspiration. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, I believe that, our Minister Saab has to, yes. So everybody please stay seated till our honorable chief guest is escorted for his departure by Shoaib Javed Hussain Saab, the chairman of IAP and the CEO of State Life Insurance Corporation. I think let's give him a huge round of applause for being with us despite his very busy schedule. All right, well, as soon as our honorable chief guest is escorted for his departure, we will begin I'm sure you guys are waiting for tea. I know Karachi and Pakistan people, they really need tea, definitely. So we will be having our tea break in, I think, the next 2-3 minutes, all right? As soon as I get the cue for it. All right. I think now we can definitely, we have the tea arrangements right out there, and there's also innovation showcase by various organizations. We have Neoteric, we have Mosh Consultants, we have Ozone, and we also have CDC. So while you're having tea, maybe you could take a look at the innovation showcases outside. Please go ahead and enjoy your tea. Thank you so very much. I know it's closer to lunch, but you have to be back, I think in the next 20 minutes, max 15 minutes, I believe, because we have to come back and then resume a whole lot of sessions. Hamza bhai? All right, everyone. May I have your attention, please? Can I request you all to please be seated? I know कि हमें चाय बहुत देर से मिली, but we need to come back because we have a whole remaining day for you guys. We can mingle in the lunch break as well, if that's okay for you. This is the toughest part, to bring everybody back in. Ashur, start. All right, can I please request you all, जितने भी हम लोग hall में हैं, can we please be seated so that we could invite our next keynote speaker? मैं बुला रही हूँ बस आपको, लेकिन लोग थोड़े बैठ तो जाएं. खुशा? मेरी ना मौदबाना गुजारिश है कि बैठना पड़ेगा हमें, क्योंकि जितना हम डिले करेंगे उतना हमारी कॉन्फ्रेंस आगे तक चलेगी. सो आई एम श्योर यू गाइज would want to hear other speakers as well. We are all busy mingling. I think we had a good 30 minutes tea break by now. All right, I've been given a cue to start off the show and not to wait, because I think जब हमारे next speaker आएंगे तो आप automatically खुद ही बैठना शुरू कर देंगे. Okay. Our next speaker has played an instrumental role in bringing together actuaries. So first half we spoke about, can we please settle down? All right, I'd like to invite our next keynote speaker. We spoke about insurance and different areas of insurance, and now we'll be talking about actuaries and the actual professional. So I'm going to invite Mr. Usama Dangra. He's the president of Pakistan Society of Actuaries. Can we please have a round of applause for him? Because he's coming on the stage to address the audience. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. I think it's clear the tea was or is rather very nice, but we'll have to come back and resume the sessions. Can we have the, while people settle down, can we have the presentation on the screen? Okay. Assalamu alaikum everyone and good afternoon. Firstly, to all the guests and colleagues from the insurance and the actuarial professions, I would like to thank you all for attending the first IAP and PSOA International Insurance Conference. Thank you. Before I move on, I would like to thank the conference committee and the partners, including our event partners, and all the volunteers working behind the scenes who have put together today's conference and the event we had yesterday. I will be brief, and I'll just briefly talk about or share my views on the conference topic and a little bit about the actuarial profession in Pakistan and the Pakistan Society of Actuaries. After the morning talks, especially from Adnan Saab and Ms. Amy, it is clear that there is no choice but to be resilient and sustainable. And that's the topic of our conference today. But what's important for me, or the thought that I have, is how do we get there? And in my view, to get there, we need to collaborate across all functions. And that is why this conference is particularly important for us when we, as actuaries, collaborate with the insurance profession. And these type of collaborations would be required and will lead to grow in the future to become resilient and sustainable. Today, we have already heard the morning speakers who came from diverse backgrounds. In the rest of the sessions, we'll also hear from local and international insurance experts, senior actuaries, and we have participation from the international actuarial organizations like the Society of Actuaries and the Milliman UNDP GAIN program. A little bit about the actuarial profession. So the actuarial profession has been on rise in the country, and it is the growth is driven by young professionals who are working not just with companies here, but also with a lot of companies and countries abroad. In the insurance, in the companies, the actuaries are already contributing beyond what's called the traditional actuarial domains. The actuaries in companies, they're working closely with the rest of the companies to build products, to design strategies, and to find solutions. These things are only expected to grow. The involvement of the actuaries are only expected to grow because of the implementation of IFRS 17 and because of the way the risks are moving. We also have the mandatory internal actuarial function requirement, which has recently come up. On the consulting front, actuaries have grown beyond Pakistan. We have firms, Pakistani firms, that have become regional leaders. And as Shoaib Saab shared his own experience in the morning, that actuaries, Pakistani actuaries, are renowned for their professionalism and their depth and technical understanding. The profession continues to grow beyond Pakistan. We currently have more than 250 members of the PSOA, and these would have been much higher had we found a solution to the loss, human capital loss that was also discussed in the morning. But this number is growing at a fast pace. The PSOA has been working with the students and young professionals to develop the profession. On the student outreach side, we have been working with universities like the Karachi University, the Punjab University, to build awareness and encourage students to join this profession. We've also gone a step behind the universities to create awareness regarding the profession by interacting and engaging with educational institutions like the Anis Hussain. On the professional development side, the PSOA continues to support its members. During the year, during 2025 and 2026, we launched a mentorship program, which was developed with support from the GAIN program. And very recently, we are running an article competition, which is being executed in partnership with the Society of Actuaries. Events and conferences like these are also our priority. We have had a consistent track of these events. We did one in 2022, another in 2024, both on insurance, and today we are here for the combined event with the IAP. Finally, the actuarial profession contributes to the regulatory development via its engagement with the SECP and other bodies, especially on technical topics and areas of interest to insurance, pensions, and other aspects. I believe the profession is well equipped for the upcoming challenges. Before I conclude my brief session, I just have one message for the members of the PSOA in the hall today. We have our elections coming up. The process will start next month, and I strongly encourage you all to participate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Osama, for such an inspiring address. And now like, Osama mentioned, we spoke about various aspects of insurance, and now we're going to speak about actuaries as well. So our next speaker is actually international keynote speaker that we have, who has flown all the way from USA only to attend this conference. And I'm so very honored and privileged to be inviting him here today to share his address. Please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Andrew Peterson, Managing Director International at the Society of Actuaries, USA. And he's going to be sharing his address on actuaries as architects of sustainable insurance resilience. Can we please have Mr. Andrew Peterson with us here? He's also called Andy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dear distinguished guests, I would like to express my thanks to the Insurance Association of Pakistan and the Pakistan Society of Actuaries for the invitation to participate and speak at this inaugural edition of the IAP PSOA International Insurance Conference. It is an honor for me to be here representing the Society of Actuaries. In my role as Managing Director of International, I have the responsibility and privilege to travel to many countries representing the Society of Actuaries. And so I welcome this first visit to Pakistan for me. Thank you all for your warm welcome and for your hospitality. With roots dating back to 1889, the Society of Actuaries is the world's largest actuarial professional association, with more than 35,000 credentialed actuaries as members worldwide. This compares to about 100,000 actuaries globally, based on our estimates. In addition, we have about 40,000 candidates currently in our credentialing pathway. While our historic roots are in the US and Canada, we are a global association with over 6,000 credentialed actuaries as members in Asia, including the Middle East, and nearly 12,000 candidates in that region. In addition, we have staff based in Dubai, Singapore, Hong Kong, Beijing, India, and Toronto. Most importantly to you all, we have our regional director for the Middle East, Africa, and South Asia, what we refer to as the MEASA region, is Zan Ibrahim, who is here today, and many of you will know him personally from his long service and work here in Pakistan's insurance industry. Today, I would like to briefly cover 4 topics. First, I would like to explore how the actuarial profession contributes to the development of resilient, sustainable, and trusted insurance markets. Second, I will highlight the importance of actuarial ethics and professional standards in supporting market confidence and long-term financial sustainability. Third, I will provide a few observations on how artificial intelligence is reshaping the future of the profession. And then I will conclude by noting the role of organizations such as the Society of Actuaries in supporting actuarial capacity building. As has been noted earlier today, Pakistan represents one of the most compelling insurance development markets in the world. With a population approaching 260 million, a median age of roughly 21, and a large young workforce entering the years when households begin to form, borrow, save, protect assets, and plan for the future. Yet insurance penetration remains low, below 1% of GDP. That gap represents not only a commercial opportunity, it is a national resilience challenge for Pakistan. A 2024 report from the UNDP noted that Pakistan is among the world's top 10 countries most exposed to natural disasters, including floods, droughts, earthquake, tropical cyclones, and locust infestations. Many here would have seen these challenges firsthand. The devastating floods of 2022, followed by further flooding in 2025, highlighted both the human and economic costs of climate risk and reinforced the urgent need to build financial resilience. And that has been a theme of the sessions this morning. As members of the insurance industry, we all know that when families, farmers, businesses, and public assets are uninsured, shocks end up being absorbed directly by households, by banks, businesses, charities, and the government. We also know the important role that insurance protection and financial risk sharing plays in providing a robust foundation for a resilient economy. A strong actuarial profession is an integrated part of the insurance industry and contributes to resilience, sustainable, and trusted insurance markets in three ways. First, actuaries bring analytical discipline. We quantify risk, price it, reserve for it, and test whether insurers can withstand adverse conditions. As stated in our Society of Actuaries purpose statement, the SOA empowers members to derive solutions to life's financial risks. Second, we bring developmental discipline by helping insurance markets close protection gaps, institute appropriate oversight and governance, and encourage responsible product innovation that ultimately supports long-term national resilience. And third, and perhaps most importantly, we as actuaries bring professional discipline, including standards, ethics, independence, and a responsibility to serve the public interest. To that end, as has been mentioned earlier this morning, insurance is a promise built on trust. In many cases, it is a promise that may not be tested until many years into the future. That is why trust is at the foundation of every sustainable insurance market. Policyholders must trust that claims will be paid. Regulators serve to ensure that trust by ensuring that companies are financially sound. Reinsurers and investors must trust that reserves, capital, and risk exposures are being measured honestly. The actuarial profession plays a critical role in maintaining that trust. The International Actuarial Association requires all member associations to have a code of professional conduct. In the case of the SOA, our code of professional conduct requires actuaries to adhere to high standards of conduct, practice, and qualifications. Precept 1 of our code states that an actuary shall act honestly, with integrity and competence, and in a manner to fulfill the profession's responsibility to the public and to uphold the reputation of the actuarial profession. That phrase, responsibility to the public, is essential. It reminds us that actuarial work is not simply a technical service to an employer or to a client. It is part of the foundational infrastructure that supports policyholder protection, market confidence, long-term financial security, and underpins the trust needed to have a viable insurance industry. Professional standards give discipline to our actuarial methods. Professional education develops our judgment. At the SOA, we weave professionalism training throughout our credentialing process, including this as a specific focus in our associate professionalism course and again in our fellowship admissions course. In addition, continuing education keeps our knowledge current, and all SOA members are required to annually complete education, including on professionalism and ethical standards. The Code of Conduct reminds us that competence and integrity are inseparable. In a world of increasingly complex risks, from climate change to health care costs to artificial intelligence, the market needs actuaries who can provide not only technical expertise, but also ethical leadership. This leads me to the topic of artificial intelligence and the impact it is having on our industry. It seems impossible these days to go to a conference without discussing AI. While AI is developing rapidly, it is also reshaping our industry from underwriting to customer service to actuarial modeling. For actuarial work, it can help us write code, analyze experience, draft reports, identify patterns and test scenarios more quickly than ever before. Used well, it can make actuaries more productive and can help insurers design better products, process claims faster, manage risks more dynamically, and reach populations that have been historically underserved. But at the same time, AI also changes the professional questions we must ask. If a generative AI tool produces code for an experience study, who is responsible for validating it? If an AI model improves underwriting accuracy but relies on variables that create discriminatory outcomes, how do we make sure we can avoid this? If a model produces a result that no one can explain, should that result be used in pricing, reserving, or claims decisions? These are not merely technical questions, they are actuarial professionalism questions. AI gives us new tools and methodologies, but the underlying principles of integrity and professional competence remain. In this world, our professional judgment becomes even more important. We must apply the standards of practice, communicate clearly, and prevent misuse of our work products. AI does not replace those obligations, it simply makes them more important. The future actuary will need to be technically fluent, but also professionally grounded. This will be even more difficult as many of the entry-level tasks that have historically been part of the learning process are increasingly automated through the use of AI. At the SOA, we are working to evolve our credentialing pathway to incorporate AI components so that young actuaries will learn the professional judgment skills needed to thrive in an AI-dominated world, even as their on-the-job processes evolve. We need actuaries that understand data and models while being able to recognize bias and provide explanation of results. But above all, we need actuaries who can exercise their professional judgment. AI may generate analysis, but it cannot assume professional responsibility. That responsibility remains with actuaries. As I began this talk, I noted the significant market potential for the insurance industry in Pakistan. However, the development of Pakistan's insurance market requires more than additional capital, distribution, and regulation. It also requires increased actuarial capacity. Actuaries are essential to pricing, to reserving, product design, reinsurance, risk management, and consumer trust. In a market with 260 million people and insurance penetration still below 1% of GDP, the need for actuarial talent is directly connected to the broader objective of national resilience. The actuarial profession in Pakistan has a strong foundation and a long history. As has been mentioned earlier, Pakistani actuaries have made significant contributions, not only within Pakistan, but across the Gulf, Southeast Asia, Europe, North America, and other international markets. That global reputation provides an excellent foundation for developing the next generation of actuarial leaders. Today, the SOA community in Pakistan includes approximately 400 candidates, 6,500 affiliate members, and 100 credentialed members. Those numbers are encouraging, but they also remind us of the tremendous opportunity ahead. In a country of nearly 260 million people, Pakistan has the potential to educate and develop many more actuaries who will help to strengthen its insurance sector and support regulatory modernization while contributing to the country's broader financial resilience. Realizing that potential will require continued investment in actuarial education and professional development to increase the number of actuaries serving the domestic market here. This is an area where global organizations, such as the SOA, can play an important role, partnering with the local organizations like the Pakistan Society of Actuaries, the Insurance Association of Pakistan, the Securities Exchange Commission of Pakistan, the employer community, and universities. The role of the SOA is not simply to administer examinations. We seek to support the development of actuarial talent, continuing education, and providing locally relevant research through our SOA Research Institute. In Pakistan, that means helping reduce barriers to entry, supporting students and universities engaging with employers and local actuarial leaders and aligning global actuarial education with the needs of the local market here. For example, at the start of 2026, we instituted our Global Access Pricing Program to help make the credentialing pathway more affordable for candidates in developing insurance markets like Pakistan. Our Student Success Program helps students begin their actuarial journey by providing complimentary access to study materials and exam waivers for promising candidates. University development efforts can help build a stronger and more visible actuarial pipeline. In fact, we were pleased that the Institute of Business Administration, Karachi, was recently recognized as the first advanced curriculum UCAP school in Pakistan under our University Recognition Program. Encouragingly, I note that Pakistan's insurance sector is undergoing significant regulatory modernization. The SECP last year strengthened the Code of Corporate Governance for insurers by requiring the establishment of internal actuarial functions, and has recently proposed new actuarial valuation rules aligned with international standards and risk-based capital principles. They have supported the introduction of mandatory third-party motor insurance in Sindh, as has been illustrated this morning, to expand insurance coverage and consumer protection, and introduced the Insurance Bill 2026 to further liberalize and modernize the insurance market. These are not simply regulatory reforms. They're reforms that increase the demand for sound actuarial judgment. As insurers adopt more sophisticated governance, valuation, capital management, product development, and risk management frameworks, the need for highly qualified actuaries becomes even more critical. A thriving insurance market requires a thriving actuarial profession, and each step Pakistan takes towards strengthening its insurance framework reinforces the importance of investing in actuarial talent and professional excellence. Pakistan also has a unique opportunity to become a leader in Sharia-compliant insurance. The SECP has set an ambitious objective of increasing Takaful's share of the insurance market to over 30% by 2028 as part of the country's broader transition toward a Sharia-compliant financial system. Achieving that vision will require actual expertise to develop innovative Takaful products, strengthen governance and risk management, expand REIT Takaful capacity, and build a sustainable insurance ecosystem. It is another example of how actuaries can combine technical excellence with financial inclusion and public purpose. A strong actuarial profession supports stronger insurers, more confident regulators, better designed products, more credible financial reporting, and greater public trust. And as previously stated, public trust is the foundation on which sustainable insurance markets are built. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today, and I hope you leave with this one important point. The future of Pakistan's insurance sector is extremely bright and will be defined by stronger institutions, better risk management, greater public trust, and talented professionals committed to serving the public interest. Actuaries have a central role to play in that journey, and the SOA looks forward to continuing our partnership with the PSOA, IAP, SECP, universities, employers, and the broader insurance community, as together we help to build a more resilient Pakistan. Thank you, and I look forward to interacting with you during the rest of this conference.
Thank you so much, Andrew. That was a very insightful and wonderful remarks that you shared with us, and I'm sure that everybody must have, learned through it and enlightened as well. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have a special video message to the conference, Mike Lombardi, President, International Actuarial Association. The strength of the actuarial profession lies in collaboration, shared standards, and the exchange across borders. Can we please have the video? Thank you.
Distinguished colleagues, fellow actuaries, and dear participants, Assalamu alaikum. Hello, I am Mike Lombardi, President of the International Actuarial Association. It is truly a pleasure to address you today at this important annual gathering of the Pakistan Society of Actuaries. While I sincerely regret that I cannot be with you in person, I'm very pleased to join you through this message. I truly hope that in the future, we will have the opportunity to meet face-to-face and continue strengthening our relationship in person. Let me begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to the leadership of the Pakistan Society of Actuaries and to every member of the society for the tremendous work you are doing to promote and strengthen the actuarial profession in Pakistan. Your dedication, professionalism, and commitment to high standards are making a real and meaningful impact. Because of your collective efforts, the profession continues to grow in influence, relevance, and respect. It is genuinely encouraging to see the actuarial profession in Pakistan thriving and progressing. I have heard great things about Pakistani actuaries, flourishing not only within Pakistan, but across the region and beyond. This is something you should all take pride in. At the IAA, our mission is simple but important: to advance the actuarial profession globally and to support our member associations in serving the public interest. And we are proud of our diverse global community, and Pakistan's contribution is both valued and important. Please know that the IAA stands ready to support the Pakistan Society of Actuaries through collaboration, knowledge sharing, and global engagement. Your success strengthens not only your national profession, but the global actuarial community as well. I encourage you to make the most of this event, exchange ideas, build connections, and continue striving for excellence. The future of our profession depends on committed, forward-looking actuaries like you. Thank you again for the invitation. I wish you a successful and inspiring event.
A round of applause actually motivates everyone around. Thank you so very much. Doing it without I even asked for it. A huge round of applause again, because he actually gave a wonderful speech all the way from USA. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be now acknowledging and appreciating our international keynote speaker, Andrew Peterson. And for that, I'd like to invite Mr. Mohammad Hisham, the Vice Chairman, IAP, to kindly come up on the stage and present the memento to Andrew Peterson. Like I mentioned earlier, these paintings are specially commissioned by Karachi Vocational Training Center students who are diverse ability students. So a huge round of applause. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have come to the second half of the day, and we'll have now the power-packed panel discussion that I spoke about earlier in the morning. Are you guys ready for it? Believe you me, I'm really astonished with the wonderful speakers that we have. I think it's going to be a great treasure of knowledge and trove for all of us today. So the first plenary session that we have is on Pakistan insurance industry outlook, growth, stability, and market resilience. And for this, I'd like to invite my esteemed panelist on the stage kindly. Our first panelist is Mr. Javed Ahmed, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Jubilee Life Insurance. Can you please have him on the stage? And as I take your names, I request you to kindly take your seats on the stage. Thank you. The next one we have is Mr. Kamran Arshad Inam, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, EFU General Insurance. Mr. John Thorpe, Senior Vice President, Guy Carpenter, London. Mr. Hatem Maskawala, Managing Director, BADRI. And now our esteemed moderator, Ms. Ariba Shahid, who is the correspondent writers, Afghanistan and Pakistan Bureau. Can we please have you on the stage? Thank you. You can, okay, you have to sit here actually. Right, it's okay. But they can't. Stop, is it out? Right. Over to you now, Ariba. Thank you.
All right, Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good afternoon. So in 2024, I found myself in Chiang Mai. My workplace sent me for hostile environment training. And on our first day there, everyone at the training was asked what they're there for. And this was an insurance requirement by my organization. And my colleagues from Australia said that they were there for wildfires. My colleagues from Japan said that they were there to prepare for tsunamis and earthquakes. And then eventually we went around the room and we came to me and they're like, what are you here to prepare for? And I said, get me trained for everything, because that's just how much of a risk sometimes we have to face when you're out field reporting in Pakistan. But the point here is that I work at a workplace that provides insurance and provides mitigation. Everyone in this room probably has some form of insurance, but based on the stats that I have seen, which are a bit outdated from 2024, Pakistan, despite being no short of risk, or insurers for that matter, or insurance companies for that matter, wrote about $2.4 billion-ish in premiums in 2024. And insurance penetration, on the other hand, is just 0.7%. And the average spending of a person on insurance is around $10 per person. And now that's what we're going to try to tackle in this panel, that Pakistan has no shortage of risk, but why do we as a country have so little insurance? So let's begin with a quick rapid fire round. I'm just going to go around one by one to all my panelists in one sentence. What is the single biggest risk? What is the single biggest risk in Pakistan? And what is the biggest reason Pakistan remains underinsured?
Well, if I have to state just one reason, I would say lack of awareness. And by lack of awareness, I don't mean that people don't know about insurance. They know there's something called insurance, but they don't truly understand what insurance offers, how it can bring change in their life or bring stability in their lives. So I think that is one biggest factor that we must address.
It's better now? Okay. So we've heard some wonderful things about insurance, right from parametric solutions to motor third-party liability, crop, life, and health. I think the only thing that we didn't talk about in the first half of today was a ring-fenced framework or legislation. So whatever we try to do, we need to have some sort of framework that allows this enablement that Javed Saab was just referring to. So people are aware of what they need to do, but there has to be some sort of enablement out there. Thank you.
Is the speaker working?
Just press the button.
New technology. There isn't one reason. It's a whole cocktail of reasons why the Pakistani market is underinsured. I've been traveling to the market since 2003, and I still couldn't put my finger on one reason. It's per capita income. It's the lack of government involvement. It's the general psychology, I think, of the people here. So it's a whole host of reasons why the Pakistani market remains underinsured.
Just to add to what my colleague said, there are multiple reasons. One is also from a religious perspective, a lot of people don't buy insurance. Second, we've heard the word a lot since morning, is trust. There's a lack of trust at times, not only in Pakistan, generally in insurance industry everywhere. It's a lack of trust. And third issue that exists in Pakistan is also lack of documentation. If the shop owners are not showing their income, they are not showing the stocks, how will they get them insured? So that also contributes a lot to this.
So I think we've covered why we're all here. So let's actually move on to like the drivers of growth. So Javed Saab, where do you see the biggest realistic growth opportunity for life insurance over the next 5 years? And right now, what is, the impediment that is preventing that to be achieved?
I think two areas, clear cut, in my opinion. One is digitalization. Previously, the areas where insurers could not reach are now within the reach of insurance companies because of digital solutions that are being made available. And I think a lot of work has been done by the industry on that front. But having said that, we have a long way to go. Second is the distribution network. So even though digitalization is taking place, I think there is a huge market that can only be tapped through distribution networks, which we call agency network. And unfortunately, that is a front where industry has not shown significant progress in the last few years, except for opening some new distribution channels like partnering with banks, with microfinance bank, with some telcos, where we have been very, very successful. But a long way to go. What is preventing? A host of reasons. And I think John rightly pointed out about various factors. And if you ask me, and unfortunately the policymakers are not here today, those who were here in the morning, we talked a lot about promoting insurance and doing insurance. In this country, we have heard about auto policy. We have heard about power policy, technology policy, EV policy. Have we ever heard about insurance policy? Never. So we're talking about making a task force. There was a task force which was headed by late Dr. Shamshad Akhtar. She prepared a very well-documented report in collaboration with the industry. Let's go and implement it. And as mentioned by Kamran as well, I think we need a holistic framework for promotion of insurance. We work in an environment where we have to comply with regulatory requirement, and of course, everybody must. But then we have to face multiple challenges. One we have been able to resolve with the help of Honorable Chief Minister of Sindh was the sales tax issue. But again, industry's view still is not exactly in line with what the resolution has been. So a lot of areas are to be improved, but unless we come on one page that what we need to do to achieve all this, I don't think it's going to happen. Only one company or two companies individually cannot make it happen. And we have seen that on this motor insurance. So motor insurance has been compulsory in this country since ages, but it wasn't working. It was only made possible with the help of the government or support of the government and involvement of the government that this new initiative has been realized, and we have seen the numbers. 11,000 insurance policies last year versus 200,000 policies in 4 months. So we are talking about millions of policies in a year. So that is what can be achieved if the government decides that, yes, we have to implement what we have said. That's it. So I think, again, summarizing, yes, a lot of support is required, but as far as insurance companies are concerned, we must be working on digitalization. And on that front, I must say, SCCP has supported the insurance companies a lot. And secondly, on the expansion of distribution network, which requires a lot of investment. Unfortunately, the return on the insurance under the insurance business is very, very low. So companies don't have very huge margins to spend until unless there is some mechanism available to companies or encourage companies to invest on this avenue. It won't happen.
Thank you for that. And that's a really nice segue into the next question that I have for Kamran in terms of regulation. Javed's touched upon it a bit, but if you were to explain, what do you think is the most important regulatory or structural change needed to materially improve Pakistan's insurance penetration?
Oh, thank you. So before I just come to that question, let me just start off by just saying that the Pakistan insurance industry has demonstrated resilience, be it currency volatility, be it inflation, be it geopolitical situations, be it catastrophes. So that part is there. In the morning sessions, I think most of the speakers and the government dignitaries, they were touching base on the opportunity that lies, because we are averaging 1% of GDP, whereas the world or the region is around 4 and going up to 6 and double digit. And then there was this mention of insurance density, and they said, well, Pakistan is about $14 and the region is about 82. So we know for sure that if you consider that as an opportunity, we're looking at about 5 times to 6 times the gap between Pakistan today versus where we are in the region. Now, that really calls for some sort of regulatory intervention, because all the good things that my colleagues and Javed Saab and the rest will talk about, I think that alone wouldn't work. So to move forward, I think the good news is that the SSCP have come up with a draft insurance bill. Now, precisely what that bill does, it opens up the market. It brings in competition, brings in a lot of learning. At the same time, it creates a framework where international consultants, reinsurers have an opportunity to come within the Pakistani framework and start sending off their trade. So that is the good news. Moving on to the reforms part that you mentioned, I think we've heard a lot about third-party liability. So if one reform that I would want to say that should be done today is implement the third-party liability that Sindh government has done across all provinces. That is something you don't really have to think. The data bank is there. Apply the data bank right to the other provinces, and you're done and dusted. So first issue solved right now. Second issue, you have the data bank with the CDC. Use that data bank, implement comprehensive motor policy. It's something that prevails in 99 countries of the world. A country like Uganda has 80 million vehicles insured. We have 1.1 million, less than that. The government has an ambitious plan of moving to two-wheeler EVs. Now, two-wheelers consume about 30% of the fuel that is imported. So imagine if that were to be converted, which is going to be converted, we're saving about 30-odd%. So that is the other part. With it, you can always consider government property, government buildings, commercial properties, and you can add on to the list. But this is the first one. The second one is harmonization in tax treatment across provinces. Now, if you start considering insurance as a financial tool, then obviously you're going to be giving some sort of incentives to the end consumer, as you do in other savings products. So, if you use the federal taxes and the provincial taxes, that, kind of adds up materially to the total cost. Now, we're talking of personal line products, we're talking of SMEs. Their affordability is a serious concern. So if you really want to pitch, your society to be protected, and then you want your revenue base to increase, then you need to offer that. And what do we gain out of it, and what do we lose? So for sure, we're not going to be losing anything if the tax rates are harmonized or reduced. You know why? Because you're going to be getting a revenue base that wasn't there in the country. So whether it is 10% sales tax or it is 5% sales tax, it doesn't really matter, because you have a huge base. And the last, there are many reforms, but the last critical reform that I would think is, today Pakistan insurance companies have strong balance sheets, and they've built strong technical expertise also. So I think now is the time for the paradigm shift. Just as the regulator has done very well in framing a law for international reinsurers to come in here, I think the same needs to be replicated for insurance companies to form joint venture and strategic partnerships with insurers and reinsurers in the region. We have seen the examples of DIFC, we've seen Qatar, we've seen Bahrain, we've seen Saudi Arabia, and Turkey is just catching up. In 2 years' time, Turkey will be as good of a market, as reliable a market as any of the regions. Now, one may argue, well, what about credit rating? You will have problems when companies come in here or reinsurers come in here. That is not an issue. Turkey itself has the same credit rating problem, but once the reinsurer sees the right legislation out there, they will work. And they're lastly, if I'm just 30 more seconds, the thing that you're going to be gaining out of allowing, companies to form joint ventures outside, you're going to be giving the insurance community a huge plethora of risk profile. You will be giving them a business base they haven't really seen. So you'll be giving, the region is going to be open to them, be it power, oil and gas, infrastructure, commercial. The second thing, you will have local talent and local talent with international experience. At this point in time, you're sending your people outside and you're getting people from outside coming here to serve Pakistan. What this is going to do is you will have your local talent, they're going to be retained in Pakistan, but with all the international experiences. Lastly, it's going to diversify earnings, and that's the real game, and that's all about what everybody works for. So it gives you the opportunity to diversify your earnings. Thank you very much.
That was a great answer. But sometimes when we write stories, we're often told to look outwards, to make the stories more relevant to Pakistan, and also to look at the global lens. So for that, John, looking at more mature markets, what has proved as the most effective in making insurance a mainstream product rather than something used mainly by wealthier individuals and large companies? And how can we apply that lesson in Pakistan, whereby not just people that work for large companies are insured, but mass market penetration?
So if you're looking for mass market penetration, I mean, the reason people buy insurance is either because they want to, they have to, or they need to. Those are generally the reasons you do it. Whatever, insurance needs to be simple. It needs to be a simple product. It doesn't need to be made complicated. There's a very interesting product that was released in Sri Lanka where people were concerned about funeral expenses. And so they released a product that was accessible via your mobile phone. It wasn't a digital phone, it was just an analog phone. And a message was sent through, do you want to buy this insurance? Fixed premium, fixed payout. You said yes or no. Simple as that. If you were unfortunate enough to pass away, your family accessed the phone, said you passed away, and they instantly paid out. Premium was paid out via the telephone bill, as was the amount of money that was paid to you. Simple and effective, and it turned out to be incredibly popular. If you want mass market penetration, that's what you need to deliver. The other way is that you're not always dealing with insurance companies. Insurance companies need to come to you by other means, whether it's through car dealerships, whether it's through companies like mobile phone suppliers, as I just mentioned. One of the interesting ones in India was that they were selling life insurance via a fertilizer company, which I never thought could happen. People bought fertilizer, and for every bag of fertilizer that they bought, they were given an amount of life insurance. And they kept the policy just as they kept the bag. Simple as that. And that is a way of making it easy for people in the street to have that form of insurance. Whatever you do, you need trust. You need trust with the insurance companies, and trust is difficult to build up over a long period. And because of that, you also need regulation. You need an ombudsman, and you need people that are going to look after you if the insurance companies let you down. Finally, and this is my big bugbear, and I was very happy to listen to the earlier speeches where government regulators and also people within the government, the finance, the commerce, were endorsing what's going to happen in the insurance industry and how they wanted to support it, because that's really what it needs. That's really what it needs. I was fortunate enough to be involved in a scheme in Taiwan shortly after a major earthquake. The number of people killed was about 2,000. I think about another 10,000 were badly injured. 50,000 homes were destroyed, and 10 billion economic loss, of which hardly anything was insured. Okay? In Pakistan, we've been talking a lot about floods. Floods is not your big problem. Earthquake is your big problem. And if you have a major earthquake, $10 billion is going to be the least of your worries. And so government needs to get involved. They need to do something. They need to introduce financial support, and they need to introduce regulation. And that way they can bring coverage to the masses, as they did in Taiwan. Now, every person in the street has an earthquake policy, okay? Maybe it's not enough to cover the full cost of their house, but it's something. And it means they're not scrapping around, and the coverage is fully reinsured and will fully pay out. And something like that needs to be put in place here in Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and thank you for the examples that you give. So Hatan, moving on to you, can digital distribution make insurance commercially viable for customers? And has the industry traditionally struggled in such a way? So how do you think the digital distribution can help fix that?
If you think about the Pakistani landscape, we have more than 200 million mobile users. So the basics are already there. It's not that the infrastructure is not there. People have, and there are more than 100 million broadband users. It is encouraging to see companies like Jazz now entering insurance as well. So they do see the potential. So it's not a problem of reaching the customer. It's more about the problem of embedding the product into their everyday life. Like the examples that were given earlier. Make it simple, make the product simple, make it easy for them to buy, and make it easy for them to understand. And when the time comes, like we are talking about the funeral insurance, when the time comes, pay out the claim. So as long as they see the claims, customers see claims being paid out, that is where the trust comes in. The digital part of things will make things easier. We heard about the mandatory policy, it's very easy to buy the policy. It's a very simple process. And that's why the take-up rate will also increase. So that we also have to do in other insurance products as well. But at the same time, there's a mass population which still will need to keep the human element there. The way businesses happen in Pakistan is slightly different. So you will need to have that human interaction. Digital will help you reduce the cost of doing the insurance, of running your systems, of removing the paperwork that we have right now over here. So that is where I feel it's not that the fundamentals are not there, the basics are there, infrastructure is there. Now it's how do we reach and how do we convince the customers to buy?
I'm going to start the next round from you as well. You can't have a panel in 2026 and not mention AI. So where do you see AI and technology making the biggest practical difference? Is it in underwriting? Is it in claims? Is it in customer service? And you said we need human interaction as well, especially in a low trust, economy. But how do you see AI playing a role?
If you ask me to pick one, I would pick claims. Because when we are introducing AI in underwriting and other areas, we are making our lives easy. When we introduce AI in claims, we are making the customer's life easy. Again, going back to the point about trust, if you make your claim process very easy, maybe they can take a picture, send it by WhatsApp. No need to fill complicated forms to come up with a lot of documentation. A lot of this documentation is interconnected. We have got systems which talk to each other, especially with companies like CDC and all. So a lot of the data is already available to the insurer. Why do you want to ask again? To make the life easy, use technology to make the claim process easy. And also in terms of payment, like even on the mandatory third party, we heard that getting the policy is 2 minutes job. But you will get the claim after 45 days of submitting full documentation. Now we probably need to work on that side, because right now what is happening, everyone is purchasing the policy because they have to. Comprehensive insurance, when we are talking about comprehensive, it will sell when they want to purchase it. Because they feel the value addition, they know if something happens to their car, the insurance company will manage that claim. So that is where if we use technology to make the claim process easy, in a lot of countries, they have straight-through processing for small claims. End-to-end, it gets processed very quickly. Money is credited into the bank account. Because these are small claims, they don't go into a lot of nitty-gritties. So maybe that is where I feel technology or AI can also come in and help the insurance industry build that trust with the customers.
Thank you for that. And then, John, you gave a really nice example of Sri Lanka and the funeral insurance, etc. But one aspect that worked is trust. So what safeguards have mature or not so mature markets found effective in ensuring that the greater use of technology and data does not undermine consumer trust? And how can Pakistan learn from that?
Yeah, it's a good question. AI is a wonderful tool that's going to revolutionize our business. But at the end of the day, as much as any other business, insurance, reinsurance is very much a people business. You just have to look at all the people in this room. You just have to think of your own dealings on a day-to-day business. In order for you to ensure that you are not undermined, the policy, for example, needs to be incredibly transparent. I was working with a company in Singapore, and they've changed all their policies to one piece of paper. I don't know how many of you have insurance policies in this room, but very often you'll get 4 or 5, 6, 7 pages as a document, lots of exclusions, lots of conditions. They changed it to one page. And that's what you need, something that's easy and something that's transparent. Accountability. Pay reasonable claims. We should be looking to pay claims in our business, not looking to reject claims in our business. And that's what gives people the trust in our business. We shouldn't be looking for that clause at the bottom of the slip that says, no, you don't have to pay. So that is incredibly important as well. And if insurance companies start failing us, we need a strong regulator that helps us in those times, someone that is easily accessible, okay? We have a sketch in the UK where a lady sits at a computer and a man is asking her questions, and her reply is always, the computer says no. The computer says no. And that's the danger of AI. If we're not careful, the computer will be dictating what we get as a result. So it's not the computer says no, it should be the person says yes.
Thank you for that. And Kamran, I know we touched upon this in our previous round, but does Pakistan need a catastrophe insurance pool or compulsory cover in certain sectors or stronger domestic reinsurance arrangements? And you've touched about what we already have, but like how much more is needed?
So the last part, the domestic reinsurance part, I'll touch base at the end. I think from what we heard right from the first speech when Shoaib was there, we heard of, the floods and the fact that Pakistan ranks in the top 10 in terms of the vulnerability areas. Then we had the floods of 2020, which were the worst in the last 100 years. So quite clearly, there is a strong case to have that pool in Pakistan. Now, what is fundamentally relevant is how is the pool going to work? So I think today, Pakistani insurers have over the years been working with a variety of reinsurance programs. I think most of us and most of our peers sitting in this room, they've been working with spread loss deals, they have been working with structured solutions, they've been working with multi-year deals, and then excess of loss programs and proportional programs also. So that's the expertise that you need to run and manage a pool. So I think the infrastructure to have a pool is very much there. The ability to run it is very much there. Now, what is going to be the critical question is how is the pool going to be formed? So I think the one easier solution could be that we have the private industry out there. They should participate, or anyone who wants to volunteer, which is going to be pretty simple. Then we should have international reinsurers, because without that backing, I think that sense of security isn't going to come, and that financial power isn't going to come. And at the end, I think when you talk of a pool, as you have in the region, I think there has to be some government participation also. So with these three things involved, I think affordability would be easy, and there will be protection on cheaper terms, and it is going to be a paradigm shift for the industry as a whole. Thank you.
Affordability is a really important concept, especially in a country with the purchasing power that we're witnessing. So on that, Javed, climate events, inflation, economic volatility that we all go through, they're changing household risks as well, right? So how do you suggest insurers adopt their products, to cater to these risks, while making sure that premiums do not go unaffordable and stay within purchasing limits?
Well, I think as Kamran mentioned, the industry already has the capacity, has the products, capability to manage those products, but there are certain factors which are beyond the control of the industry. So just talking about agri, flood insurance. So we keep on talking about agri insurance, agri insurance. Last year's floods caused a loss of $3.5 billion just in crops. I'm not talking about economic loss here. Now, $3.5 billion is more than 3 times the total premium of the non-life insurance industry in Pakistan. So if we have to create some pool to support the industry to keep the premium levels at a reasonable level, it will require some government intervention. It will require some support because industry alone cannot come up with these, cannot afford to absorb all these numbers that we are seeing. If you look at the last 10 years, if you look at the previous 10 years, the average loss per year is about $1.2 billion, $1.3 billion a year just on crop losses. When you take into account the economic losses, we are talking about a significantly large number. So as I think John also mentioned about Vietnam, all these things happen when there is a government support available for it. And one very good initiative, I think, that we all saw in the previous years was the Sehat Sahulat program, which was introduced with the help of Government of Pakistan and other donor agencies, which actually has made a difference. So those are the initiatives that needs to be taken. Economic volatility, I think in our country, we all know it's always going to be there. So how do we manage it is basically through simpler products, making sure that we are selling products which are actually useful to the customers at the time when they need it. So just to give you an example, during the last 3 years, I'm talking about life insurance industry, we saw a very significant increase in surrenders of policies, maturities. The people took the money because they needed it. So they fell back on the savings that they were making. And that's why where the insurance actually comes in, that it helps people at the time when they need it the most. And I think our job as insurers should be to spread this across the country as much as possible.
Thank you for that. So I'm just going to go around the panel one quick time and one-word answers as to what major risk is Pakistan currently underestimating. So if you could all just answer in one word as to what major risk Pakistan is currently underestimating.
Underestimating.
Yes. Let's go around. And then we'll get to the questions.
You want to start?
Yeah.
It's without any doubt, it is natural calamities.
Cyber risk.
I think catastrophic risks, climate change risks.
Same, catastrophes and the changes in climate.
Pretty interesting. I want to pick your brains a bit more on the cyber risks, though, if you could.
You want a bit more on that?
On the cyber risk, yes, please.
Cyber risk is unbelievably frightening. I mean, if you think about it in your own walk of life, can you imagine opening up your phone, as most of us bank on our phones these days, and you suddenly find all your money is gone? That would be a pretty scary day. The cyber risk is huge. We've seen huge losses around the world. You don't get to hear about the vast majority of them because they're kept very quiet. It's not good publicity for banks to tell you how much has gone from their accounts. But the losses are big and they're going to get bigger.
Thank you. And on the climate risk, I know you guys aren't here to listen to me, but just an anecdote. This January, my team and we went to Hunza to report on an ice hockey festival. And I know floods are one risk, but just the sheer extent of climate change is that there's an ice hockey festival that they play on a natural swimming pool that freezes every year. This year, over the past 2 years, they haven't been able to play in Altit Hunza, so they've moved up north to Sost, which is the last town before the China border. And this year, that didn't freeze as well. So just, there's so many life examples of how climate change is changing Pakistan and the way life goes on. But just to move on to the questions for the panel. So Javed, if you could just speak a little bit more on what one commitment should be that Pakistan's insurance industry should make to itself. What is the one thing that it needs to commit?
So I'll go back to my first answer, awareness. I think the industry needs to work on improving its image. So John mentioned about claims payment, easy claims payment, and Hatim talked, everybody talks about it. We as an industry has never told the people of this country as to how much claims we pay, for example. Last year, I think the industry paid more than 300 billion rupees in claim. So we need to make people aware that insurance is not just an expense. Insurance companies do pay claim. We are not here to just decline claim. Our approach is actually to pay out claims, and that's what we have been doing as an industry. We need to tell people that this is what we have done. This has been, the awareness has been on the active agenda of Executive Committee of IAP, and we have been trying to work out something, but I think that is an area that we need to work. And second thing here I would like to highlight, the non-life industry has been paying this federal insurance fee for the last, God knows how many years, 35 years at least. Not a single penny has been invested on the awareness of insurance. And I think that is an area where the support of the government is required, where they are collecting the money, which was primarily meant to create awareness, but has not been spent on it. I think that is one area where the industry needs to work. Everything else will follow.
Thanks for that. And we've spoken about what we need to do, but Kamran, what is one reform that you think this industry could realistically deliver, hopefully in a year, so that next year we could be like, hey, we did this?
Okay, so I'll make everyone's life easy. So, so actually, I'll split that one reform into three. So on an immediate basis, we need to have the third-party thing done and dusted. On a short-term basis, we need to have the motor compulsory insurances done and dusted. On the medium-term basis, which is 12 months, you're asking for 12 months. So that is, we should have the pool up and running.
And what are the odds of that happening? What are the odds of that happening?
The odds are very much there. We've got some wonderful people out there who've done a tremendous job, and I think we just need to continue to work as a team in whatever capacity that we are, whether in IIP or without IIP. I think we're all part of the industry. So as Shoaib was alluding to, I think the life and the general industry have really collaborated together, and we've done some. Not we, but they have done some really wonderful things, and in terms of on the taxation side, as well as on the infra side. I call this the infrastructure side.
No.
I think that spirit needs to continue, and I'm sure that is something that has been inbuilt, and we will all work, and we've got great people like Javed Sab sitting right here. So, I'm very positive. I mean, at least 60-70% of this is very much achievable, very tangible.
So next year, we're going to be discussing how well we've done.
Inshallah.
Inshallah. So John, what is one measurable change? Let's say you're here next year. What is one measurable change that would convince you that Pakistan's insurance market has genuinely progressed?
At the risk of offending anybody in this room, the flexibility of Takaful scholars would be my one wish. My understanding is that the market by 2027 wants to have more Takaful business. And I think it's a good idea. I fully endorse it. But in order to have Takaful insurance, you need Takaful reinsurance. And if you know anything about the reinsurance market, you'll know Takaful reinsurance is in far more limited supply. Now, other countries have got over that hurdle in places like Malaysia, Indonesia, and their scholars are very flexible, and they can use conventional reinsurance as well as Takaful reinsurance. So I hate the expression, the operation was a success, but the patient died. That's not the position we want to be in. We want to have a successful Takaful market here, and for that we need flexibility of the scholars.
Thank you for that. So Hatim, you also mentioned Sharia and Islamic insurance as well. So I mean, throughout this panel, we've discussed things and processes that should be dramatically faster or simpler by 2030. So what insurance process do you think needs to be faster? And how much of a role do you think Sharia compliant solutions, the Kafal, et cetera, can play? And thank you for that, John. That was brilliant.
So in terms of the processes, as I mentioned about claims, I feel that is one process that we really have to make it fast. Yes, we are talking about the amount of claims that we paid as an industry, but a lot of international colleagues over here would be surprised when they hear that the loss ratio in the Pakistan motor industry is less than 40%. In more mature markets where penetration is more, the loss ratios are always, or the combined ratios are always touching 100%. So there's a lot of gaps which still exist in the way we settle claims, in the way we adjudicate claims. So maybe if you can make that process easier and pain-free for the customer, that trust automatically will build in, because people talk about stories. Right now, most of the stories you hear are how the claim got rejected. Then you'll start hearing how the claims got processed. So that's one part. In terms of the Takaful part of it, one area which I feel the Takaful industry worldwide has not really delivered is their promise. With Takaful companies, we say that it's a pool and the money will be given back to participants in the profits that we make. I've hardly seen any country, I think, except in Qatar. I've seen a few companies, we've got a few colleagues over here from those companies as well, where they actually give the funds back to the participants. That this is the profit that we made in the pool, so here it is. That is where they'll see the difference in Takaful, because right now the customer is not thinking whether it's a Takaful policy or a conventional policy. Most of the customers are saying that which is a cheaper policy. So even those who are thinking about, let's say, Sharia compliance, when they get a cheaper policy, they do switch to that. So from a compliance, from a Takaful perspective, I guess we have to show value in giving the participant the funds back which we've promised them.
Thank you for that. And I know that our panel is right before lunch, so we're going to keep it short and we're going to cut here. But before we end, again, I'm weighing in with an opinion. One thing that I feel like we missed out on this panel is that around half of Pakistan's population is made up of women. And that, I feel, is also a low-hanging fruit in terms of insurance, because that is the way to get into households. And I really hope that we're able to tap into that. But thank you very much, everyone. And I've learned a lot this panel. Thank you.
You did. All right, thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you to all the esteemed panelists and our wonderful moderator. This was very brilliantly moderated, and I'm sure the perspectives that you guys shared definitely will be a great learning for all of us. Can we give them a huge round of applause? And now I'd like to invite our Insurance Association of Pakistan Chairman, Mr. Shoaib Javed Hussain, on the stage to please present the memento to our esteemed panelists and speakers, along with Mr. Osama Dangra and Mr. Muhammad Isham, along with Mr. Asfar Ahmed, CEO Jubilee General. Can you please have you on the stage to present the memento to our wonderful panelists? Thank you so much. All right, so we'll present our first handcrafted painting that we'll have the entire day to Mr. Javed Ahmed, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Jubilee Life Insurance. All right, the next we'll present to Mr. Kamran Arshad Inam, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, EFU General Insurance. Thank you. And the next we present to Mr. John Thorne, Senior Vice President, Guy Carpenter, London. And next we present to our wonderful moderator, Ms. Ariba Shahid. And she, I think, did a great job on the moderation. I'd like to invite Mr. James Buckwell, who is going to be conducting a special parallel session right after lunch. We'd like to present him a memento. He's here from Charles Taylor Adjusting. A huge round of applause, please. And we'll be presenting another memento to one of our esteemed panelists, Mr. Hatem Maskawala, the Managing Director, Badri. Let's capture the wonderful photograph. Thank you so very much. Please be seated. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a wonderful, I think, keynote speakers, and then we have the first plenary discussion as well. And now, before we move on to our lunch break, which is going to be only for 40 minutes, please try to be back in within 40 minutes. So I just want to make an announcement before we break for lunch that we have 2 special parallel sessions organized for you specially. And one of the sessions will start at 2:30 p.m. And the title is When Disaster Strikes, How Loss Adjusters Drive Resilience and Sustainable Business Recovery in Complex Claims. This session will take place at BCJ Hall, all right? BCJ Hall is right there outside. And this will be hosted by James Buckwell from Charles Taylor Adjusting and Mahmood Ahmed from Hamid Mukhtar and Company. Along with that, we have another special parallel session, which will take place at 3:45 p.m. And that is going to take place at Sumbul Hall. So you all can, whoever wishes to join can join there. Yeah. And I've been told that these 2 sessions are pre-registered sessions. So whoever has pre-registered can definitely join it. The second session that I was talking about is the topic is quite interesting. This is brought by UNDP, Milliman Global Actuarial Initiative, GAIN as they call it. And the topic is quite interesting as well. It's preparing Takaful for IFRS 17, practical implementation, regulatory developments, and industry readiness. And this is going to be hosted by Mr. Mohammad Muzakkar Abd Ghaffar, Milliman France, and Mr. Sher Paracha, who has joined us from Milliman UAE. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, you may please proceed for the lunch break, and I'll see you in the next 40 minutes. Thank you so very much.
काफी बड़ा सेटअप कर लिया है।
उनकी ख्वाहिश थी कि बेटी की शादी धूमधाम से हो। आइए ना।
ख्वाहिशें तो सबकी होती हैं। जाने वाले चले जाते हैं, पीछे खर्चे छोड़ जाते हैं। ये जेवर सामान कहीं से तो मदद ली होगी।
मदद तो मिली, पर उनकी दूरंदेशी से। सही वक्त पे बेटी के लिए जुबली वेडिंग प्लान जो ले लिया था, जुबली की मेहरबानी से सारा काम आसानी से हो गया। समझदार फैसला कीजिए, जुबली वेडिंग प्लान लीजिए।
आसान प्रोसेसिंग, पैसों की बर वक्त अदायगी, जरूरत के मुताबिक प्लान्स। जुबली इंश्योरेंस, बेफिक्र मुस्तकबिल।
ये सामान किसका है भाई? कोई जा रहा है क्या?
अली बाहर पढ़ने जा रहा है।
लोन लिया है बाहर भेजने के लिए? बस ये बच्चों की जिद होती है। माँ बाप सारी जिंदगी कर्जों के बोझ में दबे रहते हैं। बच्चे ना पढ़े तो मसला, अच्छा पढ़े तो और ज्यादा बड़ा मसला।
हमें भी होता बड़ा मसला अगर सही वक्त पर जुबली एजुकेशन प्लान न लिया होगा। जिसने अली की सारी तालीम का खर्चा उठाया, पढ़ जाएगा तो सारे खानदान का नाम रोशन कर जाएगा। समझदार फैसला कीजिए, जुबली एजुकेशन प्लान लीजिए।
महफूज तालीमी मुस्तकबिल, पैसों की बर वक्त अदायगी, जरूरत के मुताबिक प्लान्स। जुबली इंश्योरेंस, बेफिक्र मुस्तकबिल।
अब तो बेहतर लग रहे। वैसे प्राइवेट रूम का खर्चा तो बहुत हुआ होगा। इनको आराम रहे इसलिए। सर्जरी, टेस्ट, दवाइयाँ, बहुत पैसा लग गया होगा। मरीज तो बीमार होता है, पर बाकी घर वाले पैसों की टेंशन में बीमार पड़ जाते हैं। अब कोई बीमारी के लिए पैसे जोड़ के तो नहीं रखता। बहुत मुश्किल वक्त है तुम।
जरूर होता मुश्किल वक्त अगर ये सही वक्त पर जुबली हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्लान ना लेते, जिसने इनके इलाज का सारा खर्चा उठाया। हर काम आसानी से हो गया। समझदार फैसला कीजिए, जुबली हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी लीजिए।
फौरी इलाज की मंजूरी, 600 से जायद मयारी अस्पतालों की सहूलत, जरूरत के मुताबिक प्लान्स। जुबली इंश्योरेंस, बेफिक्र मुस्तकबिल।
Chubb puts excellence into action for you. Excellence in building trust. Excellence in being there. Anywhere. Excellence in tailored insurance solutions. Excellence in preserving your legacy. Excellence in safeguarding innovation. Chubb helps protect what you value in everything we do. That's excellence in action.
11 years ago, a vision took shape, a vision to redefine excellence in the actuarial industry. And so, Badri was born. Today, we celebrate more than a decade of integrity, growth, and excellence. We started this organization with just 2 people on board, driven by a shared dream. Today, we are proud to have more than 200 dedicated employees. Each one embodies our core values of integrity, excellence, collaboration, excitement, and growth, contributing to our continued success. From our humble beginnings in Dubai, we expanded our reach to KSA, Pakistan, Egypt, and the UK. Our journey began as an actuarial consultancy, but over the years, we evolved to offer a diverse range of services, including strategic HR consulting, business intelligence, ERM, data management, financial services, data science, and strategic advisory. This journey has not been easy. We've faced many challenges, but each obstacle has made us stronger and more resilient. Along the way, we've celebrated significant milestones. From receiving industry accolades to pioneering innovative solutions, every achievement reflects our unwavering commitment to excellence. However, our success isn't measured by the number of services we've launched or the awards we've received. It's measured by the relationships we've built with our clients, our partners, and each other. At the heart of what we do is our commitment to nurturing the next generation. Through our scholarship, internship, and traineeship programs, we remain deeply invested in the future of the industry. Our ActuMinds initiative, for instance, provides students with a unique opportunity to explore the world of actuarial science, preparing them to lead the way forward. Our culture is built on structured team engagement initiatives and meaningful traditions that foster a positive and performance-driven environment. A decade of experience has shaped who we are today. The future will define what we become, driven by integrity, innovation, and an unwavering commitment to excellence.
Our journey began in 1934, when Dr. Sir Allama Muhammad Iqbal founded the Muslim India Insurance Company Limited.
In 1948, the company was renamed the Muslim Insurance Company Limited. By 1955, general insurance operations commenced. In 1980, the company became part of the Atlas Group, beginning a new chapter of growth. In 2006, it was rebranded as Atlas Insurance Limited. 2010 marked the crossing of 1 billion rupees in gross premium and contribution. In 2016, window takaful operations commenced. By 2022, the company crossed 5 billion rupees in gross premium and contribution, while its rating was upgraded from AA to AA+ by PACRA. In 2023, Atlas Insurance achieved a landmark 1 billion rupees profit after tax. In 2024, the company reached 1 billion rupees underwriting profit from core business. And in 2025, Atlas Insurance crossed 10 billion rupees in equity. A legacy of resilience, a journey of progress. Atlas Insurance Limited.
Since 1996, Protection Insurance Services has delivered innovative risk solutions, growing from our roots in Bahrain into a global reinsurance partner. Today, Protection Re serves more than 500 clients across MENA, Asia, Africa, the CIS, and Latin America. We help insurers navigate.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? We're about to reconvene the session. Can I please request you all to please take your seats?
Our teams design and place tailored facultative and treaty solutions across.
And if we could have everybody who's outside join us back in here.
Support extends beyond placement to technical accounting, claims coordination, and alternative.
Can we have the ushers to help me out with this?
At every stage, our focus is to protect financial stability.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can you please be seated so that we could proceed with our remaining day of the conference, this landmark conference, first IAP and PSOA International Insurance Conference 2026. Can I please have your attention? We Pakistanis, we love to mingle and connect a lot, you know. It's very difficult. And I'm getting the cue from Hisham Saab to begin the show, please. All right. So on that note, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a refreshing, a wonderful, delicious lunch, and you also got to connect with your colleagues. Moving on, I already had made the announcement, but I'm doing it again. In case somebody missed out, we have special parallel sessions happening now. One happening at 2:30 and the other one happening at 3:45. If anybody who has pre-registered for it can join in the BCG hall, which is right across there. And the session is hosted by Mr. James Buckwell, by Charles Taylor Adjusting, and by Mahmood Ahmed from Hamid Mukhtar & Co. We have our next speaker here with us. So I'm going to move on to that. And the speaker is going to talk about something very different. We heard about insurance and its impact on various industries. So now we'll talk about from telco to service co, building Pakistan's next digital finance and insurance ecosystem. And so we've seen that throughout the day, and we also heard in the panel discussion, to have a discussion these days without AI is definitely impossible. So digital platforms are actually redefining how financial services are delivered, creating new opportunities to expand access and also to enhance customer experience and build more inclusive ecosystems. Along with that, our next speaker has been at the forefront of this transformation. As Chief Financial Officer at the Jazz World, Mr. Farooq H. Khan has played a key role in supporting the evolution from a traditional telecommunication era to a broader digital services platform, leveraging technology in the true sense to connect millions of people across Pakistan with innovative and financial solutions. His address is titled as a very interesting topic, From Telco to Service Co, Building Pakistan's Next Digital Financial and Insurance Ecosystem. Without further ado, I request you all to please welcome with a huge round of applause our speaker, Mr. Farooq H. Khan, on the stage, please. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Ji. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum Ji, how are you? First of all, let me start by thanking the organizing committee, Shoaib, Chairman Saab, Adnan, advisor to the Finance Minister, and all the other guests here. In the next 10 minutes or so, I will try and share Jazz's growth strategy, how we focus on our customers to meet their needs, and then also share how we see the evolution of financial protection and insurance from a Jazz perspective and how we have been approaching it in the last 2-3 years. Just as a quick introduction, Jazz is owned by Vion, 100% owned by Vion, which is a NASDAQ-listed company, and the group operates in a number of frontier markets, very exciting frontier markets like Pakistan. And Pakistan is now, mashallah, the largest company in the Vion group. And please note the DO and the AI 1440 written there, which I will share with you later what that means. So, as I said, Pakistan is the largest OpCo in the Vion group now. And one of the key reasons is the huge digital opportunities that we see and find in Pakistan. And these numbers are already out of date, but they are continuing to grow. And this is an inevitable transformation that has started and will continue to grow. Another reason is how Jazz, over the last 3 decades, we've leveraged connectivity, which is really an enabler of digital services, and understood the needs of our large 100 million plus customer base to serve them better, to meet their needs and to serve them better. Just to share with you, almost every telco globally has tried to make this shift from a monolithic telco to a diversified digital services provider. And we were in a session with McKinsey, and they shared with us that although just about every telco has made this effort, there are really literally a handful of telecom companies globally who have been successful in doing that. There's Jio in India, there's Globe Telecom in Philippines, and mashallah, Jazz in Pakistan, that has made this successful transformation Already over almost 35% of our revenues come from digital services, i.e. non-telecom services, and our plan is to take it to 50% in the next 3 years. So, for more than 3 decades, as you can see, since we started in 1994, we have actually never built businesses by asking the millions of Pakistanis who are our customers to change their behavior. We began by connecting people, transforming mobile communication from something difficult and expensive to something millions could take for granted and actually can't, live without it now. Through Jazz Cash, as you can see, that was one of our earliest initiatives, and it took time to get to where we are. We bought payments, transfers, lending, financial services to 60 million Pakistanis who were financially excluded, who could not open bank accounts. So we have over 60 million customers in Jazz Cash. About 28 of them are active with us on a monthly basis. Jazz Cash issues over 225,000 small loans every day. So, you can imagine the technology backbone, that we have developed. Plus, it has about over 700,000 merchants, million QR payment sites, and we now transact almost 13% of Pakistan's GDP. Based on this, we're now expanding into entertainment, healthcare, and a growing range of other digital services that meet the needs of our customers. And that is how we are approaching the growth opportunities, and financial protection and insurance is the next step in this journey. So you might have seen, a few months ago, we rebranded ourselves from Jazz or PMCL, which was the original name, Mobilink, to Jazz World. And that really was to reflect how we see our role in service to our customers. Going back to the DO 1440 and the AI 1440 that I mentioned, that is VION's mission, which is encapsulated in these phrases. How do we meet the needs of our customers every minute of the day? So there are 1,440 minutes in a day. Not just when they want to make a phone call or send a message. How do we meet their needs in, across everything that they want to do during the day? This is now being refined as AI 1440 because we want to use augmented intelligence to do this. So we don't want to just meet their needs. We also want to help them self-actualize. How does a teacher in Sakhar become the best possible teacher that they can? How can a doctor in DI Khan become the best possible doctor that he or she can, using digital tools and being connected globally? So that is really our mission, and that is what we are seeing our customers respond to. So our ambition really is to become an intelligence-powered service co. Connectivity will remain our foundation. That is where, we acquire our large customer base. But the intelligence is what helps us understand our customers, understands their needs, and bring together the right services at the right time. Because customers don't think in business units. They simply want trusted solutions that make their everyday life easier. And that is our responsibility, to remove complexity and deliver these solutions as seamlessly as possible to them when they want it, when they need it. Coming to insurance, and all of you sitting here would know this better than me, that Pakistan has one of the lowest levels of insurance penetration in the world, less than 1% of GDP. This was spoken about earlier in the day as well, and many reasons for that. But the end result is that millions of Pakistanis and businesses are exposed to financial shocks that can erase years of progress in an instant. So in our view, the problem, and I say that with great humbleness because all of you, as I said, know insurance much better than we do. But in our view, the problem is not that people do not value protection. It is that insurance has remained separate from the way people live, work, and transact. Protecting a family's health, livelihood, or a small business, or your phone still requires people to actively go out and seek insurance, rather than finding it at the moment when it makes most sense to them. no one wakes up in the morning thinking, I'm going to buy, insurance today. So changing the status quo in our view will require more than selling policies. It requires rethinking how protection and insurance reaches people in the first instance. Hence, the real opportunity in our view is not simply to sell more policies, it is to make the protection and insurance easier to access, afford, and understand for the people. And this is how we have been working in insurance with many of our partners who are here today through JazzCash and Fikr-Free and a wider digital ecosystem. We have already facilitated millions of insurance policies. These are small micro insurance, just like the loans that are referred to in JazzCash. They range from handset protection, bundled with device purchases, to income protection. So if somebody pays the utility bill on JazzCash, you will get a pop-up saying, do you want to insure the utility bill payments in case you lose your job or due to health or whatever, you can't afford to pay it. So where it makes sense for them in the journey, that is where they're able to take the policies. So while the products may differ, but the lesson that we've learned have been remarkably consistent. That when protection is simple, relevant, and offered at the right moment, customers and people will embrace it. So as I mentioned, we have built-in utility bill payment. We have travel insurance. Everyone who travels internationally gets the insurance. But somebody taking the train from Lahore to Islamabad or Karachi, or from taking the bus from Karachi, Islamabad to Lahore, they don't have the option, never had the option of getting such protection and insurance. So I think the key point here is that none of these journeys begin with insurance. They begin with an everyday need, and protection simply becomes part of the experience rather than another product that we are trying to sell and a customer is thinking of buying. And that is how we believe insurance protection will grow, not by asking more people to seek out insurance, but by making financial protection available naturally to them at the moment when it's most relevant through digital services that they already are using and trust. Again, in Fikr-Free, just to give you an idea of the scale that we had already reached, they have about 13 million policyholders right now and 16 million active policies that are with them. And again, these are small micro policies. And again, our focus is on the financially excluded. These are the segments of the customer base population that we believe we have not reached out to previously. So I think the key message here is that when we look at insurance, we are not building distribution from scratch, because we already have a trusted high frequency relationship with the 100 million of our customers. Just coming to TPLI, because I've been asked over the last few days a lot why we have gone to acquire TPLI. So at Jazz World, when we look at acquisitions, we don't really look at them as acquisitions or opportunities to grow. That will happen automatically, inshallah, I hope, but that's not the driving motivation. The driving motivation is that we look at opportunities, that how can we serve our customers better and meet their needs. If it meets that criteria and we're able to do that successfully, growth hopefully will be an inevitable outcome. But it's not just to add a bolt-on acquisition. But we've also learned something equally important that I was referring to earlier, that digital distribution, as we've seen and I shared the numbers, can dramatically expand access. But distribution alone will not transform insurance in Pakistan. Because what we discovered was that we also needed, not just that we needed to reach millions of customers, we needed expertise and knowledge of underwriting, discipline, claims management, stronger risk capabilities, innovation, and regulatory foundations. All the things that successful insurance companies do very well. And that was really the primary reason that we made the acquisition, because we believe that is what we lacked and what will help to shape the entire insurance journey for our customers. And hence, Jazz International Holdings, which is one of our offshore companies, and I think this is probably one of the largest FDIs in the insurance sector also in Pakistan, that has acquired a majority stake. And together we hope that we will help to increase insurance penetration in Pakistan by making it part of people's day-to-day journey. And that's the sort of flywheel we hope will work, because we were sort of one step away from our customers, but now with the distribution and insurance expertise being together, we hope that we will be able to understand our customers' needs even better. Our go-to-market speed will increase, and we will be able to serve them better and bring out more innovative products for them. I'd just like to add, we have many of our existing insurance partners that we work with and have worked with over the years, and inshallah, we will continue to work with them in different ways as well. Just to conclude, for us, as I said, growth will inshallah happen, not just for us, for the entire insurance industry, but it's not going to be measured by how many policies we issue. We will measure it by how many families can recover from unexpected setbacks, whether more entrepreneurs will have confidence to invest in their business, whether millions more Pakistanis will have access to financial protection without having to think about buying it. At the time when a bank or any other, even friends and family are financing small businesses, they must have the confidence that if something goes wrong, there is underlying insurance which will, help them recover. And that is what we have learned in the past 3 decades. It's a simple lesson, but when you remove friction and make essential services easy to access, people will use them. We saw it in connectivity, we saw it in digital financial services, and we believe the same can happen with insurance. So it will not stand, insurance in our view and in our business will not stand as a standalone vertical. It will become embedded across the entire Jazz World ecosystem that I share with you. And AI and the transformational changes that are happening in technology will help us identify our customer needs better, personalize the offers, improve pricing, and simplify claims, while maintaining, obviously, very responsible use of the data. So that is the opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, we believe before us, a Pakistan where financial protection is no longer something people must seek out, because it is already there when they need it. Thank you so much.
All right, I'd like to invite Mr. Khurram Ali Khan to please come on the stage to present memento to our speaker. Thank you so much, along with Mr. Mohammad Hisham and CEO Askari and member organization as well. Please, thank you so much. Please center now. That was a wonderful presentation by Farooq Saab. I think we need to give him a huge round of applause for that. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Please be seated. Thank you. I think they're admiring the handcrafted painting, which has been presented by the students of KVTC. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right, moving on. Like I mentioned earlier, we have power-packed panel discussion for you guys, and the next one is actually very interesting, and we have been hearing about it since morning, but this is going to be a detailed one, and we have esteemed experts and speakers to discuss this topic. So next is the panel discussion on risk and resilience, climate and catastrophe insurance in Pakistan. One of the defining risks today in our time is actually climate change. And that's something that we heard that we are being not very much focused on it. So without further ado, I'd like to invite our moderator on the stage, please, Mr. Khurram Ali Khan. And I'll request you to kindly take the left one over here, the extreme left seat, so that there's no confusion. Thank you. All right, next I'm going to invite our panelist. Our first panelist is Mr. Adnan Pasha Siddiqui. He is the advisor to the Federal Minister for Finance and Revenue. Thank you so much, sir. Please join us. And then we have Mr. Asfar Arshad, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Jubilee General Insurance Company Limited. And then we have Mr. Syed Ahmad Shoaib, Digital Transformation and Insurance Leader from Adamji Insurance Company Limited. And then we have Mr. Salman Mia, Senior Project Officer, Financial Sector, Asian Development Bank. So we have a banker also with us. And then I'm going to invite Dr. Sardar Ikramullah Khan, CTO, National Insurance Company Limited. A round of applause. All our speakers and panelists are here, so I hand it over to you, Khurram Saab. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Before I start this session, I just want all of you to connect with what we're going to say. And I want you to connect emotionally so that in order to do that, I'll share a small story so that you can relate to what's happening around us. The name of the story is 7 Minutes. I would like everyone in this room to imagine something with me. It's 2:15 in the morning. Your phone vibrates with an emergency warning. The water is rising. You have 7 minutes to leave. You look around your home, your family is asleep. Your important documents are in one room, your medicines in another, your laptop carries years of work, and somewhere in the house are the photographs and the memories that cannot be replaced. You cannot take everything. So just for a moment, decide what 3 things can you take. Now imagine you're not living in Karachi, you're living in a small home beside a river. Your savings are not in a bank account, they are standing outside as 2 buffaloes. Your annual income is not sitting in an investment portfolio. It is growing in a field that will be ready for harvest in 3 weeks. Your daughter is holding her school bag, your son is carrying his grandmother's medicines. Your wife asks, what about the animals? You have no answer. Because 7 minutes are almost over. The family reaches higher grounds, they survive. And the next morning people say they were fortunate. But my question is, were they? Their house is gone, the crop is gone, the animals are gone, their school books are gone, the debt remains. The disaster lasted one night, the consequences may last an entire generation. Several weeks later, relief arrives, food, blankets, temporary shelters, all that was necessary. It was appreciated. But the father asked one question, who will help me begin again? That is the question before us today. Climate resilience is not only about saving lives during the first 7 minutes, it is about protecting dignity, livelihood, and opportunity during the 7 months and sometimes 7 years that follow. Insurance begins with emergency relief, but it often ends with that. It's not merely a compensation for what has been lost. It is prearranged hope. It is money with a plan, agreed with the river rises before the crop fails and before a family is forced to sell its future simply to survive its present. Now, I would like to ask everyone in this room one question. When the next warning arrives, will Pakistan once again have 7 minutes to escape and several months to search for money, or we will have already arranged the means to recover? With this, I will ask Adnan Saab, who is around, to give a very nice keynote speech. You laid down a compelling case in your keynote that Pakistan data infrastructure, SUPARCO, PMD, NDMA, NDRMF is already in place, and that Zarkhez has proven the model of aligning government, financial institutions, and technology platforms around a shared outcome. You described the upgrade from indemnity-based CLIS to parametric area yields. Insurance is not a policy aspiration, but as a commercial opportunity for the industry. So the question is, and also to the, we have people around in the audience, from the government side, what does the enabling environment look like to integrate a parametric upgrade into the ecosystem? Would you like to explain that, please?
Hello. Okay, can you hear us? Okay, thank you very much. So, Assalamu alaikum everyone. Again, देखिए अभी Huram साहब, what you've just described or illustrated in my mind is real, and I tried to use some of those examples when I was talking, because you know, when people talk to me about GDP, everything starts with people. When people talk to me about state, where I'm working, it's about people. And I'm going to the fundamentals. We can park climate for a moment, but when you say people, it's about health. That touches insurance. You talk about education, touches insurance. Talk about water security, food security. How do you explain to the little girl who went up the hill with her father that, you know, she may not be able to go to school tomorrow, or her father will not have the money to pay for just buying the books that she just lost? And these are very basic, because we take this for granted where we're sitting right now, because it hasn't hit us in person. There's someone who was sitting next to me earlier, and she explained to me that she's seen that happen in this last few years, right? And it's real for her because she experienced it. So till you experience it, you don't understand the magnitude of it. And that's the reason when I requested that we have specific work streams emanating from these various panels, where we actually look for designing solutions. And the two that I'd asked for, one was that's going to affect, you know, 4 out of 10 people who work in our organized labor force, which is in agriculture. And the other is on the parametric side from a national perspective, so that we don't see what just happened and we have no funding or no mechanism to actually deliver the services to people when they're in that situation, when they come down the hill and they have to start their livelihoods up again. So that's kind of the backdrop. But what the state can provide is what is available and what can be made available if you ask the questions that we can answer for you, with you, and create the environment that is conducive for investment as well. But before that, that makes sense from a 99% of the population, which is to do with the public good. So the reason I'd mentioned ZKZ was because what's missing is that, partially missing, because we have life insurance built into it, as you know, that goes through the banks to the farmers. And at the moment, we have 3 million farmers who are in the organized banking sector sort of portfolio. We want to take that up by 750,000 more in the next 3 years. Now, that's a big task because we haven't done it in 70 years. So how do we do it? We started with the 99%, 97% of our farmers. And I'm trying to make it real so you understand how we can then potentially help. They are smallholders. So we started with the 4 smallholders, 12.5 acres or less. Majority of them have less than 5 acres because, you know, land has been divided, and there are issues in identifying kiski zameen hai. When you look at land records, you also realize that a lot of the farmers are actually tenant farmers. So we said these guys are also eligible for it. Pehle koi tenant farmer ko lend nahi karta tha except for the Aarti at the APR I mentioned, which is, you can say, usurious, but the reality is banks were not there. So they're not in the room here, but that's what I did for 30 years, right, in banking. We didn't even go out of the cities. And yet we enjoyed the benefit of the food that came in from Malir or beyond, because you're in Karachi. We had no idea ki ye ugta kaise hai. So he's talking about that, right? That's the reality कि अगर मरीर बह जाता है, यहाँ वहाँ societies बन जाती हैं, तो क्या होगा? So I'm talking bigger picture. These are real issues. The state can help you offering you the platform of joining inclusive finance solutions, and yours finance, whether it's in agriculture, in housing, in energy, in infrastructure, and you become part of that discussion. Because what you do is you provide that risk layer, mitigation layer that encourages people to come forward and be bold enough to say, okay, I don't have to worry too much about it because tomorrow, when I go down the hill, it will not be as bad because someone will be able to step up. Because aap sirf insurance provide nahi kar rahe, you supporting an entire ecosystem, right? Because the builders will come in to build the house, if you have home insurance, if you have education linked insurance, that will come in. So what do you need from us? Where we can help on the legislation side, on relief side, and, in certain sectors, they want capital relief related instruments. Do you want incentives? Because it has to be incentive-led rather than mandated. Mandated is difficult to administer as well, and it's not very efficient. Then on the regulation side, because some of our regulations that we just heard when the Honorable Chief Minister was here, that the new motor vehicle policy, I think 65 में पहले लिखी गई थी, अब हुआ है फिर उसके बाद Sindh. We should copy that shamelessly. If it works, why don't we proliferate it? I would recommend, you look at what you have in place, where you feel that there is no connectivity, because that happens very often, not just companies, but even governments work in silos. We're trying to do this holistically. When Zarkhezi happened, the task force, yes, it was led by the Ministry of Finance, but we had, as I said, not just banks. We actually later on had some of your members as well. Shamsab, you were there. When you looked at insurance, where you need regulations that will allow you to proliferate or to test, you can do it in sandboxes. So you have to come up with ideas, because don't expect the government to give you ideas, right? You have to come up with ideas that you think you would want to test. Yes, we need to ring fence it so the consumers don't get impacted, right? And then we need to figure out how we can incentivize you more to proliferate. So it has to be an incentivized linked system, but please come up with solutions that are localized, where you also creating continuity and depth in your human capital. Because most of these people, and I would not be here maybe in 5 and 10 years' time, but your next generation should come up with new innovative ideas that are closer to addressing how that family that went up the hill, when they come back down, first of all, what preventative measures could have been taken based on the data you have, and you've actually respect the data for what it is. So you access to data, and then when they come down, how you can redesign or reprofile that person's life, because they have nothing left. So, that example you gave was vivid in my mind, and what solutions you create, you can do in focus groups, figure out what your product teams need our help on, because your product teams should be interacting with us when they're designing this, and where they need help, where they need connectivity within the government. Rana is not here, Ihsan, but we'll work together with you, because it serves the national purpose. When we have these mechanisms that support livelihoods and lives, it goes a long way. Yeah.
Great. I think you have provided a basic infrastructure of what is required for the private sector to come up and pool in the resources. So expanding on that question, I will go to Salman, and I will ask him, what would development partners need to see before supporting a catastrophe pool or a sovereign insurance program?
Okay, so for the insurance program, the key thing, as you said, is that the climate risk is increasing, the frequency is increasing, the intensity is increasing. So insurance is a tool to protect against that. So why there is a need for a program? So given Pakistan's climate own risk profile is increasing, we thought that this industry has to gear up to be able to undertake high impact risks. And for that, holistically, they have to be better capitalized, better digitized, better disclosures as per international standards. and risk mitigation tools for them to be able to undertake underwrite climate risk. So this is fundamentally how the development partner will see what is the need. Of course, climate is number one. We also see that insurance, we've talked about why there's a need of insurance. We also see that insurance is a source of long-term liquidity for capital markets. It's even a source of refinancing for project finance, where the appetite is very scarce with the banks. So that development also leads to that. Then, of course, pension products, they are the best position to develop longevity risks for the government. So these are some of the reasons why development partners would think that, this is a theory of change. We have other interventions in capital markets and climate and disaster resilience. And how do we synchronize and give a more integrated approach and try and anchor those reforms? So this is broadly how we look at it.
I think you have nicely put it, but I would still pose a question that we need to see insurers taking a proactive role, so that instead of being reactive, when something happens, you respond to that incident. If you are proactive and able to respond to something that has not yet happened, we will be in a better position to address the situation. That's my 2 cents. Moving on to Asfar, very good friend of mine. Asfar, again, can parametric insurance become mainstream in Pakistan?
Interesting questions. Yeah, whether it can become mainstream or not, I think we can have a discussion on that. But I think the importance of parametric insurance cannot be understated in Pakistan. If you look at some of the challenges that the industry has been faced with, the low insurance penetration, there was mention of trust as an issue. There was mention of quick payouts, liquidity, cash flows. It doesn't really help a farmer if it's going to be paid a claim after 6 months of the happening of the event, which unfortunately in the standard schemes, that's how it works, because a calamity declaration takes 4 months, then the survey happens and stuff like that. So actually the essence of insurance is lost out. So when you look at trust, again, as I mentioned, it's a very important figure. Similarly, some of the target market that the insurance industry is trying to target, they're not financially, for a lack of better word, matured enough to understand the complex nature of
how it works,
of contracts. So anything that's going to be simple is going to work. It's going to work in a number of ways. It's going to work because it's quick. It's going to work because there won't be any ambiguity in it. So as soon as a parameter is triggered, the payout should become automatic. So, and I think it's a very important tool in covering that gap. I think there's a lot of discussion that have happened on the penetration gap, the protection gap that unfortunately we have more than in excess of 90%. So parametric insurance provides you that options for insurance companies to be sold as not only as a basic insurance product, but as an add-on as well. You can have fire parametric insurance, you can have yield parametric insurance. So in having said that, in short, to answer your question, yes, parametric insurance can be a very important and vital tool. Coming back, initially, can it be mainstream? I think this is an area that we'll want to have to consider, to consider the special location of Pakistan. So when we look at countries like India or Bangladesh or some other East European countries, because parametric insurance generally currently has only worked very well in agri-related domains. But the unique nature of Pakistan is 80% of our agriculture is irrigation-based, Nehri Nizam, jisko hum kehte hain. And only 20% is Barani, which is rain-fed. Whereas you compare, for example, with India, the equation there is reversed. 80% is Barani. So parametric works very well, because for parametric to work, there needs to be a direct correlation between the element and the final result. So for example, rain and the yield. In Pakistan, fortunately, because of the very extensive irrigation system, I think crop insurance, it can be very useful to cover those segments, where, which are based on Nehru Nizam. But in total, I think there could be some issues because as we have seen, for example, in 2010, the rain happened in the northern part of the country. The impact was felt in southern Punjab and Sindh, where there was frankly no rain. Come back to 2025, last year, most of the damage that the flood caused in 2025 was not only because of the rain that we experienced in the northern part of the country, but also rain that happened in India and beyond. And they opened the flood waters, so Ravi and Chenab and all those areas got impacted. So yes, parametric insurance is going to be very important as the industry, tries to figure out ways of addressing some of the basic problems that we are involved with. In terms of mainstream, yes, I think the industry is working, for example, so rather than having a rain parametric insurance, we have come up with a yield parametric insurance, so where we are basing the outcome on how the yield is processing. Similarly, we can have moistures as well. A moisture-based product has been worked on. So yes, I think a lot of work needs to be done. It can be very useful in terms of addressing some of the challenges that we have.
Just adding on to what you said and picking up from Farooq's presentation, which he did for Jazz, according to him, insurance works if you have a need for insurance, and it works only if the delivery is seamless. So for parametric, you said the time lag is such that 4 months it takes for a calamity to declare, then the survey happens 2 months down the road, 2 months survey, the insured gets compensated. So I'm just thinking, food for thought, not a question, that if insurance can take this on themselves to define exact trigger points, if the rain happens to that extent, the claim will be paid. If the yield is reduced to that extent, the claim will be paid, so that the need is addressed and the compensation is made quickly. So probably that would help in advancing the whole idea, right? So moving on to, thank you, Osman. Moving on to Amar. If Pakistan could prioritize 3 commercially viable climate insurance products, what, in your opinion, they should be?
I think lots has been said about the climatic insurance, and in earlier speech, Pasha Sab said that Pakistan has only 1% in the greenhouse gas effects, and yet Pakistan is facing, a lot of climatic situations for the last, 1 in 3 years now. Every now and then we are facing floods and heavy rains, and as he said earlier, that 22% is agriculture part in the GDP, and 37% people are attached to this industry. And these 37 are actually creating food security responsibility for the 250 million people. So now the products which we should now look for the future, it's not the sophisticated product. It's like a scalable product which should be a framework, for insurance industry. Like, the product should address food security, product should address the economic activity, and product should address the fiscal continuity. So for the food security, I would rather go for the area yield index on a national scale level. And this CLIS Plus is one of the direction towards that. It's not the actually we are there, but this is the direction we have taken already to tackle the food security. This is one direction. For the economic activity, I will rather go for a product which is for SME and for this business interruption due to the climate. So that product is suggested for, to make the economic continuity, because, the physical is not the actual thing. Whenever the losses occurs, we pay for the physical losses, but actually what disturbs the business is the business activity which stops due to this. So second is this, and third is the fiscal stability, that the government and the other donor agencies, they can provide us the sovereign pool or sovereign catastrophic financing pool insurance, so that we have a reserve in such a case where the insurance is now paid everything, and after that there should be a pool or a reserve that again should be discussed with the reinsurers and other. So these 3 products are, there are some other products which also cater this segment, like livestock insurance, drought insurance, but those are on a very small scale. But these 3 pillars which which can be for the framework for the national insurance scheme, that One, the food security is the area yield index. For economic activity is the BMI, the business interruption climatic insurance. And third is the fiscal stability that comes through the sovereign government fund pool financing. So this is
Excellent.
my view. Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you. Moving on to Dr. Ikram. If you can please elaborate, in your opinion, how can AI, satellite imagery, GIS, and predictive analytics strengthen the climate and catastrophic insurance in Pakistan?
Thank you. Thank you so very much. First of all, I sit at very pioneer and unusual intersection, because as a CTO of national insurance company, where I'm the responsible to ensure the very much public assets that are the most exposed to the climate shocks. So just to answer your question and just to address your question, I would just request by claiming a very harsh reality that till to date, still our actuaries are depending and relying on 100 years of historical loss table. And in climate crisis, historical data means that is a statistically obsolete. So it means that still we have a lot of solutions like artificial intelligence, deep learning, machine learning, but we are not able to utilize all those solutions. I would like to quote another example. When we send our loss adjuster to the earthquake or flood zone or earthquake epicenters, which not only the very slow process, but also the danger as well as prone to fraud. But on other side, the technology have already the solution. We can deploy, by the helping of the trained deep learning and the computer visions models, trained on pre and the post disaster, high resolution drones and the IGS imagery, we can easily identify the collapse, structural collapse, crops inundations, floods, roof damage and everything, even within the hours, more than the 90%, the same process which were taking almost the days, not for safe side, I'm not saying the months, for the days. So these are the actually some backgrounds. So still this is the right time. I was very carefully listening to everyone. They were talking about the resilience, the climate change, the insurance, the penetration in Pakistan, although still we have less than the 1% penetration overall in Pakistan on insurance. But the reality is that still we, as per my opinion, still we are not priority to adopt the technologies. Still we are going with the traditional methods. Still we are relying on the whole underwriting who is sitting in the silos, and whatever he's saying, we are just going to believe on that thing. But we have the technologies in 2026, and even in the future, we have more advanced technologies where we can artificially compound the climate risk by creating the thousands of the statistically cloud bursts and simulations, and we can timely identify what will be the result and what will be the answer. That was the one part of my answer. The other part of my answer is, in this technological era, unfortunately, I personally experienced, and the most of the client are experienced, that when we buy an insurance from any XYZ company, either I'm presenting the government sector, the public sector entity, or the private sector, but still our clients have a lot of the questions that who will read all these documents? I don't know what is included, what is not included, and we actually हम उसे वो इतना उलझा के रख देते हैं that even the client is not pretty sure about what he is going to buy and what we are going to offer, and ultimately what will be covered in the claim. This is the technological era. I think all the industry, all the stakeholders are there. This is the right time that we can coordinate and we can train our own dedicated insurance model for Pakistan by feeding the super spectral IGS imagery and the feeding from the SPARCO, from NDMA, by developing the 3D national exposure database that will not only help us to identify the timely risk in advance, but as well as that will eliminate and mitigate our traditional way to rely on the historical data. But that model will give us the most advanced and updated figures for the decision.
Yeah, I think you're very right. I just met last week an insurer outside of Pakistan, and he told me that because of this Iran war that's happening, they are settling claims only based on the satellite images that they receive from the surveys. of pre and post events, and based on that, they are settling claims. In Pakistan, we have this process of appointing a loss adjuster who goes, visit the site, takes photographs, come back, make a report, and then the insurer looks upon it and then do the whole process. So I'm just adding some food for thought that in this age of technology, we have tools that we can use to shorten the whole process, keep the diligency in place, and make a payout much easier. So coming back to Salman, my second question would be, which regional catastrophe or climate insurance model offers the most relevant lesson for Pakistan?
So the international best practices, whichever way you cut it, it basically says that you need to have an integrated approach on disaster risk management or disaster risk reduction, and then synergized well with disaster risk financing, which means that if you have more climate resilient infrastructure, then it's more insurable, and the disaster risk financing also makes more sense. But more importantly, the key learning is that for disaster risk financing, it has to be a risk-layered approach. For low frequency, low impact events, you don't need anything exotic. All you need is governments typically reserve a budget, basically a contingency budget, which is ring-fenced for that purpose only, not a general purpose, but ring-fenced. Then for the middle layer, which is middle risk, medium frequency and medium impact, typically the government looks up to development partners like us and others for contingent disaster facilities. So it's a pre-approved facility. It's like a policy-based loan, but it only gets dispersed after, God forbid, if there is an event. So this is like an ex-ante disaster risk financing instrument available with the government in this middle tier. So if you were to calibrate maybe 1 and 2 year event, a contingent budget allocation, 1 and 5 year event, this contingent disaster facility. We, by the way, are looking to do the first contingent disaster facility by ADB Pakistan for government of Pakistan, about $500 million, which will be put up for board consideration within this year. So God forbid there's an event, there's already pre-arranged financing. Then the last year is 1 to 5, let's say 5 to 25 year event. You have risk transfer solutions like insurance. Beyond longer term, you have catastrophic bond. This is how the risk layered approach works in different countries. Now to scale up the insurance itself, what needs to be done? There are other examples where you need, if you want to insure public sector infrastructure, if you want to do crop loan insurance schemes, you obviously, somebody needs to pay for the premium. And if the vulnerable population can't, then the government has to cover. The key learning is that you try and diversify resources. You set up an ecosystem where you bring in Global Shields, GCF. Because it's a provincial subject, there should be contribution from the provinces as well. So that you have a scalable fund, a catastrophe fund. We've already helped NDRMF put up a solidarity fund, which is a counter-cyclical fund like a catastrophic fund, which should be able to aggregate premiums for this purpose, make catastrophic pools, as Emma alluded to, and possibly also be a conduit for risk mitigation for SMEs, should there be a disaster in terms of meeting their capital and liquidity needs. The question is, because the bigger the pool, the bigger your flexibility to have more expensive instruments with lower triggers, parameter triggers, like what Adnan mentioned. If the banks have an uncollateralized lending that they have to give, they would want a more robust, I would not say recourse, but a credit risk mitigation to insurance. And for that, they would want parametric, which is quicker. They would want lower triggers, maybe 20%. But the question is, you need to first test the calibration of those triggers. We've just moved in CLIS Plus to satellite-based imagery, but we need to test the technology, whether Suparco, the data they will give for inundation, based on inundation, that leads to an estimated area yield loss of 50%, whether that calibration is accurate before the government says that we want to lower the triggers and go for a more expensive scheme, which is better for for the banks and the stakeholders. So this is broadly some of the examples.
Makes sense. Thank you. I've been told the organizers that we have a 30-minute session, so I probably ask the last question with Aswar. Do the relatively low insured losses from the 2022 floods reveal limited insurance exposure or the scale of Pakistan's protection gap?
Yeah, I think the answer to that for me is very straightforward. I think it's unfortunately the extremely low protection gap that we have. So we keep hearing the insurance penetration. I think when we started the morning, we started off at something like 0.9%. Then I think Adnan gave a figure of 0.87%. Then this lady from Reuters came up and she brought it down to 0.7%. And I was just checking the numbers, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news. The actual penetration last year was 0.66%, right? So you can imagine when globally the insurance penetration is 6%, and according to Swiss Re, the protection gap globally is around 45%. And when it comes to triggers, climate condition, the protection gap is north of 75%. So when at 6%, the protection gap is 75%, you can well do the maths. I mean, a lot of actuaries here, what extent of protection gap there will be when you're talking of a penetration of less than 0.7%. So we're talking of high 90s%. So, and this was again, so the number of, the areas that were impacted, so there were, if you look at the geography of the floods, there was, so for example, some power infrastructure that was impacted. There was some telecom infrastructure that was impacted. These two were, by and large, to some extent, maybe not fully, but to some extent had the insurance cover. The unfortunate part was the third layer, and what Adnan mentioned, the people, and the most important and the most critical component of the entire equation, the backbone of our economy, the agriculture of our economy. There, the insurance penetration was abysmally low. Unfortunately, the CLIS scheme that there was, it wasn't, I'm sure we have made a lot of progress with CLIS Plus. We at least pooled up the entire resources so that the entire premiums become available to any catastrophe. So that's obviously going to help, but I think it was very, very low. And hopefully with these changes and now with more impetus coming on in this scheme, hopefully we should be able to address this. But I think we're not in the right range. We keep saying there's a lot of potential, but I think we'll also need to, have a deeper look and see where we're heading. Actually, currently, we're not heading anywhere. We're just there. And I think a lot needs to change from the insurance industry perspective, from the government perspective, and from the regulatory perspective. I think all the stakeholders need to put their acts together to see how we can address the challenges. Because the section of the population that we are trying to protect, unfortunately, to expect them to come up with the finances that are required to meet the risks that have been discussed. And we keep hearing that, Pakistan is one of the 10th among the countries more impacted by weather events. We are under top 10. Then to expect that segment of the population where 80% of the people are classified as subsistence level farmers, that means, they own less than 12.5 acres, to expect them to come up with something which is around 7%, 8% as risk pricing, I think that is not going to happen. That has not happened anywhere in the world. You look at India's example, you look at Middle Eastern example, anywhere where agriculture insurance or crop insurance has been run, it's not based on farmers. I think Arshad Mia Sahab Salman made a very interesting point where there needs to be some collaboration between the federal and social government. That's exactly how it's working in India, where the federal government contributes 50% of it and the state government also contributes 15%, because the section of population that is more vulnerable, that we need to protect, are those unfortunately cannot afford to come up with the pricing that are needed to cover the risks that we're talking about.
Dan, I think you want to add something.
You saw this movie where the guy says, "You can't handle the truth."
Yeah.
Sure, if you're okay with that, right? So we met Kanda Saab, and we told him we don't want any policy loans. One, please, my request is, whoever's doing this, policy loan आप हमें देते हैं ना, हम खा पी जाते हैं, right? Don't give us that money. Kindly just do what I've requested you to do, and this is from the finance minister himself. Let's just be very clear. We need a solution which is for the people. We do not need anything but P4R, is that what you call it? Link it to outcomes that we've requested you to focus on. No policy loans. Secondly, because policy loan हम खा पी जाते हैं.
True, true.
And then आप कहते हैं कि पैसे कहाँ गए? So, secondly, we already know the what and the why. From this panel and the others, I'd request humbly, please tell us what you need from us. Innovation we leave to you. अगर हमें इतनी समझ होती है हुकूमत में, तो हम करने गए होते. So, I'd request all of you here. There's so much brain power here. There's like Shoaib Saab was telling me, 800 people, and there are lots of young people who should be entering this industry with this inquisitiveness, this challenge that, you know, we're going to design solutions. We're going to be, you know, actuaries, and we're going to be, you know, transforming this country. And so let's go with that mindset, that how are we going to solve this? Rana Saab, when he was here, he is going to start up a task force, and then he'll lead that. We'll join it. And we can pull in resources from other areas as well that take us from CLIS Plus to what is required. You said it's specifically for area yield. We've tested it. 2 banks tested it 4 years ago. It was a payouts because, again, as I said, it was truing. Instead of truing up, we were using garbage data. If you doubt what Suparco or LIMS, is providing you, we seriously have a problem because the banks are already lending without your support. So I'm offering you that same access. I don't know why it's going to take so long to do. It's taken 6-8 months. And I'm not saying this out of frustration. I'm just surprised that we're still going to be testing it another 6 months. So we're not going to go in the direction of directed. We're just requesting you because you should take this as a challenge, because you are going to be looking at it commercially. And we will be underwriting this like we do CLIS. We have billions of rupees in the budget every year. Just like you look at the budget, how it affects our pockets. It's our money actually going out, but it's not being utilized correctly. We all know it. So let's do this transformation in months rather than in years. We do not want to see a CLIS plus. We need to see this new solution, and we need to see it maybe 2 or 3 months. That's why you have people coming over to help you build the capacity in that from abroad. And please reach out. The state can do it as well, but we want you to take that initiative. We already have 2 companies. We have State Life, they're doing their job. We have National Insurance, where they need capacity building. He's going to ask for the resources. We're happy to do that. But the private sector has to do this, right? Where you had mentioned earlier on the infrastructure, we have National Credit Guarantee Company. They're going to be focusing on SMEs. Infrazam is already doing that for the agri piece. Why can't you backstop some of that? If they're doing first loss, you can go second loss. We're doing first loss, and now we've stepped away when it comes to agri storage. Infrazam is doing it, 7.1 billion. The finance minister announced on the floor of the assembly. So I would like to hear something in his speech in June next year, his or whoever's, right? कि जी ये insurance company ने किया है. They've stepped up to the plate. And this is what the reward is. And then you say that we want these reliefs, and then you say we want these changes in regulation that protects the customer but gives you the room to maneuver, because you don't probably have the room. And you tell me what legislation you want. That's where we can help you, rather than saying कि जी ये नहीं हुआ. I mean, lastly, as I said, kar dalo. I don't know why, we're debating this anymore. This is a fantastic opportunity. Thank you very much for organizing this. And, hopefully we'll get something sticky going on. Thank you.
Very quickly, just to conclude, मेरे ख्याल से मैंने ज़िंदगी में पहली बार 30 साल से ज़्यादा मुझे काम करते हुए हो गए, किसी गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल से ये सुना है कि हम पैसे खा जाएंगे, हमें मत दो, हमको वो चीज़ें बताओ जो हमें करनी चाहिए ताकि हम कुछ डिलीवर कर सकें. जो वाहिद गैप मुझे नज़र आ रहा है वो ये आ रहा है कि दिस इज समथिंग विच इज़ पर्सन ड्रिवन. यू आर प्रॉब्ली वेरी प्रैग्मेटिक, यू आर वेरी forward looking, but we need to request you to please try and institutionalize that. If you can do that, then probably it can continue. Otherwise, tomorrow you're gone.
Just the point, that's why I said it'll be through debate in regulation.
Yes, please do that.
And you had a legislator here, Shoaib Saab knows what I'm talking about, who looks after the insurance piece.
Great.
जब तक आप legislate नहीं करेंगे, we have to institutionalize it.
Exactly.
Then आप मैं हो ना हो वो चलेगा काम.
यही होना चाहिए.
Right?
यही होना
It
चाहिए.
should be like business.
True.
We'll disappear, we'll fade out in 5 years, 10 years,
Exactly,
whatever.
exactly.
But you know, whoever takes it up, they say, yeah, it's codified, and then we can still improve it.
True, true. So we conclude. Thank you very much. Just my last concluding remarks with the audience. Before we leave, I invite every person here to make one silent commitment. Think of the institution you represent and identify one decision within your influence that could be taken before the next monsoon rains. A product that can be launched, a data set that can be shared, a pool that can be designed, a policy that can be approved, a farmer, household, or business that can be protected, because resilience is not created by a quality of our discussion. It will be created by decision we take tomorrow. And finally, when the next disaster comes, history will not ask how many conferences we held. It will ask how many empty chairs we prevented. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. A wonderful panel discussion, I would say thought-provoking to the core. We thank all the esteemed panelists and moderator for a wonderful discussion. Thank you so much. I think let's give them a huge round of applause. I love the last concluding statement. Very thought-provoking. All right, so on that note, I'd like to invite our presenters to present the memento to our wonderful panelists. May I please invite Mr. Javed Ahmed, CEO, Jubilee Life Insurance, to please join us on the stage to present the memento, along with Shoaib Javed Hussain Sahab, Chairman IAP and CEO State Life Insurance Corporation, Pakistan. Please come on the stage. And Mohammed Hisham as well, Vice Chairman IAP. No, I'm supposed to take it when you're sitting there. Thank you. नहीं इनको नहीं देना All right, we'll present our first memento to our first panelist, Mr. Adnan Pasha Siddiqui, Advisor to the Federal Minister for Finance and Revenue. All right, and now we present. There's a whole text written behind each painting, yeah. All right, the next memento we present to Mr. Asfar Arshad, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer for Jubilee General Insurance Company. And the next we'll present to Mr. Syed Ahmed Shoaib, Digital Transformation and Insurance Leader, Adamji Insurance Company Limited. Mr. Salman Mia, Senior Project, Financial Sector, Asian Development Bank. Next, we have Dr. Sardar Ikramullah Khan, CTO, National Insurance Company Limited. And then to our wonderful, brilliant moderator, Mr. Khurram Ali Khan, Chief Executive Officer, Fidelity Insurance Brokers Private Limited. We also have two more mementos to present, sir, please. We have two UNDP representatives with us here right now. So can I please invite Mr. Mohammed Muzakkar Abd Ghaffar, Milliman, France. He's joined us from all over there. Can we please have you on the stage? Great. Oh, that's wonderful. Please bring the... And they're going to be conducting and hosting a session, special parallel session at 3:45 p.m. So if you want, you can join them too. All right, the next I'm going to invite Mr. Sher Paracha, Milliman, UAE. Can you please have you on the stage? Sure, sir. A round of applause, please. That's it. That's it. Thank you so much. Please be seated. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. It's better to say please be seated. Right. So, ladies and gentlemen, before I actually move to the next panel discussion that we have right now, I want to actually see how much are we really learning and enjoying the conference so far. If I could see it in your round of applause, please. Great. Thank you so much. I do know that at times we're constantly learning and learning, but yes, I think it's very important for us to, learn about this insurance sector as well. So the next panel discussion is also on a very interesting topic and something that's very close to our hearts because health is wealth. Jaan hai to jahan hai. Aur agar iski insurance na ho, to how are we going to survive? So for that, we have a panel discussion on health insurance in digital age, because health insurance, though we all know about it, but digital age, that's what's really important. For this, I'm going to invite our esteemed panelists on the stage, but first I'll invite the moderator, and I'll request the moderator to kindly take this extreme left seat so that the remaining panelists can seat accordingly. So I'd like to invite our moderator for this session, Mr. Noman Bashir, co-founder and chief executive officer, Ozoned Digital. And our first panelist I'm going to invite is Zain Jivanji, founder and CEO, I23 Insurance Agency. Then I may invite, please, Mr. Ali Fahad Ahmed, President, Jazz Lifestyle Venture. Mr. Azim Iqbal Pirani, Chief Operations Officer and Executive Director, EFU Life Assurance Limited. Mr. Ali Haider, Director Kuruva, International Vertical of Sehat Kahani. Can we have the round of applause, please? These are our esteemed panelists. Thank you. And then lastly, we have Mr. Muhammad Ashar, Divisional Head Health and Accidental Insurance, State Life Insurance Corporation of Pakistan. And with that, our esteemed panelists are right here. And we hand it over to the moderator. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, it's working. You want me to come here? All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I think the discussions today that we have heard from everybody have been really exciting and very thought-provoking for everyone, and especially when it comes to the opportunities that exist within multiple industries to help grow the insurance penetration within the country. That's an extremely exciting thing to learn and also to hear from people and their expertise from various industries. So we're going to have a discussion today on the health transformations, digital health, and how it's shaping up the insurance industry as we speak. I think the industry, it's going through one of its largest transformations. And traditionally, what we know of health insurance, the insurers have been mostly focused on how to finance health insurance, or for that matter, how the claims would be handled, okay, on what's going to be happening with processing of the claims. But what's happening today with the change of the needs of the customers today are expecting something more than just a simple processing of claims. They're expecting the process to be digital. They're expecting themselves to be connected. They're expecting this, product or service to be made available where they are, in different ecosystems where they interact with, they engage with. Okay, they want it to be simple, and the cumbersome approach of having to even buy health insurance and then go through the claims for health insurance. That itself, it's something that the customers are looking for. And more importantly, with AI coming in, what difference is AI going to be making to the livelihoods or the lives of people who are holding a health insurance? I think that's another area that we would like to touch upon. So the overall overarching question that I have in my mind after the end of this session is just to clarify that it's not health insurance being digital that we are actually looking for to answer. Okay, we just want to understand how health insurance future looks like tomorrow. Just digital is one part of it. I think it's more importantly the holistic approach of where health insurance sit within different ecosystems out there. So keeping that in mind, I would like to ask the esteemed panelists one by one. One of the questions that's common amongst all of you is how do you see health insurance evolving over the next 5 years, and what do you think is going to be defining the success in the digital age for health insurance? So I'll start with you, Zain Saab, with your experience. If you could just highlight something on that.
Assalamu alaikum. I think these are possibly the most exciting times in human civilization. So we had a dump of probably 300 million years of body dump of how we live, and it's suddenly going to change, right, with AI coming in and in health insurance. We're all going to live longer because we're going to have more things cured, which we never thought were possible. The data dump that a physician had in his brain is now in a hard drive, and it can be accessed in milliseconds. So that's incredible, right? That's incredible. This will change everything that we know in medicine. The access to healthcare will become, I think, more affordable for that common person that didn't get it. I could go to, I guess, in Pakistan, and I'm in California, I could go to Stanford Hospital, and not everybody had access to Stanford Hospital. But now with telemedicine, you could. So that I think I see a fantastic era in the next 5 to 10 years in which longevity will be affected. We'll have other problems because people will live longer. But I'm very excited. I see very positive change with AI and medicine.
Great, thank you. The same question to you, Azim Saab, in terms of how do you see, health insurance defining success in this digital era? Just 1 minute of your thought on that initially.
Thanks for the question. I think one thing that we at EFU Life have really focused on, and that is that we're in the business of claims, and that's true for all the life insurers, health insurers, general insurers out there. What we thought is more important, that what if we stop the claim from happening in the first place? So whether it's a disease prevention program, whether other than telemedicine, which is great, which provides you that ability to proactively get treatment online without having to reach out to physically to go to a doctor. But then what happens after that? That's effectively the end of the journey. So we've taken that one step forward, and we've said that, look, that shouldn't be the end of the journey. That should just be the start of the journey. And so once you're with us, we've got a whole suite of tools that are now available, whether it's a life policy that rewards you for healthy living, whether it's like the disease management program, which proactively reaches out, helps you deal with diabetes, high blood pressure, so on and so forth, those common symptoms and problems that we all have so frequently. So the focus that, we've got a tagline, Sabse Pehle Sehat. So the whole objective being that if you want to be healthy, the focus should not be on the claim, rather it should be on not getting to that claim. We should provide you with that ecosystem which encourages you to live in a manner and make the required changes to your lifestyle so that you never have to get to that point where you need to go to a hospital. So our goal is that that's what we're doing for our customers, and that's something we would like to see within the industry, where people actually reach out to the citizens of Pakistan, and ideally at a micro level. Those jazz customers who get a phone call and are able to spend a few rupees a day and be able to get some level of coverage, which includes these protective tools as well, so that they also do not need to fall into that claims trap. Again, if the claim comes, we will honor it, no doubt. But our goal is that we should take you away from having to be in that situation.
All right. Thank you so much. The same question to you, Ali, Fahad, and just your thoughts on that initially before we start over.
First of all, I'd like to start with the disclaimer. I'm not an insurance or a healthcare person. I'm a marketer, and the company, let me just put it here, yeah. And our organization is a company that specializes in consumer insights and products, right? So, and answering this question from that lens, the way I see it, that what we're looking at right now is better insights and better customer segmentations, which basically means that you'll have products which are created for very specific customers, offered through a seamless digital journey, and where there is hyper personalization of the products, right? That's where we see, and I think if that, and why I think right now is a good time, is because historically the insurance industry has existed, the telecom industry has been there, but the relationship has been very transactional. So the insurance companies building the products and using the telecom company, or even banking for that matter, as a distribution arm for their products. And there is greater interest in now understanding what is relevant for the audiences, how customized the product offering can be, and what are the best incidents to offer that product to them. So the kind of work that has started happening on that front in the last, I would say about a year and a half, and the dramatic changes that we have seen in terms of the customer adoption and even their awareness of what is claimable and the ease of claim, all of those things have started transforming. So from that token, I see that in the next 5 years, would the whole outlook of the healthcare and the health insurance business would be very different.
Great, thank you so much. The same question to you, Ali Haider.
Yeah, thank you, Naman. Digitally, when I say, in my view, I guess when we talk about insurance and its utilization, I think we need to work on both ends. Digital integration that's required on the insurance side, whether it comes to the underwriters, the actuaries, and on the distribution. And rightly, we have to work on the digital application on the customer side as well. How practically acceptable for them to use those techniques which we are going to implement, like how easy for them, and how how can we break that shyness that a customer can go and book the appointment, like for example to that telehealth consultant. So I guess we need to work on both ways, on this side, on the insurance side, and on the utilization side when it comes to the customers and the patient. So that's my 2 cents on that digitalization of the ecosystem when it comes to.
Great, thank you. And lastly, yourself, Ashar Saab.
Thank you. So there are 2 perspectives, one from the common man's perspective and one from the corporate perspective. Let's talk about the common man perspective, what I see health insurance is next 5 years. There is a jingle of State Life and there is a word that ab fikr na koi gham. So in next 5 years, I love to have my health insurance app to have a panic button. If I in distress, using this panic button, I able to connect with the nearest hospital, with the nearest facility. Somebody is able to guide to me. Using my conditions, we can use AI tools and they can summarize my electronic medical record and advance send to my physician. So this is a type of care that the insurance company can deliver using health insurance, using digital integrations with hospitals, pharmacies, telemedicines. It know my whole medical profile in advance, and system should be so sophisticated. And in terms of the corporate outlook, being a State Life is managing largest social health programs. In next 5 years, we surely are looking to there is a thin line between the social and corporate insurance. And we want to introduce a continuum of social health insurance with the corporate health insurance. So there may be no fine line between them, and the corporate health insurance do augment the social health insurance in Pakistan. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I think we've heard several interesting perspectives ranging from AI to ecosystems to products. But the common theme across all of these, initial thoughts has been around customer expectations and what actually the customer expects, from the health insurers, or the providers for their needs going forward. So I'll just start the conversation from here. Azim Saab, the first question is to yourself. With the customer expectations constantly evolving, and we've heard that as well, because we've had a varied feedback on what you guys are thinking it may look like in 5 years from now. From your perspective, what's the biggest opportunities that you see as insurers to simplify and enhance, for example, customer journeys in line with the customer expectations, and also meeting up with their demands or the ever-changing demands with the environment that is changing out there? Obviously, when I say environment, we're talking about digital and other ancillary services that come with it. So.
Okay, so obviously our focus would be to make it easy to distribute our product and to service our product, which would mean we need technology, we need apps, we need mobile communications. But having said that, there seems to be a feeling in the financial sector in Pakistan that we're all going to get super digitized and everybody's going to be all digital. But the Awam Nas out there, the average man on the street, he's still not ready. They're actually scared to go into a bank because of the fact that they won't be treated very well. So what we've done at EFU Life is we've tried to make sort of a hybrid structure, that the digital aspect is there. It supports our sales force. It makes it easy for those customers who are willing to go, the Gen Zs, the people like in this room who are more tech-centric and are willing to use it. But then we also have our human-based delivery system as well, where you want to talk to a person, that person explains it to you, and so on, you can take it forth. So that's one aspect of it. The other aspect, as I mentioned in my initial point, was that our focus is on trying to improve the lifestyles and living ways of our people, which are currently, I mean, as we often like to joke around, if you picked up most of the people in this room, between diabetes, high blood pressure, 95% is covered, right? It's unfortunate, but that's the reality that we live with right now. And the fact is that we are so complacent about it that it doesn't even raise an eyebrow anymore. So we at EFU Life feel that that's where the focus needs to be. That's where we need to bring. The decisions we make are good for our organizations, but are they good for the public at large? If they are, then great. Then it's a win-win situation. But if it's just good for me as a company that I'm making more money, then maybe I'm not in the right direction. So our focus has been, and this is something that we've started working on the last couple of years, is that we need to focus on, because we're going to play claims, we're going to keep playing claims, that's our business. But at the same time, we need to bundle it with a packaging or with a product that provides that additional incentive for you to improve your lifestyle and live a healthy life, so that it never gets to that claim. So that whether it's the health side or it's the life benefit, we don't want you to go down that road of wanting a claim. We want you to be a healthy Pakistani citizen, so that overall as a nation, we are in a better situation than we are currently. So that's where we see ourselves going. But yes, the tech is going to be there. You can't deny that anymore. And the more we've got this whole ecosystem that we've developed where you can purchase your health coverage, you can service it. Everything is on one location. Find, buy, pay, service, everything in one ecosystem. So we're working in that direction. But again, the focus is that, look, we don't want you to fall sick. So let's primarily focus on having a healthy lifestyle or healthy living for our population and our customers as well. I mean, it just makes sense as an insurance company. If I have healthy customers, it'll be advantageous to myself as well.
True. So you spoke about the customer and how you from your company's perspective, you've actually built up solutions that are customer centric. So just a follow up on that point only. Have you seen areas within that experience, because it's all to do with customer experience at the end of the day? Have you seen areas that are causing friction, and for them to embrace that change, what would you, or what are you looking at to remove those frictions, if there are any that you've seen so far?
Well, I mean, as with any change is difficult, right? I mean, you ask your kids not to use the phone for one night and you'll see how challenging that becomes. So change is going to be challenging to begin with. That's inherent. What we've learned is that you just need to sort of keep chipping at it. It's like the sculptor. He just keeps doing it. In the beginning, you don't know what he's going to do, but eventually you see this beautiful work of art that comes out of it. So if someone wants to say that I'm just going to do this with the swipe of the wand and it's going to get done, it doesn't work that way. So if you're in it for the short term, maybe this is not the business for you. True. But if you're in there for the long term and your vision is genuinely to provide a valuable benefit to your customers and the public at large, then yes, you will get there. It will take time, but you will get there, because we are seeing that as we slowly chip away at those customers, they eventually are willing. Maybe initially they'll just try it out, not so sure. then they'll come back again, maybe try it out again, then maybe, so it's like a small dance that you keep doing with them, where eventually they're like, wow, this is great, I'm enjoying it. And from there, it's smooth sailing.
So it's an evolving process. I agree
Absolutely.
totally. So, customer experience being one of the most important areas, we also need to reach out millions of customers or millions of potential customers in Pakistan who still don't have health insurance. So my question to you, Ashar Saab, is that while health insurance penetration remains relatively low in Pakistan, what new distribution models or strategic partnerships do you believe will be most effective in the expansion of the access to health insurance?
In terms of the distribution model, I don't think there is a single one distribution model, because Pakistan has different segments of population with different affordabilities and rural to urban ratios. The health insurance distribution is mainly based on three factors. One is affordability, second is your trust and communication, and third is the access. Being a state life, over the past decade, our focus was on social health insurance expansion. And to date, we have serviced around 18 million patients across different hospitals. These are the customers who never have bought the policy. However, they now have the idea how health insurance works using the Sehat card and other initiatives. So during the whole last decade, we try to create a trust, try to create in terms of a delivery of services, and try to expand the health insurance penetration, and it has been expanded in 3 provinces of the Pakistan. Now the next segment of continuity is again developing a trust and then to target different segments based on their affordability. So in these segment, we can partner with different organizations like telcos, banks. However, there is one fundamental challenge here also. Being digitization doesn't essentially cut the cost of distribution. For example, in banks, there are commission rates for individual health policy ranges from 40 to 50%. And if we account it for the taxation also, it goes up to 60, 65. This will give us a cushion of only 35 rupees in the 100 rupee bill. So the question is how much we can deliver in just 35. So essentially we have to focus to reduce the cost of delivery. We are using these digital channels, but cost is not going down. So in the next few years, we have to focus on how these digital initiatives can cut the cost of acquisition and leaving us the margin for actual service delivery for our beneficiaries, for our policyholders, while maintaining the standard of services towards them. We don't want to cut the access. We don't want to cut the services. However, we want to cut the distribution associated cost. And one other factor that is important in the service delivery is again the communication. The way previously we have seen in the industry, beneficiaries are not being aware, beneficiaries are not being communicated properly how their health insurance is, what their health insurance is covering, and what are the benefits, what are the ceilings, what are the pre-existing conditions. This is a normal questions, and many insurance companies do hide behind these pre-existing conditions. So what actually differently what we are doing under State Life is now we are not defining pre-existing and not defining exclusions. We are also defining the inclusions, the whole list of inclusions, whole list of procedures that we are going to cover. So this will give us more level of communication, more level of awareness to the beneficiaries, and this in turn increase the trust of beneficiaries toward the health insurance plan for the entire industry.
Right. Thank you so much. And I think the question on distribution was primarily to highlight that distribution is what's driving the customer into the system, right? But for the sake of understanding, healthcare doesn't just simply start or end with just issuance of a policy. There's much more to it, and I think this is where I'll reach out to Ali Haider Saab here, where we are talking about ecosystems, we are talking about orchestration layers, we're talking about healthcare involving not just the insurance companies, but involving hospitals, diagnostics, pharmacies, digital health providers, telemedicine services, right? So, Ali, from that perspective, how can a stronger collaboration between these different stakeholders create a better customer experience for the potential customers of health insurance?
Thank you, Noman. Thank you, Noman. Hello? Yeah, thank you, Noman. Let me try to make the audience understand the ecosystem which we are working on. Being part of insurance industry for last many years, and now being part of the digital health platform for some time, there are two sides which I would like to share. The one is, and again, the two sides are, one is the brighter side, the happy side, and one is the relatively a challenging side. So let me share the happy side first. The happy side is that being part of the platform dealing with the digital health, we are dealing almost with major insurance companies. In last 4 or 5 years, we have seen a surge in getting the utilization at our platform. And again, if I would share the latest numbers, at the moment, daily, we are managing almost 100 consultations, more than 100 consultations, sorry, more than 500 consultations daily basis at our network. If I would like to classify in terms of hours, so daily our system consumes more than 100 hours in terms of managing the consultations of the customers of insurance companies. So that is naturally a good news. And again, the credit goes to the insurance companies who took the initiatives, trusted the digital partners, and started using them as a value addition. I emphasize the point as a value addition. Right now, the stakeholders, primarily the insurance companies, they are using the health platforms morely like a value addition. And again, let me come to the challenging part of the insurance industry in Pakistan. The SECP report of 2025 says the health insurance business in Pakistan, it stands at around 35 billion. And I'm talking about the corporate health because that is more relevant, because that covers the most part of the insurance in Pakistan. I'm not talking about the social health and other programs. The corporate health caters 35 billion of premiums, and that the challenging part is that the loss ratio of that 35 billion stands at more than 100%. So again, that is the most challenging part. And when you talk about the penetration, when you talk about the digitalization, that is something which is not very, it's not a very comfortable situation for the sponsors of the insurance companies or the CEOs of the insurance companies to run a portfolio at more than 100%. And then there is the point where I just would like to emphasize that these intermediaries and these ecosystems like digital health services, they can play a vital role to manage these loss ratios. I just want to take a few minutes to explain how that loss ratio works in today's world. Like, being part of industry for last 20 years, like 10 years back, we manages the claim in a way that we ensure when the patient goes to the hospital, we manages the utilization. Our doctors manages the utilization, the number of MRIs, the number of CT scans. But now the time has been changed. Now the time is that if the patient goes to the hospital, it's hardly in your control to manage the utilization. So now the need is that how can you ensure that patient should not reach the hospital? In other words, you can say the hospital should be the last resort for the patient. And once you are able to create that ecosystem, then when the patient is comfortable in getting in touch with these telehealth providers, the consultants on digitally, they can guide the patients the right route. And let me explain one more thing to you, that whenever the patient goes to the hospital, and I'm not talking about the tier 1 hospitals like we used to go in Karachi, Lahore, and Islamabad. I am talking about tier 2 and tier 3 hospital where the majority of the population goes. The percentage of patient shifts from the emergency to the inpatient is more than 60%. The patient lands in the emergency ward of the hospital, most likely the 60% chances is that he would land up into the admission because of the commercial purposes. So that's the avenue where these all digital platforms can work along the insurance companies to reduce the traffic towards the hospital. And again, I see a very positive change within the insurance sector, within insurance companies, while adopting these measures. And again, we just need to, the first step we have already covered, that get our ecosystem built in a way that now these intermediaries like telehealth companies and home healthcare companies, they are indulged with the insurance companies as a value addition. The next step is that we need to work side by side with the policies so that they can be well integrated into the insurance system. And later on, subsequently, this could work on all these social health programs and so on. Yeah.
Right. Thank you, Ali. I know in the interest of time, we need to sort of go to the next question. We've talked about insurance, we've talked about customer experience, we've talked about ecosystems, healthcare providers, but millions of customers today need to spend more time, and in fact are spending more time on digital platforms than anywhere else. So Ali, your question to you from Jazz perspective, and I'll just quickly request you to wrap it up in about a minute and a half or so. What can the insurance industry learn from the digital platforms that you guys have pioneered or have set up in making health insurance more accessible, engaging, and relevant?
Right. Thank you. So I'll keep it brief. So a lot of the conversations today have been that why insurance we've not had major adoption of insurance across Pakistan. Yeah. Is it better now? Yeah.
Yeah, better. Thank you.
Right. So it has been a lot of conversation in terms of the low adoption rates in Pakistan. And I think embedding is one way, and I can share some stats where you get, general populations get a flavor of what it means, how it could impact their lives in times when they require insurance. So right now, the total insurance unique policies that we have, active policies, is about 16 million, which are a combination of being bundled into our different various products, which may be telecom, which may be other services. And out of that, health policies about 7 million. Now, it's all about making sure that you are able to build the journeys around it. How do you optimize that ecosystem? For example, out of the 7 million policy holders of healthcare, there are about 100,000 people who reach us where, consultations, again, we have an independent healthcare platform that we work with different industry partners to provide, GP 24/7 assistance plus specialists and all. So those insurance-led healthcare availability to customers opens up the door for our healthcare services. And from there, then there is an e-pharmacy that follows up. And also there is a very strong linkage with our JazzCash business. So an important component of that business is Ready Cash, which is nano loans. And then we identify the reason why people take these emergency loans. A lot of them are related to healthcare requirements, which again links up. And that is probably the ideal time where we communicate that if you were insured at this time, you would not have to take this loan. So that's the whole the whole digital play is around building ecosystem, identifying the times where the product offering is most relevant for the customers and a point where they will value it most. And that because it is okay to, and it's easy to acquire customers for a service, but for them to value it across their life and to continue viewing it as a viable product, that's something which is a continuous journey and something that we need to optimize.
All right.
I would like to, if I may, just quickly conclude that it all boils down to identifying your customer pools and things which are relevant for their daily lifestyle.
Right. Thank you so much. I'll just wrap it up with the last question. Zain Saab, you spent decades pioneering digital insurance and now are building one of the largest or one of the first world's AI native insurance platforms. Are we simply digitizing today's insurance for health insurance, if I speak? Or do you believe AI will fundamentally redefine the insurance, how it looks in terms of health insurance for the industry? And then once again, I'll request if you could just keep it brief.
I'm looking at the clock.
Yes.
I'm looking at the clock of 30 seconds. And I'll tell you one thing, for everyone everything we know today is changing rapidly. So AI is going to change everything we do. And we certainly don't know what it will be in the next 6 months. I can't guess. You can't guess what it'll be in 18 months. And healthcare and insurance will certainly change. I do believe that it's going to be better for humanity and all, and for insurance carriers. Your claims management processing will become more efficient, more faster, quicker. Consumers will be able to access healthcare and get access to healthcare and buy insurance faster, quicker. So it's all better. But I think the adaptation to all insurance companies all across the world, I'm very excited that Pakistan's on the forefront from what I'm listing than what even other countries are, because huge legacy systems will take a long time to adjust. Whereas Pakistan is just starting out, there's an opportunity here.
Right.
So I'm very optimistic.
Thank you so much, everyone. And just wrapping it up, thanks a lot for your time and your thoughts. We'll just wrap up the session now, and over to.
All right. That was, again, a wonderful panel discussion. And I like the opening statement that Noman Saab gave, that health insurance not only restricted to digital age, but actually health insurance overall to be improved and to be improvised, right? Thank you so very much. On that note, I'd like to invite our esteemed presenters to kindly come on the stage and present memento to our esteemed panelist and moderator. I'd like to invite Mr. Mohammad Bakas Sahab, CEO, Park Qatar Life, on the stage, and Shoaib Javed Hussain Sahab. Please come on the stage. Thank you so much. People love to receive the mementos from you.
Oh, you just love.
Thank you. Please step forward, sir. Please step forward. शोएब साहब को देते हैं आप एक-एक करके. मैं नाम देती लाऊंगी, वो लेके जाएंगे. एक-एक करके लेना उनको. All right, we'll present our first memento to our panelist. Zain Jivanji, founder and CEO, I-23 Insurance Agency. दे दो उनको जाके. And now we'd like to present to Mr. Ali Fahad Ahmad, President, Jazz Lifestyle Ventures. नहीं, उनको देना है. एक शोएब साहब है ना, बस उनको देना है साथ, ठीक है? And then we'd like to present to Mr. Azim Iqbal Pirani, Chief Operations Officer and Executive Director, EFU Life Assurance Limited. And now we'd like to present to Mr. Muhammad Asher, Divisional Head, Health and Accidental Insurance, State Life Insurance Corporation of Pakistan. And to our brilliant moderator, for excellent moderation, Mr. Noman Bashir, co-founder and Chief Executive Officer of Ozoned Digital. Mr. Ali Haider, Director, Kuruva, International Vertical of Sehat Kahani. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we move to our another panel discussion, and this one is also very informative and something that we all should be learning, because when we talk about insurance and financial inclusion, we generally think that it's only important in the commercial area. But actually, I think financial inclusion begins when people have access to solutions that reflect their needs, values, and aspirations. And so, keeping that in mind, our next panel discussion is titled The Careful Transition of Pakistan's Insurance Sector. And for this panel, I'd like to invite our esteemed panelists on the stage. First, I'd like to invite our moderator and request you to please take the extreme left seat, and then the panelists can join from the next seat onwards. Our moderator for this session is Dr. Tariq Naseem. He's the head of Islamic Finance, Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. And our first panelist here is Mr. Wasim Khan, Director, Insurance Division, Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. All right, and then we have Mr. Saqib Zishan, Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director of Pak Qatar General Takaful Limited. And then we have Mr. Faisal Khan, Chief Executive Officer, IGI General Insurance Limited. May I now please invite Mr. Nasser Us-Samad Qureshi, Chief Executive Officer, Fifth Pillar Family Takaful Limited. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. And on that note, I hand it over to you, Tariq Saab. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. You know, with the Federal Shariat Court judgment in 2022, our entire financial system is required to be transitioned to a riba-free financial system. And obviously, insurance industry being the financial system's integral part is also required to be transitioned in a way that is aligned with the Sharia principles. And this verdict of Federal Shariat Court was subsequently validated or augmented into the Constitution by way of 28th Amendment. And recently, the Finance Division has published a strategy paper on the financial sector beyond 2027. So all these requirements embedded in the Federal Shariat Court judgment or the Constitution or the strategy of the federal government requires the financial institutions to transition towards the financial products and services that are aligned with the Sharia principles. And taking that into account, SECP has already published a comprehensive guidelines for transition of regulated sectors, including the insurance industry, and also a comprehensive Takaful development plan is already in place so as to guide the industry for gradual transformation of their respective areas. So with this background, in this panel discussion, we'll focus on the challenges and opportunities offered by the Islamic financial institutions' role as a Takaful operator or a conventional institution being transitioned to a Takaful operator. And then obviously the challenges posed by this transition and the opportunities created by this transition can be discussed and deliberated upon, and overall policy architect of the regulator for this segment can be discussed further. So I'll start my discussion with the Mr. Nasser having extensive 5 decades of experience, both serving in the conventional insurance industry and now heading this dedicated Takaful operator, to tell us about the core challenges he faced in setting up this dedicated Takaful company, and then the key learnings that can be shared with the audience and the industry and the regulator to fix those issues and challenges for the future.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum ji. First of all, thank you very much for inviting. I think I'll probably break it in 2 segments. आपने कहा कि क्या challenges establish करने में आए हैं and what are in future. So I think in about 52 years in this industry, I've been very lucky to establish 2 greenfield operations. First, I got the opportunity to set up Al-Fla Insurance back in 2006. And when I went through the whole licensing effort with the SCCP, and I took retirement in March 19, plan was to do nothing, but then got a chance to set up, got a call from Kuwait that we want to set up a family takaful. So 20 years apart approximately, I think there was a lot of change. SCCP was quite receptive at that time too, but thanks to the new teams, I think it was much easier to set the company because a lot of things could be done digitally before everything was physical. So, and I think the insurance division has improved over the period of time, and so has the licensing. So, no serious issues per se. I have always found the SCCP, in fact, on a lighter note, when I took the first license, there's this perception, somebody from Dubai, where I lived 30 years, asked, कितने पैसे दिए insurance license लेने के लिए? I said, to the contrary, वो मेरे पीछे पड़े हुए थे. So, no, so there was a wrong thing. So, that is not an issue. So, setting up a company, and it was अपने तौर पे within my own sponsor side, in fact, I had a larger issues because at that time, the requirement for minimum capital was 700 million. And my first question in my interview was, capital kitna dalenge? They said the minimum 700 million. So I said, don't waste your time and mine because you can't run a company in 700 million. So they said, fine, join, make the business plan. And if you justify, we will do that. And thanks to them, they did that. And we started with 2 billion rupees capital, authorized capital, which was the highest at that point of time in the country. So on this side, no issue. But we have heard since morning, apparently there are a lot of issues with the industry, that we have the lowest penetration in the whole region. So kuch na kuch kahin galat hai. Let me be a fag of my life, maybe a little more provocative. There are issues, for example, now I'll speak more on the life side. For example, product approval se leke, abhi recently, and then you see from conception to actual launch in a banking environment, for example, it takes about 8 to 9 months because it's not the SCCP alone. पहले आपके यहाँ होता है, then SCCP, then at the bank, then at the state bank. So I think probably the regulators need to get together to find a way once SCCB being the apex regulator of insurance industry approves the product, that should be acceptable to every other institution of the government of Pakistan. I'm sure there's some framework will need to be done that will help the industry life side concerned. Dusra, abhi recently, when I took retirement back in 19, I was chairman of the Insurance Association of Pakistan at that time, and the first few meetings were held with the SRB about taxation of the life industry. And we were told at that time it is being done in India, so why not here? And we tried to push back, but then I left the industry. But now we all know that industry went to court, and finally, recently, the tax has been introduced. But in the meantime, we didn't realize that India has already done away with that. Back in 25, they said, no, the taxation was wrong. So now at the moment, Sri Lanka is zero tax GST, Bangladesh is zero GST, India is zero GST. Now we are starting with the GST. Why do we have to do that? Why can't we learn and implement what the other jurisdictions have learned over the period of time? So yes, so there are issues, and a lot of those has been discussed. And towards the end of this session, I don't want to repeat things. Both questions on the licensing side, it was navigated quite easily, thanks to the SCCP's team. On this side, challenges and infrastructure, yes, there are things that need to be done. I'll leave it to that.
Thank you very much. Now we move to Mr. Faisal. As a conventional insurance company, what is meant by this transition for you? Do you really think that this is creating new opportunity or creating more challenge for you to transition into this thing and offer takaful-based products and services and convert existing product models and systems accordingly?
Well, yes, I would say probably I'm the odd one out here in this panel with the more of the conventional background, and having quite a decent portfolio of Thakaful as a window. I must say that risk knows no religion, and from the customer perspective also, protection knows no ideology. So we have to be extremely clear about these two things, that when it comes to the protection, probably religion is one thing which probably the customer would like to have as a product which is back-to-back Sharia compliant. But we as insurers or the Thakaful operators need to understand that whatever we have as an offering on our shelf is something which is ethical, sustainable, and something which the client can rely on when it is needed the most. So that are the three most important things which as an insurer, we need to understand and kind of differentiate between the conventional and the Thakaful model. So when it comes to us at IGI, yes, many a times that we have this request from the customers to convert the policies from the conventional because they, by virtue of their own system and culture, they would like to have the product which is back-to-back Sharia compliant. But at times, we also understand that the cover is not readily available on the shelf in the market. We, as Pakistani insurance company, understands that the risk we're talking about, even as of Karachi alone, is billions of dollars, not rupees, it's billions of dollars. And when it comes to the Thakaful operators, the kind of the capacity they provide, we heard from John Thorpe this morning and Kamran also that Karachi alone depicts an exposure north of 10 billion US dollars. So when you talk about big reinsurers, Thakaful operators, we see that we need enough capital to deploy to provide this kind of protection. Capital will only flow where there is a return. When there is no return, you cannot attract the capital. So you talk about Swiss, Munich, SCOR, Hanover, all the other big names, Lloyd's, they are looking at a combined operating ratio of around 90%, less than 90%, 85%, 80%. We, as Pakistani insurers, have an underwriting margin of 5%. So our combined ratio from the business alone, I mean, putting the investment income aside, is more than 95%. So what we have to offer on the table as an insurer first, we need to understand that whatever retention we have in the market, the gross size is an upwards of $900 million for the non-life segment. Thakaful could be somewhere close to $150 million. We compare ourselves to neighboring India, though the population is probably what, 6x, 7x? The non-life insurance revenue for us is like 900 million. They have 46 billion, right? Per person insurance, per capita insurance premium is $4 to $5 in Pakistan. There they have $47 to a person. So, I mean, we need to understand that what sort of market we are for the international operators, the Thakaful operators, or the international reinsurers. They're only ready to deploy the capital wherever they see a good return. So first, for us, I think what we need to understand that softening is one thing, but it should never prevail the sanity. And that is what the problem is for the whole of the market, that we probably have had started this product, I would say, Thakaful, as something which is less expensive to conventional. So what we are doing is we kind of cannibalizing our own margins. We are cannibalizing our own business. We are making it lucrative for people to buy it just by saying that it is somewhat more affordable. So affordable hona is one thing, but we need to understand what are the principles behind it. So if we are kind of compromising on the underwriting fundamentals, then probably we're not doing the right service, be it, any business you are in. So ethics is something which is extremely important when it comes to realizing that, yes, as an insurer, you have a responsibility, and that is something which is reliant on your culture, on the work values which you are offering to the customers.
Interesting. I think we'll come to Wasim Saab at the end so that he can address some of the points you highlighted. For example, the Thakaful capacity and the retention issue faced by the even Thakaful operators and the companies that are transitioning towards the Thakaful. So I'll come to Saqib. Saqib, you have successfully scaled up your company by listing on PSX. Many times oversubscribed and overwhelming response from general public. So can you tell us about your scaling up experience of this dedicated Takaful operation and listing at PSX and the key lessons learned from that process so as to help the other industry players to scale up their operations and serve the Pakistani community in a better manner with the adequate capital resources at your disposal?
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Rabbi Shali Sadri wa Sadri Amri wa Lugdatum al-Lisani of Kohkoli. I'm very thankful to the organizer, IAP, and the Society of Actuaries to inviting us. और usually होता ही है कि जो ऐसे events होते हैं उसके ऊपर हम लोग बहुत सारी discussions तो करते हैं, लेकिन I feel कि आज की जो discussion है वो खासी productive रही हैं, and there would be key takeaways inshallah for the industry to work upon. आपने जो सवाल पूछा, that is quite pertinent. Alhamdulillah, Pakata Group, we decided somewhat 2 to 3 years back to go for IPO. अच्छा, IPO का naturally general जो perception था हमारे board के हवाले से भी, that is के Takaful, naturally we had this advantage from day one कि Alhamdulillah we are the premier Takaful group of Pakistan and we are the only composite Takaful operator of Pakistan, having both life and general companies. तो एक जो सबसे बड़ी responsibility थी हमारे shoulder के ऊपर, which we were feeling, कि basically going public means creating more transparency. Basically, एक तो ये कि getting this message of Takaful across, Alhamdulillah, that we have done over the last 2 decades. Or secondly, basically creating that sort of confidence in the investors as well as the customers that we are mashallah going big. We are going for a platform जो कि आपको ज़्यादा visibility देता है और जो भी companies listed होती हैं उनको एक बेहतर तरीके से judge किया जाता है कि they are basically more financially strong. तो एक तो ये तो हमारे naturally objective थे. दूसरा I think जो सबसे important factor था वो ये था जो हमने महसूस किया शायद in the process तो वो बड़ा tedious किस्म का process होता है, documentation and everything. You are basically already dealing with one regulator and you are basically opening door for another PSX. तो वो एक सिलसिला पूरे हम उस process से गुजर ही रहे थे. We realized कि जो Islamic financial products हैं उसका एक बहुत बड़ा gap है. And there is a requirement in the basically market and people are looking forward to कि Islamic portfolios ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा आए. और you can not believe कि हमारी उस वक्त क्या situation थी. I still remember the day. There were 2 days for subscription for the corporate customers. So the first day I was invited at a road show, at a radio show in the morning. So I went there at 9. By the time 10:30 I arrived at my office, so my CFO told me that we are subscribed. And by lunch, we were subscribed by 6 times. At the end of the first day, we were subscribed 9 times. And we still have 1 day to go. The next day, by the time 5 p.m., we were all sitting in the boardroom and we saw, Alhamdulillah, a history making at PSX that we were subscribed 21 times. Wow. So we broke that one record. And second thing was that we never anticipated that we have so many number of customers, you know, the retail customers, not the corporates, not the institution, who basically showed their interest in a Islamic financial instrument. तो हमसे कुछ अर्से पहले एक इदारा बरकत फ्रीजर उसका बड़ा शोर शराबा चल रहा था, तो they had 7,500, close to 7,500 subscribers, and we had 13,000 subscribers. That was almost twice of what Barakat Freezer had, and similarly we broke another record at PSX के हमारा जो फिर एक इतने ज़्यादा number of subscribers की वजह से the proportion of corporate institution was shrinked and the consumer was increased from 25 to 30%. So Alhamdulillah, that was very overwhelming. And I must acknowledge at least one thing. That was not the achievement of Pak Qatar Group alone. That was an achievement of Islamic financial sector, because being the first to come, the first takaful operator, first general takaful operator to basically enlist, तो उसकी वजह से मैं समझता हूँ कि एक बड़ी market तो receptive है. The people are waiting for Islamic financial instruments subscription to come in the market. So it's just a matter of us to basically go and, go for a listing. So I think that's something which encouraged us, and that's something which I would like to convey to my industry as well, that yes, the regulator, they supported us well. PSX, they basically opened their doors with open arms, and it's just us who are basically stepping back.
Excellent. And the thing we can understand from this successful IPO is that the preference of people of Pakistan, be it in the investment segment or be it as a customer of the risk protection product, people clearly choose a product that is aligned with their faith. And therefore, I think the huge demand for Islamic financial services is actually driving the Islamization of economy instead of just a directive from the regulators or the government, because of the real demand that is visible in this IPO and the other similar transaction where we can see every Sukuk issuance is being oversubscribed all the time. So there is a clear demonstration of interest of people of Pakistan in the Sharia compliant financial services and product. So to Wasim Saab, apart from addressing some of the points raised by the fellow panelists, what can you tell us about the regulatory reforms and incentives are being considered by the regulator for development of Takaful segment and facilitating the transition of conventional insurer into Takaful venture?
Thank you, Tariq Saab. Before going into reforms and their incentives, I can share some data regarding the transformation in the industry. Broadly, when we look at the Takaful component in the overall premium, it's 16%. Non-life 15%, life is 16%. But when we go into look at the business line wise, in the private sector, 37% of the premium is coming from, in the private sector, 37% of the life premium is coming from the Takaful. 50% of the first year premium in the private sector is coming from the Takaful. And in the public sector, this contribution is less than 10%. And when we look at the non-life sectors, 50% of the motor premium is Takaful. And 34% of the health premium is health and accident is also Takaful. And in 2025, there was 21% increase in motor premium, and out of that, 15% was from the Takaful. There was 35% increase in the accident health premium, more than 50% was from the Takaful. So these figures shows that there is a demand-driven transition in the Takaful sector. So being a regulator, we need to analyze this data, and our policy intervention is accordingly structured around this data analysis. So we as a policy will provide a conducive regulatory framework which not only facilitate the transition, but also ensure the financial stability of the sector. So in this context, we have engaged with all the insurers and guided them that they should have a transition plan, board-approved transition plan on the basis of their transition journey. We also facilitated the launch of new insurers. Last year, we gave the license to full-fledged non-life insurers. In the last month, we approved the 2 new window Takaful operators, and the 2 new window Takaful operators are also in the process. And we also approved a number of Takaful specific products in the life sector in the last 6 months. So there's a new emerging products in the Takaful sectors. We also engage with the industry for guidance regarding the conversion of existing long-term products to the Takaful. So in the next couple of weeks, we will issue that draft guidelines. And we also engage in policy adequacy with the different government organizations for the conversion of mandatory insurances into takaful structures in the future. And the last but not the least, the retakaful issue, which I think Faisal has also raised, that is a critical issue for the industry. In this context, if we look at the data again, so we have more than 42% our premium for non-life is coming from the fire and property and engineering. And our retention is less than 18%. And motor is currently comprising 26%, and retention level is more than 75%. Accident and health is 9%, retention level is 86%. So counter look at the takaful transition. Fire and property, 7%. Motor, more than 50%. Accident and health, 34%. So this shows that there is an issue of retakaful which is impacting the transition of the industry. So these are my first general comments, and then we can discuss on the way forward.
I think the core challenge which emerged from the discussion is if we need to scale up the insurance transition into takaful, we need to fix this re-takaful issue at priority. So Wasim Saab, if you can further elaborate on the possible solution to address this challenge. Obviously, without that, a transition would theoretically even not possible, and practically, obviously, would have severe consequences for the takaful operators.
Thank you, Tariq Saab. In the early session, a lot of discussion was regarding the international practices on the retakaful. I think there are the different models, and we have our own country dynamics, and we have some limitation, I think, in our local Sharia interpretations, which is impacting this, and we being a regulator aware of that limitation. But I think we need to consider some alternative models. Industry and the Sharia advisor can engage on this issue, because that is the potential issue that will impact the future transition of the industry. One of the models that internationally has been practiced, that in the exceptional circumstances, the allowability of the conventional reinsurance can be an option. There can be an option of takaful pool. I think local takaful pool can be another option. So they can go for retrocession onto the conventional reinsurance. So that is the broader, I think, the area we can engage with the Sharia advisor. And we are already engaged with the industry, even with the Sharia advisor. I think we need some more advocacy to solve this issue in the long term.
And I guess one thing I can share also from the perspective of Sharia board, the Sharia board has already discussed this matter on multiple occasions, and they are of the considered view that we need to allow some transitory products and solutions to address these type of challenges. Because if we need to transition as per the constitution requirements, we have to solve these problems before. And for that, obviously, there needs to be some relaxation to the rules so that the transition can be facilitated. And without that, this will not be possible. And importantly, the international standards, Sharia standards, also allow for some kind of relaxation when it comes to transition and when it comes to retakaful issues that are being faced globally. So before concluding this discussion, my last question to all of you would be, if you had to name the single most important step that's need to be taken in the next 12 months, be it a technology or regulatory intervention or other incentive or a commercial proposition, what can you suggest to this gathering? What can be done? I can start with Nasser Saab, a suggestion for the future next 12 months roadmap, sir.
There is so much to do. It's difficult to encapsulate everything in one.
And
answer.
this is the exact challenge, sir. You have to
that
suggest
is a
one
challenge. But as I said, I would like to see industry, private. They are trying their efforts. They're making the efforts. But there are some issues which cannot be done by the industry without the government's intervention. I think the government has to take a deep macro level look on this industry, not to look at it only as a protection vehicle, but it's a much bigger role. For example, let's say I will talk from the life side or a family takaful side. In India, national saving rate is around 34%, and we have 15%. If you see the household income, how much goes into the insurance side, that's about 15 to 17%. We have unofficial figures, sometimes people say 2%, sometimes 3%. So what is the policy takeaway? Insurance industry has, when they generate fund, they have long-term funds. I mean, like, I'll give you an example. We are trying to raise funds for the Sakhar Hyderabad highway, motorway. If there was a vibrant insurance industry, they probably would be there to invest in the infrastructure bonds, in the stock exchange. So there's a lot that an industry, it is not just a protection vehicle. It can bring in discipline. So I think some form of common regulatory framework where it can be made easy. I am not, I'm not trying to pick up on SECP because whenever we go, we do get that support. There are multiple examples which one challenge ke nahi hoga to ho gaya. That's not an issue. But I think there has to be a much wider look at this industry. किसी ने आज सुबह किसी वक्त में कहा था कि जी EV की पॉलिसी है और फलानी चीज की पॉलिसी है और फलानी चीज की पॉलिसी है. There is no policy in insurance. Task force. I was a member of the core committee of National Task Force under Dr. Shamshad Akhtar Marhuma, and I think that needs to be implemented. So, I think sum it up in one couplet of Shirki ji, हम में एक शख्स भी नावाकिफ है हालात नहीं, सबके सब साहिब इदराक है, सब देखते हैं.
Well,
So I'll leave it at that.
thank you. Thank you, Faisal. Same question to you.
Yeah, I think I would like to build upon what Nasser Saab just said. What so far we have been doing as an industry is that we are trying to put the cart before the horse and not the other way around. So that the challenge is that we need to really have that underwriting discipline in place. First, we want to build that portfolio. If we keep on cutting the margins just to attract the customers to one product, that's probably not the right thing to do. So for the general insurance industry, which is having a quite substantial growth on takaful portfolios, and you'll see the results in the last 5 years, all general conventional insurance companies, non-life companies, have a significant growth into takaful book and predominantly into health and auto segment. These are the two lines which Wasim Saab has just been referring to, are largely retained on the company's net account. So you need very less reliance on the international reinsurance support. Companies do have that adequate capital to protect that kind of a portfolio they have developed or generated. The problem is that even if you again look at the combined operating cost of these two lines, this is significantly much more depressing than the rest of the other lines of business. So what we are telling the market is the more we write motor, the more we write health into takaful, we are basically putting up a number which is ending into an underwriting loss most often, or rather than a very higher combined ratio, right? If you look at the other products where you have less tension, but then again, you have good reliance on the international insurance markets, you have adequate capacity in place, you have that kind of confidence from the international market and also from the local customers that the risk is insured. We talk about one big fertilizer company, I cannot take the name, but whole of the industry combined together, takaful and conventional cannot underwrite that one risk alone, right? So there's a substantial need of thinking out of the box and see that what kind of Sharia compliant standard we can establish to protect that sort of exposures where we do not have neither the capacity nor the, I would say, the underwriting expertise to that level. If you're talking about the control of wealth policy, if you're talking about big liability exposures, talking about the port operator's liability, yesterday only, I must tell you that at IGI, Lloyd's, with the support of the Lloyd's, we have underwritten Pakistan's very first warranty and indemnity insurance. This is something which is required by the buyers and the sellers of a business operations. So we, as a group company of ours, IG Investments, acquired major shareholding in ExxonMobil. This was one of the finest thing at the end of the day, which they have to insure, which they have to make sure that the product is there. So with the support of the Lloyd's market, it's the very first time in Pakistan that we are writing W&I insurance. So just think for a second that we have like a lending facility from an Islamic bank and the customer required a fully Sharia compliant solution. We probably would have no place to go around. So that's something which we need as an industry to understand, that there are certain areas where it require that expertise, that underwriting capacity, and also the underwriting acumen to write those portfolios, especially into property engineering and the complex businesses.
Thank you, Faisal. Over to you, Saqib.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। आई थिंक फैसल भाई ने और नसर साहब ने बहुत तफसील से इसको एक्सप्लेन कर दिया। मैं सिर्फ एक चीज़ ऐड करूँगा इसके अंदर। लेकिन जो सबसे पर्टिनेंट चीज़ है, जो वे फॉरवर्ड है उसके अंदर, एक तो ये कि आई थिंक वी नीड टू बेसिकली पुट द कंपटीशन ऑन वन साइड। आई थिंक द नेक्स्ट एरा इज़ ऑफ कोलैबोरेशन, जहाँ पे जैसे अभी फैसल भाई ने राइटली पॉइंट आउट किया कि कैपेसिटीज़ का इशू है नेचुरली, एंड वी आर ऑलरेडी इनटू द फेज ऑफ ट्रांजिशन। अब अगर इफ़ वी आर रियली सीरियस अबाउट इट, आई डोंट थिंक सो कि शायद वो हमने जो अपनी अभी फ़िलहाल स्टिपुलेटेड टाइमलाइंस जो फिक्स किए हैं उसके अंदर वो मुमकिन हो सकेगा। लेकिन इवन इन द लॉन्गर रन अगर हम कोलैबोरेट नहीं करेंगे तो चीज़ें पॉसिबल नहीं हो सकेंगी। अच्छा, yes, there are few things which we need to concentrate, जिसके ऊपर सबसे बड़ी कैपेसिटीज़ ऑफ रीतकाफुल है, ह्यूमन रिसोर्स है, कैपिटल है, और उसके साथ साथ टेक्नोलॉजी है। और अभी वेरी रिसेंटली एटलीस्ट सिंध के अंदर हमने विटनेस किया कि जस्ट वन इनिशिएटिव ऑफ थर्ड पार्टी मोटर लाइबिलिटी एंड दैट हैज़ डन वंडर्स। तो कहीं पर कोलैबोरेशन और कहीं पर शायद थोड़ा सा स्टिक एंड कैरेट वाला सिलसिला भी चल रहा होगा कि जहाँ पे हमें कुछ चीज़ों को इन्फोर्स करना पड़ेगा, जब ही चीज़ें जो है वो इंशाल्लाह मुमकिनात हो सकेंगी।
Thank you. And the last bit from your side, Wasim sir.
One of the social barrier against the insurance in Pakistan was the religious issue. I think Takaful can be leveraged to minimize that barrier. And I think demand-driven Takaful is a lot of demand in the market of the Takaful. I think industry can leverage that for remove this social barrier for the Takaful.
Thank you very much, dear panel of panelists. I think what we can conclude from this panel is that the numbers are encouraging that this would be a demand-driven transition instead of a rule-based transition. And it's also encouraging to understand that the industry and the regulator are talking on the key core challenges that are being faced and trying to address those challenges so as to facilitate further this transition. And I hope that the business model that the Takaful operator are using and the insurance industry is also using is supportive of this transition plan. And in the end, inshallah, as per the wishes of the people of Pakistan, the system and the products can be transitioned in a manner that it will not be a disruptive, I guess, but facilitated in a manner that will create a win-win situation for the industry and the customers both alike, inshallah. Thank you very much. And with this, I conclude. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you so very much for such a, I would say, enlightening and thought-provoking panel discussion on a topic that's very close to our hearts as well and something we should be learning as well. So thank you, Dr. Tariq Naseem Saab, very well moderated. And I'd like to now invite our esteemed presenters to kindly come on the stage and present mementos to our esteemed panelists and moderator as well. For this, I'd like to invite first Mr. Khurram Ali Khan Saab, CEO of Fidelity Insurance Brokers. Please come on the stage, sir, to present the memento. Along with that, I'd like to invite Mr. Jahazeb Zafar, who is CEO Askri Live, as well as member of ECIAP. A round of applause, please. Thank you so much. एक सारी साथ ले और बहुत टाइम लगता है ना पहले एक दे दो उनको प्लीज All right, so I'd like to request our presenters to present the memento to our panelist, Mr. Wasim Khan, Director, Insurance Division, Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. And now I'd like to request Mr. Saqib Zishan to step forward and receive the memento. Aage forward, Qatar, please. Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director, Pak Qatar General Takaful Limited. Round of applause, please. And now we present the memento to Mr. Faisal Khan, Chief Executive Officer, IJI General Insurance Limited. May I please request Mr. Nasarus Samad Qureshi Saab to step forward, Chief Executive Officer, Fifth Pillar Family Takaful Limited. And now to our esteemed moderator, Dr. Tariq Naseem Sahab, Head Islamic Finance, Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. Please step forward for the group photo. Thank you. Group photo. Oh, yeah. Thank you so much. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to our last panel discussion for the day. And this one is also a very, I keep saying this on each topic as you keep hearing it from me, but each topic is so powerful and so impactful that I have to emphasize the impact of the title that we're going to be having the discussion on. This topic is called Pension Reform and Long-Term Savings. Voluntary Pension Scheme, VPS, and Future Security, something that we all have to look into because life is short and we need to save and have a secure life rather. So I have actually a quote for this and then I move to the panelists. The best time to prepare for tomorrow is today. And to discuss this topic, we have esteemed panelists and our moderator as well. I'll first invite our moderator on the stage to please take a seat over here on the extreme left. Moderator hai hamari Miss Zehni Amlani. Can we please have you on the stage? General Manager, Actuarial Services and Enterprise Risk Management, EFU Life Assurance Limited. Our first panelist is, our esteemed panelist is Mr. Naseem Baig, Chief Executive Officer, Arif Habib Consultancy Private Limited. Can we have a round of applause, please? And then we have Mr. Faisal Mumtaz, Chief Actuary, State Life Insurance Corporation of Pakistan. Mr. Faisal Zai, Senior Consulting Actuary, Akhtar and Hassan Private Limited. And Mr. Mohammad Shamoon Tariq, Chief Executive Officer and Co-founder, Mahana Wealth. All right. On that note, over to you, Zaini, and all the best. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Okay. Thank you, Charlene. Hello and Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Firstly, thank you so much. The room is full. I'm imagining it's full. And thank you for sticking around till the end of the day. Our session may be the last session of the day, but I will completely agree with what Charlene just said, that retirement planning is one of the most important topics that any financial services or insurance conference is not complete without, especially in the Pakistani context. Now, when we talk about retirement, we often think about pension products. Interestingly, that's also the name of this session. But retirement planning is much broader than that. It's about enabling every Pakistani to save during their working life invest those savings effectively, and number three, translating those savings into a sustainable income during the life of the person, of the individual. In this panel, we will be covering all three aspects. Now, in Pakistan, we have made significant progress in terms of retirement agenda. We know our provisional governments have now transitioned or have started to transition to a more sustainable defined contribution systems. The industry, be it asset management companies, insurance companies, have really launched a variety of retirement solutions and long-term saving solutions. The regulator is also engaging with the industry to really advance this agenda. However, retirement planning is far from universal. I have with me an excellent and diverse panel of experts, and we will be talking about how to build a retirement ecosystem that is sustainable, accessible, and is trusted by all Pakistanis. Naseem Saab, I'll start with you. When we think about retirement, we often think about it as an individual financial planning issue. But from a national perspective, why should retirement savings matter to Pakistan's economy and to its capital markets?
Okay, thank you. Well, first of all, let me say this. They matter in a major way because when we are investing in whichever asset class within Pakistan, the overall performance will depend entirely on how Pakistan's economy performs. Unfortunately, our economy has been highly volatile, which has been unfriendly for the capital markets, and that has also been one of the reasons for the stunted growth out there. A major problem we have is that the government spending and its ability to raise revenue just do not match. And because of that, the government has to go out and borrow through issue of bonds. And that too, one might be misled to think in terms of out of the savings pool or the money in circulation within the country. But there have been several articles in the press as well, discussions as well, that new money is created by the central bank through what are called the open market operations, the OMOs, which actually means printing more money, enabling the banks to buy more bonds, by first buying back the existing holding of the bonds with that newly minted money, which the banks then have the appetite to buy new bond issues out of the government. Ultimately, that money flows back through government spending into banking deposits, but 30% to 35% stays in the informal economy, does not come into the banks. So it's a vicious cycle we are caught in. So even when we save what we think we are doing a wonderful job saving, putting away money, some in equities, some in government bonds, treasury bills, whatever we put into government bonds is actually at a national aggregate level dissaved by the government as we stand today. So while we might think we've done a wonderful thing, contributed to the economy, to the growth of the economy, it's actually being spent away by the government, which is the negative side of it. So as we invest in, say, in the equity market, etc., that genuinely goes into ultimately new issues coming in, etc., capital growing in the corporate sector, in the productive side of the economy. So to my mind, the issue remains that, and it is even more acute because the defined contribution schemes that have been brought in by the provincial governments and the federal government have suggested that the first 3 years at least will be government bonds. So while the government is spending away money and it's getting back money in government bonds, the government is net zero in terms of its savings. So this is not really putting away money for the future. Unfortunately, I mean, we think that defined contribution would mean that the government will start putting money away for the future, and so that its current pension liability, which is pay as you go, comes down. But with the mechanism of it going right back into government paper, we are really not doing anything. And that's my major concern. So even after that, the fear in government, the misunderstanding of what risk is, and most people I find in the capital markets do not fully talk about the fact that equity risk is not that you put in money into a portfolio of well-run companies, a few of those will pack up. These are not startups. These are solid gold chip sort of companies. The problem is only price volatility. And there's enough data to demonstrate from the past that the risk evens out, and over a 10, 15, 20, 30-year period, it becomes irrelevant. So, but the people who design these schemes, etc., they are illiterate in that sense, and therefore they do what they think is the right thing, play it safe. But they're actually not playing safe. And let me give you some numbers. I've actually run simulations of based on the historic record of Pakistan's equity market, our government bonds, treasury bills, etc., and just sort of ran a simulation on one, if it was an all equity investment over a 35-year period and then 20 years of drawdowns for consumption, versus all of it in fixed income, and then a life cycle investing cycle. The pure fixed income would give you, and mind you, there's a growth in real salary of the person, and I've factored in by checking out 4% per annum is the real growth in the long term of salaries, whether you're in government or other places. So if you factor all of that real growth in, then the replacement income that you get for the governments, for example, the government puts in 12% and the employee puts in 10, which is a 22%. The replacement income doesn't even equal that because you're putting it into money market under that fear. If it's a life cycle, it goes up to about 38%. If it was pure equity, it's about 90%. So that is the real problem we face, and the capital markets will not be well served unless people at the helm first understand this issue.
Thank you, Naseem Saab. Thank you for really setting the stage for the conversation that will follow. Faisal Zaid, let me come to you next. We discussed, and Naseem Saab briefly touched upon why retirement savings matter and why it's not really working. Let's now talk about why Pakistanis are not saving for retirement. What do you see are some of the key barriers in VPS, which is one of the key products that we use in Pakistan to accumulate savings for retirement? What is preventing it to becoming mainstream?
Just a brief background. So Beg Saab is a mentor of mine. Obviously, he, as far as I know, he pioneered the VPS and the pension scheme in Pakistan.
Yes.
We were just discussing that. So it's not taken off for a number of reasons, but just to give you a brief background, I was just discussing with Beg Saab. His first foray into this was 1995, when he went in and spoke to somebody in the Ministry of Finance. 2004, he got me into Arif Habib Investments as a very fresh actuary. He was the only person brave enough or whatever to get me into the financial institutions. And we took the VPS, which was again Big Sab's brainchild, to the Minister of Finance. I can't remember who it was then at that time. So 2004 is when the VPS got set up. I think Omar Murshid Saab was also involved as part of that setup. So for the last 20 years, all we've done is we've got about 70,000 individual investors in VPS. I think Faisal would disagree with me. He'll update my number, probably double it based on 2025. But so and just to give us some perspective of how much it's changed, we now have about 500,000 individual investors in the PSX, from what I've read. And the last year, where it grew about 48%, I think about half of them were 18 to 40-year-olds. If you look at mutual funds, if you believe the SCCP statistics, I know there's double, probably triple counting. They have about 800K mutual fund investors, individuals, whereas it's about 10 times less for VPS. So it's not that people don't understand saving, it's that they don't understand retirement planning. And I think it just comes down to well, we can see the crowd around us, right? It's thinning out already, but maybe the pension topic made it even worse. So as Pakistanis, we don't actually think about pension, retirement. It's deferred to a different realm. So it's a behavioral issue. The investment environment is there, but what worries me, or should worry all of us, is if you look at the EUBI statistics, about 2%, one in say 50 is covered. 1 in 50 retirees in Pakistan, which is I think about 15 million right now, are covered by the EUBI, which is 11,000 per month, nothing more. If we look at the civil pensions, I think 3% of the population is covered. And a recent paper I read was about 6 to 10% of all retirees in Pakistan have some sort of coverage. So that leaves about only 10% covered. So about 10% of 15 million, that's about 13 million retirees as at now who are uncovered. Old people who are relying on their family pensions, family support. Now in 20 years, the 16 million is going to double to 40 million. But we still don't have that sort of coverage. If you look at, again, the labor force we have is about 85 million, and only about, say, 1 in 7 of those are actually covered through the OBI statistics. So we have a huge informal labor force, and we have absolutely done, I think, nothing whatsoever to convince them to save. And it's not a problem for Pakistan, it's a behavioral issue, and it basically applies to all developing nations. And it doesn't mean it can't be done. So it's bringing those informal workforce into the cover of pension. Maybe VPS doesn't work, we need to expand it. And how do we expand it? I mean, look at behavioral issues as they affect everywhere in the world. We need to have digitization, micro pensions, make it embedding pensions as part of savings, as I think somebody from Jazz already mentioned it. And anecdotal examples, for example, we have a huge agrarian society, farmers. I think about 1 in 3 of the informal workforce is probably farming. Now, what they did in Ghana, for example, was if you're selling cocoa, so as part of the cocoa association, what they did was any cocoa farmer who was selling as part of the supply chain, they get registered, and a small fraction of their proceeds would go into a pension scheme, and they would agree to it. So that's something we can do for Pakistan as well, in terms of getting the informal workforce covered. In China, what they've done recently is they realize, okay, you have tax incentives for people who save tax, right? But for the informal workforce, there is no tax incentive. So what you need to do is reverse the whole process. Give them some seed money, give them matching contributions. So you make saving worthwhile for the people who have no idea what it is. Maybe give them a guaranteed universal benefit, again, which an idea I stole from Bixab. So it's all part of a coverage. To forget the 10% who are already saving and have access to VPS. Eventually, behavioral science will catch up. People will start growing old. But for me, the worry is the 6 and 7 of Pakistanis who have no idea, who have no resources, and eventually it's just a ticking time bomb.
Thank you, Faisal. So Faisal Mumtaz, let me come to you next. Faisal really summed up the challenge that we are facing, and his view is that it's a behavioral challenge, and people don't really see the value of retirement planning. Now, in the recent years, we are seeing various insurance companies entering this space. Park Qatar was one of the first ones. EFU Life launched its retirement solutions. We know State Life is looking to revamp its range. In addition to offering the products, which AMCs are also offering VPS, how can insurance companies play a bigger role in increasing that participation and really help people see value in retirement planning? And I have a part 2 of that question too. So we know that accumulating savings is just part of the equation. How can insurance companies play a role in translating those savings into a sustainable income throughout a person's retirement?
Yes, can you hear me? Yes. Okay, Faisal has talked about something about the history thing. Naseem Saab has talked about something in relation to the overall the government policy. So I will just give you an example of the last 4 years. In the last 4 years, why I'm focusing on the last 4 years, since 2022 and 2026, the growth has been phenomenal in the pension side. And this is basically attributed to the provincial governments who have actually introduced the defined pension schemes. So the lesson is simple. If you make it automatic, the people will join. So the short answer to your question is reach the people, prepare the people, and pay for the people. So by reaching means, I mean, you need to introduce some channels, different channels, InsurTech, as Farooq also mentioned earlier about the Jazz Cash. Faisal also mentioned about the PSX. Right now we have, PSX has given some facility to your young investors to open an account and directly trade through your mobile app. So what we can do, we can have some universal pension scheme, which can also do the same thing. I will also quote an example of India. India has Atal Pension Scheme, where they have recently covered 50 million just by introducing one thing, that if you have a bank account, you will automatically have a pension account where you can save, and this product is for 18 to 45 years. We don't have any such thing. Right now, we have 143,000 active pensioners, as VPS is saying. The funds are at 150 billion. Mutual funds have 8 trillion. And among this 8 trillion, 370 billion belongs to the provident and pension fund schemes. So we have the opportunity with us. We can channelize that money to the VPS thing. But obviously, we need an income engine. Right now, accumulation is there, but decumulation is not there. Saving engine is there. Income engine is not there. So how can we introduce the income engine? This is where we insurance companies come into before. We can introduce annuity products. Right now, the VPS only focuses on the income payment plans. They have the provision in the rules that the person can opt for the annuity, but literally I've seen the NBFC report by SECP. There is literally no annuity being given to the customers, VPS holders. That's why at the end of 60 years, he's just taking his money, either putting into the income payment plan or just taking it cash. So this is the issue. So short answer is reach the people, prepare them, and obviously pay for them through income payment solutions.
Thank you, Faisal Saab. So insurance companies do have that network, the distribution network, to reach the millions of Pakistanis. Naseem Saab, let me come to you again. Now, even if the participation increases substantially, it has in the last few years, as we just talked about, retirement outcomes ultimately depend on how well those savings are invested. What needs to happen with the Pakistan's investment ecosystem to deliver better long-term retirement outcomes? And do our investment opportunities support these products with horizons of, say, 20 and 30 years?
Okay, but let me first talk about what both Faisals have spoken about is the inadequate sort of number of people coming into it, but there's also some growth in the last few years, and that is borne out by simply the number of brokerage accounts opened in the last few years.
Yes.
All of it is online, and all of it is young people. So that's the hope. However, having said so, and going by the COCO example, etc., I personally believe that unless there's some degree of mandatory savings, it'll remain a struggle. So that would be one part of growing the pool is mandatory savings, but then you've got a very large rural undocumented workforce where your pension plan is have more kids. And I'm serious about that. It's actually a thought through thing to have more kids. While there are many who complain about the growth rate in our population, but that's the insurance for a lot of folks. So how do you overcome that? Is simply by some mandatory stuff, possibly a similar thing to the universal basic income, but money being put away for each child that is born into a savings structure by the government, and it accumulates over time so that ultimately people start realizing the benefit of it. In terms of the savings and whether or not they can, to my mind, I would, if I were doing this today, I would be rewriting it. I would do away with fund managers. I would have just two asset classes. One is whether it's, you call it money market or debt securities, but entirely the floating rate. And I'll give you a reason. There's a false thinking or wrong thinking on behalf of people that if we have long-term savers, we can have long tenor bonds with fixed rates. No, because either the issuer will get the better of the person buying the bond or the other way around. And a government, when setting a policy, doesn't want one side to win and the other to lose. So the only way out is to have floater bonds if the government has to borrow. And therefore, you're not taking an inflation rate risk. You can lock in money for a longer period. For the longer period, you can be given a little premium on the rate. The other side is the equity. I would structure it on an automated basis through the CDC or whatever, that it's automatically going into the index-based fund, or just buying index stocks like recently the State Bank has done. You can directly buy treasury bills, government bonds through a small 5,000 rupee wallet. I would do a similar thing, is run a automated index fund where there's no one involved. It just goes and buys that and runs it for you on a life cycle mode. Ideally, the numbers I see, it would be pure equity, but to convince people that that's the way forward is difficult. Ideally, the government should make it mandatory, and then there is a risk that if it takes a knock, let the government come in and step in to underwrite the loss, because if there is a loss on an index fund, it's been caused by the government. It's not been caused by individuals running businesses. So that's how I would totally rewrite this and take another look at it.
I think we could really use your help in rewriting this entire thing. Faisal Sahab, I'll come back to you. From an insurance perspective, what is one development that would accelerate the annuity market development? Yes, you touched upon making it mandatory, But what are some of the developments that we can do right now to increase this adoption? Second, how can the investment environment better support that vision?
It's a very tricky question. So imagine I'll ask you a question. So if I come to you and I give you 5 million, will you promise me an annuity for 30 years?
Yes.
Yes?
For your life, yes.
For 30 years?
Yes.
Okay. But most probably the insurance companies may not. Right now, the problem
Both
is...
Park Qatar and EFU Life have those products right now.
Yeah, they have, but they have actually done some testing on, they have actually limited to a certain age because they assume that there will be no policy holder. But I'm not talking about that thing. If you look at the perception of the pension here in Pakistan, what pension means to the people is that if I die, then my spouse will get 50% of them. So I'm talking about that perception. That perception you have to brought into the concept of the annuity. Because if you are thinking about only 1% annuity, unfortunately, it will not sell. So this is why for this, I've referred to the Punjab pension study. They have mentioned that for a single pension holder, the pension continues to around 30 to 35 years. How? After the death of main pension holder, the spouse also takes the pension. So 30 to 35 taking that risk, it's very difficult for an insurance company unless we have a investment, we have bonds available by the offered by the government. Right now we have only 10-year or 15-year zero coupon bonds. Plus the market is also shifting towards the Islamic side. So we need long-term sukuks also. So best thing for the investment thing is that the government should offer at least the variable rate, fixed term, variable rate, long-term bonds, so that at least the insurer can actually back the liability with that particular asset.
I agree. Very, very valid observation here. Professor Sain, where do you see is the greatest opportunity of collaboration between the asset managers, the insurance companies, regulators, employers to accelerate the retirement adoption?
Okay, again, many stakeholders, but I think I'll agree with Big Sab, take out the fund managers.
Okay.
We don't need the 50 basis points going out for over the duration period. I think policy is where I think it has to come in, right? Because it's not just the VPS and the tax incentives, it's also the 6 out of every 7 Pakistanis we need to reach out to. And that is not going to happen through employers because they're not formally employed. It's not going to, fund managers won't play any role in that, and neither are insurance companies, because insurance companies will never get to that sort of crowd. So policyholders they hold the key. They need to understand the problem. And once they've understood the problem and they work hand in hand with the rest of the stakeholders, that's where we'll eventually come up with a solution. There are precedents. We're not working in isolation. It's happened in, like I mentioned, Ghana. China is a good example. India, Malaysia, for example. A very important point is actually compulsory saving. So, and if we just think of the numbers here, if we have like, I have older numbers compared to Faisal. So let's say we have about $200 million in VPS invested right now. If we compare that to India, India has about 18 million, I think, people, and their total worth is about closing in on $200 billion. Malaysia has 18 million people covered under their compulsory scheme, out of a total population, I think, of 30 million. And their total fund size is close to 400 billion. 400 billion, I mean, can we imagine what we can do for this country with $400 billion that we can invest in? I mean, Big Sab just bought out PIA, so he knows what to do. But I think if people like him, who's been chasing that dream for the last 30 years, getting people covered, and then we just learn from that experience, and then build out policy is where it goes back to.
Thank you, Faisal. One last question from all three of you. It's a quick rapid fire style question. What is one action that your sector should prioritize over the next 3 years to increase the retirement adoption? Within your sector, ideally.
I don't know what particular sector you want me to represent.
You can pick one.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've been advising the government. I went to it back in 1995 to suggest we need defined contributions. So I would say go in for a universal basic income equivalent savings plan for each kid that's born, and keep putting that money away, and it will not go into government bonds. It'll go into an automated index fund, no fees, nothing, no middlemen.
Right. Very valid observation. Fasam Tasa.
Yes. On average, State Life pays around 60 to 70 billion in maturities. So if we link something like the maturity payouts with the annuity, so that instead of getting a lump sum, the policyholder gets a life stream income. So it will be a good idea.
That's excellent. I hope you make that happen.
Yes, we have already.
Faisal.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure what role I can play except talk a little about it, or get my team at Akhtar Hassan or everyone on a VPS. But I think we already have a gratuity scheme, so it's savings already there. But I think it's more the industry, the stakeholders here, and I think it's the thought process.
Any recommendation for the stakeholder? What is one action item they should work on?
I think we need to learn from Big Saab here. I mean, he's pioneered the VPS. He's been working on it for 30 years. We have people like Umar Saab. A lot of the senior actuaries aren't here, but I think it's getting this think tank, which, I mean, they're much bigger than a think tank. I mean, these guys, I mean, my mentors for many other people as well, just give them the problem and they'll sort it out. So it's not a new problem. It's just the solution's already there. They've thought about it. We all know about it. It's just getting the right people to think through.
Well, thank you. So join me in thanking the panelists for the very candid thoughts here. Our discussion has reinforced that there isn't a single solution. There are important parts. Policy is a very important area. I wish there were more stakeholders from that side in the audience right now, because that's one of the very important areas that we need to be working on. I have a question. Please go ahead. Can we take on questions? Charlene, can we do question? We can hear you.
Literacy issue. Secondly, it's an affordability issue, because even people who know that investing in the pension fund can give them retirement pension at the end, they don't have enough disposable income to invest in the pension fund. So it's an affordability issue for a majority of population. So one thing if the government of Pakistan can do is that if they made an amendment in the Provident Fund regulations, that the employers shall open an individual pension fund account of each and every employee and transfer their pension Provident Fund accumulated balance, as well as every month the deduction that is made from their salary, and the employer adds its own contribution into the pension fund account of the employee. This way, not only will the employee be able to get a pension and an optimal return on the pension, because majority of the trustees of the provident funds are scared. They don't have that much knowledge, so they just invest in the money market, whereas the real return is in the equity market. So you can have any variation of risk asset allocation, whether conservative or moderate or aggressive, depending on the individual peculiar circumstances of the employee and his risk profile and his risk tolerance level. But still, even at the conservative level, it can make more return than the return of a provident fund. This way, all the provident fund of Pakistan, which I think must be in hundreds of billions of rupees, will go in one go to the pension funds. So this is one. Second is that, and I've made this request at the government level also. I also remained a part of the government for a long time, so I have a network there. Secondly, the pension payment that starts at the retirement age used to be tax-free. The government has made it taxable. The government is hardly getting anything out of that. So they should revert that and make the pension payments for the senior citizens tax-free. And thirdly, the mutual funds used to have a 20% tax credit under Section 63 of the Income Tax Ordinance, which in the tenure of Miftah Ismail Saab's last, finance minister role, it was withdrawn, which only resulted in a 1.6 billion rupees additional tax income for the government, which is nothing in the big scheme of things, large scheme of things. So I have made this request previously also at professional forums as well as to the government. And I once again, kind of urge the government through this platform that incentive should also be reinstated so that people start investing in the mutual fund also. Just like in the case of pension fund, when somebody withdraws money, taxes before the retirement age, tax is deducted first by the CDC. The same mechanism can be implemented for mutual funds also, so there will not be any misuse. So these are my 2-3 suggestions.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the comments. Very useful. Do you want to add a
I'll
comment?
touch upon the Provident Fund conversion. There's already a provision that allows it on a mandatory basis to be converted to VPS currently. However, I'd like to sort of point out that the monies that are put away, whether it's the gratuity fund or the Provident Fund or some pension fund, all of these are mandatory only under the labor law. So it does not apply to the white collar and above. So there is a limitation that once it's a labor law matter, the federal government certainly can't pass regulations saying, mandatory to convert it there. But individually, many corporates have started doing that, just to sort of clarify on that.
Thank you, Naseem Saab. All right. So today's discussion, I think one key takeaway, if I were to take from this discussion, is that a lot of collaboration needs to happen between the regulator, the government, and the industry to really reform this retirement savings area. Pakistan has already begun its journey of pension reform with all the provisional governments moving towards defined contribution. But a lot of work needs to be done to increase the participation, making sure that the people really understand the value of it, and then development of the lifetime annuity market, which I think is one of the key areas that is currently lacking. And mandatory, making it mandatory to save while the person is working, and then converting them into lifetime solutions is going to be the key. Thank you very much. Please join me in thanking my panelists for their very candid thoughts and comments. And thank you all for sticking around for this panel.
Thank you so much, Zaini, and all our esteemed panelists for such a wonderful panel discussion. And I think definitely you've motivated all of us to do something for our future. I'm sure about that. So on that note, I'd like to request our esteemed presenters to please come on the stage to present mementos to our amazing panelists and our moderator. I'd like to request Mr. Shoaib Javed Hussain Saab to please come on the stage along with Osama Dangra, please, to present the mementos to our esteemed panelists and moderator. Can I please have the paintings? Thank you. Can we have you, please, can you please step forward, all our panelists and our moderator? Thank you so much. Okay, I'll announce the names of our esteemed panelists for presenting the memento. First, we'd like to request Mr. Naseem Beg Saab to please step forward, Chief Executive Officer, Arif Habib Consultancy Private Limited, for a wonderful discussion, and I think it was very insightful as well. All right. Now we move to our next panelist, Mr. Faisal Mumtaz, Chief Actuary, State Life Insurance Corporation of Pakistan. Mr. Faisal Zai, Akhtar and Hassan Private Limited, Senior Consulting Actuary. एक और चाहिए ये दो फिर हाँ ले आओ जल्दी से All right, next we have Mr. Mohammed Shamoon Tariq, Chief Executive Officer and Co-founder Mahana Wealth. Acha, chalein. Then we have our moderator, please. Yeah. So I'd like to request our presenter to please present to our moderator, Ms. Zehni Amlani, General Manager, Actuarial Services and ERM, EFU Life Assurance Limited. All right. Now I request you all to please be seated, but Shoaib Saab and Usama Saab, please stay on the stage. We have more mementos to share. Please take your seats. And thank you so much for such a wonderful panel discussion. We're here for two valued partners. Sorry. Yeah. So we have two valued partners and we like to acknowledge and appreciate them, as I've been told. May I please call upon Mr. Heather Abbas from Shadid Ray on the stage. Thank you. ये उसामा को दे दो please. एक और सुन दो, एक और सुन दो. All right, and the next memento we present to United Insurance. We'll have Mia Saab on the stage, please, to receive the memento as valued partner. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Please be seated. I don't know about that. I have to invite Janze, but all right, that's okay. Janze ko bulao? Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. That's very kind of you. Oh, thank you. Announce for myself? Okay, and I don't mind that, but if somebody, Janze, why don't you come over? Thank you. You do know my full name, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of appreciation for our host for today, Madam Shirleen Ansari, and a lot of appreciation for you on behalf of IAP and all of our guests. Thank you very much for keeping it together today. As we come to the close of the day, on behalf of the Insurance Association of Pakistan, my colleagues in the insurance industry, and such wonderful guests that got together today, I think today was not only a stepping stone further towards the collaboration that we want to showcase as an industry, it is a testament for our commitment towards promoting the insurance industry and the well-being of the society at large as well. I must admit today has been a transformative event. Some very meaningful and intellectual discussions. So I thank all the partners, everyone who participated in making this day special today. For Insurance Association of Pakistan and PSOA, we are very grateful to each and every one of you for making this important for us. At the same time, I'm very thankful to all colleagues at IAP, the Executive Council, and especially Hisham Saab, Atar Saab, and myself, who were the organizing committee as well. TerraBiz, thank you for pulling off a wonderful event together, and Madam Shirleen, once again, thank you for keeping us together. So with this note, I would again thank everyone for being together today, and let's take this moment to continue this journey rather than having it as a one-day event. So we all remain very committed, and we seek your continuous support for making more events and success together. Thank you very much. if the organizing committee can join us here for a group photograph, please. Shoaib Saab, if you can just, for us also one time, please. And Nabil is here. And Nabil from IAP is here. Can I request Hamza Saab if he is around? Madam Sharleen, please, if you can join us. Osama. Hamza Saab मिलेंगे?
Thank you, guys. That's very sweet of you.